Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. FOMC and ADP today. Give me just a minute and we'll get started. Alrighty, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Situated and signed in. One second. Going to be a day today. That is for sure. It is going to be a day. What kind of day still has yet to be determined. It's going to be a day either way, right? Hopefully a good day. Hopefully a good day. All right. Need that. All right, so the stream is working. I think. Get on my live. Alrighty. Come on, dollar. Come on, dollar. Let's go. Here. See the chat. Alrighty. All right. So good morning, everybody. Get back to this. Been busy this week. Busy doing stuff. Trading. We've done well this week so far. Got a position on here. The bot's got some stuff on. Just running the bot. I have a couple manual positions on with it. We're going to get ready and run through this thing. Get ready for ADP that's going to happen here in just a few minutes. Get rid of this. Trading challenge account. I'm not trading my live account right this second because I'm not going to do something stupid and get wrecked. So I'm going to wait on that and try to make, going back into green. Make some progress on this challenge. The bot's done very well. Everything's going well. Everything's going good. Haven't had a bad day yet. Knock on wood. It's going to happen eventually. But as long as we manage our risk, we'll be fine. Back into green. Got a very good potential position on here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get going here. All right. So we have a really good potential position on. Let's see here. Need to be able to pay attention to that. All right. So, yeah. So what's up? This. We'll take a quick run through here. I'm actually probably going to start firing away right before the news. I'm going to set a bunch of pending orders. I don't know. We're just going to go through it here in just a minute. Just skip the analysis for a minute. We've already been through this a million times. We'll go over it afterwards. I'm going to set a bunch of pending orders on my challenge account, and then we'll do some analysis. Hopefully, if we can get that done. We'll just do that before all the crap happens. Got some fun new toys to play with. Time frames. All right. So we should be good. We should have controls. Okay. Good game. Sweet. All right. So we'll start from the beginning. I'm about to have all kind of fun here. Chart NASDAQ. Let's see. Chart S&P 500. So we're not sure what's going to happen with equities. Just going to get right into it today, guys. Hi, how you doing? Time to go. It's time to trade. Going to be setting some risk here and just going to try to make a gain. I should have taken the money earlier. Probably could have. I was up about $100 something on this already this morning, and I should have taken it and repositioned. I'm just going to let the bot do what it needs to do. Chart euro dollar. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to look at maybe the 1 hour, see what's likely to, if we're going to slam up or slam down, what's likely to happen. You know, pending order wise, what should I do? Maybe I should put a pending order right here. We'll put a stop there. We'll just shoot for the high. Execute trade. Execute trade. Didn't listen to me. Wait, what was that? Why didn't that go? What was that about? Common error. Weird. Oh, okay. It's on the wrong instrument. All right. I think that's why. All right. Didn't want to do it for some reason. Was on the wrong one. If we break the low, trying to trade a one that wasn't the raw feed. Man, see, what do we do here? I'm going to try to set some stuff. I'm assuming that the dollar is going to go lower. I don't know what to do here. I'm going to set a pending order up here. I'm already in a bunch of stuff. Execute trade. Same thing. Like it. What's that about? Interesting. The broker's not taking it. Why? What happens if I try it manually? Weird. Anyway. Don't know what that's about. Why wouldn't it let me set a pending order? Just try to set some pending orders here. And maybe some that make sense and just see what happens. Manually. Risk. It's not letting me set. Why? What's that about? There you go. Never seen that. It's not letting me. Common error. Generally like a connection thing. Weird. What's that about? Why wouldn't it let me take orders? So there's something new. First time I've seen it. I've been doing this all day. Now I get on YouTube and it won't let me set an order. Weird. Common error. Sounds like it. So maybe we'll skip that. It's funny. Yeah, so we do have a few more minutes until whatever is about to happen. I don't know what that's about. Common error. I've been doing this all day, and now it wants to not let me send the order. Okay. Anywho, we'll take a look at that in a minute. What common error means. I'm trying to set a pending order. I'm already in a bunch of stuff. See if it'll let me take a manual. No, it's not letting me trade. Why? I wonder if it has to do with the, for some reason, allow live trading is off. No. That's bizarre. Let me reset this. Interesting. That. Been trading all day. And then all of a sudden, it doesn't let me take orders. What is that? All right. Try again. Let me close MetaTrader, open it back up. I don't know. It won't let me take a market order or a pending order. Common error. It's like connection thing.
15
authentication. Try again. So yeah, we got news coming. So we're at the mercy of the markets here. No idea what's going to happen. I've got some positions out. Try this again. Yeah, good morning, everybody, by the way. I've had a good couple trading days. Everything's good. I've got some things on here this morning, trying to see what to do with this crap. Got connection. Everything's good. It's the order. Why won't it let me take an order? Gotta be kidding me. Why can't I place an order? That's interesting. Might have to try to figure this out. Won't let me place an order. What's that? First time that has ever happened. I mean, I've been trading this all day. All morning been taking orders. That won't let me take one. Anybody else having that issue? Anybody? Bueller? Hold on a second. Got to figure this out. Anyway, give me a minute. Oh, I've already got a bunch of stuff on. I just in the bots trading stuff. I've never seen this not take orders. So now we have a weird issue all of a sudden. Oh yeah, so what's happening? It's not just me. There's $1. Interesting. So it's not just me. Weird. Yeah, it's somebody else has said that they're getting the same thing. Well, at least I got some stuff on. So here we go with the news. See what happens. And wrecked. Who knows? This is about to get sketchy. Got a 250 target, so dollar down. Riggedy. All right. See what happens. Come on, baby. Dollar down. Something's going. Something's going. Aussie CAD flying. All right. See what happens. See if we can hit some targets here. No reason to try to guess. Dollar down made sense. We talked about this for an hour a minute ago. All right, so we're kind of getting an answer on the dollar. Come on, bot. Handle it for me. Now the question is if it goes to close orders. Right, exceeded on all of them. Did it close it? Like something went through. It's probably a volatility issue. Yeah, I'm getting a spread exceeded, which is fine. Pound Kiwi, which is exactly what it's supposed to do. It's protecting against a crazy spread. Everything, nothing bad's happened. I'll have to get that figured out. Yeah, weird. I've never seen that happen. This is the first time I've ever had an issue opening an order. I don't think this has ever happened before. So, see what happens. Probably shouldn't be opening any orders right now anyway, but I was going to set some pendings, but didn't really have enough time. I'm already in a bunch of stuff. We'll go over all that in a minute. Let's just watch the news and see what happens here. Yeah, I was going to say we've been trading all day, and then all of a sudden, it's probably a slippage thing. It's probably a slippage dragon. It's a protective measure, so the firm doesn't get wrecked on the spreads and slipped to the point where they're going to lose money. That's probably what it was right a few minutes before the news, which is okay. I'm getting max spread exceeded too, so which is normal. What's supposed to happen? Yeah, so it's trying to open some stuff. Yeah, Aussie CADs trying to order some stuff. All right, so see what happens. We got dollar down. What was the data? We'll go back and look at it in a minute. So we're kind of getting what we thought might happen here. Weird, because already sold off equities. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. And we're going to watch this news here, and then we're going to attack the markets for the rest of the day. Let me do this. Yeah, so it's not just me, at least. That's good. Chart, NASDAQ. Chart, euro dollar. Euro dollar pumped up. Chart, S&P 500. Yeah, weird. Got a pump and then an immediate sell off. Chart, dollar CAD. Yeah, I was in the long. I mean, this doesn't look good anymore on dollar CAD either. Figured that. If it goes and breaks the low, it's whatever. Chart, pound Swiss. Same thing there. Spiked and then ran back up. Chart, pound CAD. Bot's got a bunch of stuff on. There's just all kind of stuff. Yeah, this is a challenge account. I'm trying to move the chains on it. Done really well with it. Up about 1.1% in the last week. It's been about a week and a half. Done well with it. Just low risk. Just continually moving forward. Hitting target every day. Hit target every day except one, and then the next day I made much more than I needed. So been good. Nothing crazy's happened yet. Got stopped out a little bit one day, and then the next day I made up more than I needed. Like 2 or 3 days worth of profit. So yeah, everything's going good. Bot's trading most of it, and I am taking some manual positions. I've got a couple manual positions on. It's mostly the bot trading. Chart, pound yen. Just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen. Yeah, there really hasn't been enough movement on this, so that's telling us something. Chart, NASDAQ. We didn't really get a lot on that, and we do have FOMC today, or ADP, but that too. This was the ADP data, I'm assuming, and we get the big boy later at 2 p.m. and Powell's going to speak as well. So we're going to be running it on into that. Just trading a challenge account. I'm not trading my live account right now, but not during this. I'm not going to risk it. Take a look at it there. I'm not going to risk anything right now on this. I have no open trades actually on this account. I'm waiting to see, but I might. Depending if things are going to run to a good level, I'm going to take something, but I'm going to watch what happens on the news first, and I'm going to position after the market moves. That's probably what I'm going to do. So nothing's changed. It's been a great trading week so far. We've been doing very well. Killing it. Got some good features added. Obviously, you can see something's changed. We have voice control now on the risk manager. You can tell your chart what to do. Chart dollar Swiss. Chart Swiss yen. What's that doing? What the hell? Chart Bitcoin. Yeah, that's something I haven't done yet. So anyway, it does work. Got some voice control ability, like open trades and stuff like that. It's cool. I wish the dollar would go up. Chart Aussie dollar. Man, if my voice would work. Chart Aussie dollar. Well, I don't know what happened all of a sudden. YouTube curse, I'm telling you. I don't know what is happening with this market either. The dollar did go down. So if we're going to make a low on the dollar, that's going to be a thing. Sucks, man. Bot's trying to take orders and it's not going through. That's probably what's going on. Yeah. Orders are failing. I've never seen that. So we're going to have to talk about that. I have not seen that happen yet. It's slippage, probably. Chart US oil. I have not seen orders not go through yet. I think take profit, by the way. Something got stopped out. Gold, that's okay. Stupid. So nothing bad has happened yet. I should have just taken $100 earlier. Well, here we go again. What's going on? Chart Aussie CAD. Aussie CAD's going again. I may potentially hedge this into place. It's probably a good idea. Tempting. It's tempting. Could just let this go. This could be such a great position. Man, I don't know what to do with it. I'll just hedge it. I'll hedge this. None of them were taken with the risk manager, so never mind. Anything that was taken with the risk manager. Chart Swiss yen. That's got some good shorts on. So didn't really get much here. I was hoping that we were going to get something. Chart Dow Jones. We didn't get a lot. It was short there. I was hoping to try to hit target on that and then switch over once things moved out to hit the live account once things get to where they're going to go. But I know that we've got all day to go until NFP. Chart Bitcoin. Whatever. Chart Kiwi Swiss. Nothing there. Chart Pound Yen. That's down. Yeah, so a bunch of mess. The bot's got a whole bunch of positions on. It's got the most exposure on the NASDAQ. It's got some good positions on, and then some stuff that's whatever. Chart US oil. Wow, that stalled for a second. Oil's hedged. Do anything with that. Man, I don't know. Chart pound CAD. A bunch of stuff on pound CAD. It's still long. Some short, some long. Hoping to hit that target. I'm thinking about it. If it gets there, I may close everything out. I'm going to wait. If we can get up to that $100 mark, I might just take the profit and reposition. It'll be 0.1% gain. You know, I've pretty much been hitting 0.1% to 0.25% every day. Start with 0.1% and then try to hit it again. And we've been doing very well. We've had some really good trades this week. We've been killing it. I just haven't had time to come back on YouTube, but trying to do it today for the news. Trying to see if we can catch something that's going the right way. What though? Chart CAD Swiss. And stuff's all over the place, guys. We didn't get any crazy move there. A dump on the dollar and then it came, everything stopped. Remember where the dollar is. Chart Dow Jones. See, this still hasn't come down. I'm short from yesterday. Got a really good short entry. Just haven't done anything yet. Boring news. So it's going to be a long day, guys. Basically, we're going to be waiting for here we go. Trying to climb back up. Should have just taken $100 earlier. I may do that this time just to hit target. That's what I wanted to do. And this. The right EA. Lol. Change my target from 250 to 100. If we can hit the $100, then I'll just take it and then reposition, knowing that this position could be really good. Spot's got a whole bunch of crap on. It's got some really good positions on the NASDAQ, man. This could easily hit target. I'll just take the $100 and just let it go. Just moving it $100 at a time. Got to do it $100 100 times. No problem. Happen multiple times a day. Sometimes you get 4 or 5 times that amount. But target 0.1%. Just very conservative risk management wise. 0% chance of blowing it up. The name of the game. Chart NASDAQ. Chart NASDAQ. Bruh. Yes, it's downloading the history data. It's so weird when that happens. I need to figure that out. Doesn't want to do any chart operations if it's downloading history data. That has nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. But potentially download it when it's not busy. Maybe a workaround. Yeah, testing some stuff. Got voice command now. It's basically testing and seeing what needs to happen. How to adjust the accuracy of it. Works. Pound Aussie looks better here. Chart pound yen. Chart pound Aussie. Chart pound Kiwi. Chart Bitcoin. Chart S&P 500. See, like, bruh. Chart Aussie Kiwi. Chart Kiwi Swiss. Chart Kiwi CAD. Chart Dow Jones. Chart gold. Works. Doesn't like the history down when that's happening. Oh, whatever. Maybe a way around that. Chart pound Kiwi. Yes, what's up with this market, man? It's been very slow. We'll get to some charts in a second and try to see what we can do today. It's just been, we figured it was going to be slow today. Yeah, it's got speech recognition now. Pretty cool. Yeah, fun stuff. Can execute trades and hedge it and close all trades and tell it what to do. There's going to be a risk analysis. We'll go through it all. We'll go through all that at some point. Going to be a risk analysis. You can ask it statistical questions. Going to have AI ability. It's going to integrate with open AI, trained specifically with a random forest model. Do some very interesting things on OHLC candle data. Not going to talk about all of it yet. Going to be some cool stuff. Very cool. We're testing it all now. Getting all the framework built. Chart US oil. Hinting on oil. It looks like it's going to go higher, honestly. Still hedged from yesterday. I'm long from the bottom and short hedged, and I haven't changed it until I could see what was going to happen. It looks like it's going to go up. I don't know, man. Chart CAD Swiss. What's actually happening here? We just got it. We're in a very dangerous time news wise. Bluetooth on. Need that cord. We don't need no stinking cords. All right, yes, good. We still got controls. Yeah, so we got a lot of news here for the rest of the week, guys. A lot. And we just got that out of the way, ADP. So we've got a good idea on what NFP is going to be on Friday. And I know there's a discrepancy between the two data points. Same data point, different calculation, different source. There's a lot of argument about the accuracy of that and the manipulation of it. We'll see. We got a bunch of news here. We got FOMC, obviously the rate hike, 25 basis point rate hike today. Then we got to listen to Powell 30 minutes later. So we have a rate hike inbound on the dollar. Tomorrow we have rate hikes on both the euro and the pound tomorrow. And then Friday we've got NFP. Like, we're stacked up on news risk for the rest of the week. So we want to be very careful risk management wise. We already have our plan together on the group side. We know what we're going to do, and we're kind of waiting it out. We're going to see what's going to happen here today. Already pre-positioned for some of this. See if we can hit target here. Chart Aussie Swiss. Just got a bunch of stuff on. Got some pending orders. Nothing's really moving here, which is interesting. Chart gold. Yeah, okay, so back down with short gold this morning, got stopped out, and now it wants to come back down, of course. Of course it does. Chart US oil. Get in. Just don't like buying the top of a range like that. Chart gold. Chart gold. Gold looks like it's going to be like kind of a false move short there. I want to short gold from higher. I have a pending order higher short, and it's just hasn't gotten there yet. Come on, man. I wish something would go. Chart NASDAQ. If this NASDAQ would just pull back a little bit, it looks like it's trying to come down after breaking that high. If it would just come down a little bit, this is going to easily hit target. I'll just hit the 0.1%, close out, and then wait. Wait and see. how this goes. Can I explain how the hash mark is calculated? No. For the group side, yes. That is G13 classified. That is something that you will not see anywhere else. No, that it's not you. It's not what you would think it is. But yeah, on the group side, yeah, we talk about exactly that. That one's not for YouTube. That is privileged information. Seriously. And well, yeah. So that one's for the group side. That's one of the most powerful tools that we have in our arsenal. Literally, it's probably one of the most powerful things that there is, period, in trading, is understanding why that happens and what it is. The rebalancing point. It's not something that, you know, you can just guess and figure out, and it has nothing to do with price action. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I was going to say yes, but not on YouTube. We'll talk about that. Yeah, we'll talk about that offline. We'll talk about it offline. Yeah, it's not something that anyone would ever guess. And it's an extremely powerful thing. Yeah, I was to say, I thought you were, yeah, I figured you were in there. But come on, Pound Aussie. God, I've got enough risk on this to go if it'll just go. Okay, yeah. You know, we can go over that kind of stuff. That's a very powerful piece of information. Obviously, you guys, you got on the other side, you know why. You know, there's a high right there. Euro Aussie. That one piece of information alone is enough. It's enough. That's all you need. Just that one, just the hash mark alone is enough to not need anything else. Literally, it's crazy actually. And when you see it, dollar Swiss, that looks better too. It's long there from yesterday. Yeah, yep. Yeah, it's just one of the weird algorithmic things that there is no explanation for other than it is what it is. And it's very clear that it is what it is. And it's like the Matrix. It's like, you know, red pill, blue pill. You want to believe what you're told about the markets, or do you want to see the truth? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Euro dollars on it right now. Very tempted to take a position short there. Maybe we'll do that. Execute trade. Of course. First time I've ever seen this issue. Weird. Never seen this. I'm gonna have to speak to your manager. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why it won't take a trade there. What that is, common error. We're pretty much past the volatility. Common error. That's not even MQL. It's like a connection issue. I know there's no connection issue. I don't know. I don't know if it's happening to anybody else. Yeah, the Matrix got me on this one for sure. Weird. Anywho, flipping through, trying to figure out what to do with it. I'm waiting for things to get out to some better positions so I can take a position on my live account. I'm not going to trade during the news on my live account. I'm going to wait on that and there's no reason to risk it. I'll wait for something to get out to an extreme and get set for a reversal. Come on, baby. Let me hit that target. Going. Chart Aussie CAD. Chart Aussie CAD. clearly. So that's going, kind of want to hedge that, to be honest. Exposure there. So 5. Wrecked. So it can close orders. First issue I've ever had, ever. Weird. Almost want to try on the other account. The deal is, ooh, gold. Gold's coming down. See here, let me try to do something real quick. I can take something. That's not big enough. Instantly on the live account. What is that about? Instant execution. All right. What the heck is going on? Anybody else having issues? Yeah, something's going on. I've never seen an issue. This is the first issue I've ever seen. But of course, bad timing. My live account worked it instantly. It instantly took a trade. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's probably because of the news. I know there's a slippage filter. I'll have to see what's going on. I'm gonna ask him in a minute. But yeah, it's like some aren't going through to take new orders. I don't know what that is. Yeah, weird. Get it figured out. We're going to go through the charts here in a second. I'm just looking to see what's happening, if anything's actually happened. Some of the dollar stuff. Chart dollar CAD. Yeah, see the dollar just not going anywhere. Chart gold. Gold just bounced again. Yeah, weird. Not good timing. Euro Swiss was great from yesterday. That one's good. That one's way up. Hit the first one, the second and third pending orders never got hit, but that one was good. So in the green, nothing big has happened. Just trying to make some headway on this challenge account. If I can add to it manually, and then I'm letting the bot do its thing. Really haven't had enough price action to do anything. To really make much of a move. Not enough has happened. Hopefully this NASDAQ will come down. God, that would be great. I hope it gets wrecked. The dollar goes back up. I'm watching the dollar too. May make a decision on the dollar if we can break that low and hit the hash there. May make a decision on it. So anyway, maybe we'll get back to some charts here. Well, I was hoping something cool would happen. Take a look at some charts. Why not? Turn that off. I was hoping something interesting would go on during the news, but nothing really. Riggedy wrecked. Yeah, weird. I've never, ever had that happen. All right, so yeah, something going on with the broker. That's what it looks like. Wrecked. All right. Really, the answer is it's the broker. Wah wah. All right. So, yes, untold. We can probably work that out. We can work that out. We can do Bitcoin if you want to do that. Well, we can do that. Talk about that in a little bit. I'll do Bitcoin if you can do that. We'll figure it out. So what's going on? That's something I have done in the past. I'm okay with that. And there's PayPal too. I don't know if people have PayPal, but either Bitcoin or PayPal is fine. I've done that in the past. So where are we? What is going on here? What are we looking for? The problem here is we don't really have much movement. We got a little bit of downside on the dollar there, but the dollar is already down. So we're just already on the low of this range. I don't want to bet against it. We're going to watch this for sure. Watch where the dollar is. We're going to see, is it going to break the low or not? Right now, and this is the thing, we've got a very big, high volatile news event coming, and we're going to have to see what happens here with the news today. I'm not going to short the dollar down here, given where this is. Like, this is already so low. We've been in a consolidation for 3 weeks, and we're at the bottom of it. I'm not going to start selling this now. This is crazy to short it. However, if it goes down lower, I'll be waiting to pick it up on the low. Weird, it's just weird where everything is. We didn't get a big move there. I think everybody's going to wait for NFP anyway. Aussie dollar obviously going up. The Aussie made sense to gain. We're right in the middle of these consolidations. It's kind of crap. What's going on? Good morning, guys. Yeah, so we got a weird situation here. And it's going to be a long day. We're going to hope that we got some big move here, and then possibly go back the other way when FOMC hits, when the rate hike hits. We have a 25 basis point rate hike coming. Just keep that in mind as the dollar's going down. It's not really, nothing's really priced in. We just talked about this. If you think about where the dollar is in this 3 week long consolidation here, not much is priced in. I mean, it's been 3 weeks sideways, and we got a rate hike coming and going down. So I would be careful with that. Something smells fishy about this. And I'm just going to let this go. I mean, I'm assuming going to break the low here. I don't know. What do you do? You can either try it right here. Where we are right now is either going to be the low of the day, or it's going a lot lower. It's one of those two. We're at a spot right here on the dollar. And part of me is tempted to just take it. Tempting. It could be a massive wick back up off of this level right here, right now, right where we are. Weird spot here. Let's watch this real quick. I mean, we're there. So this very well may hold here. And right now would be an aggressive play to short things like Aussie dollar, Euro dollar, pound dollar, right with the dollar where it is. Curious to see what's going to happen here. Got a potential for a stall here. I want to see how this plays out over the next little bit on the dollar. We're down quite a bit, and this is the aggressive play would be to try it first here. Let's see, where am I? Donks at, where's euro dollar? Just looking here. Potential. All right, I guess not today. Probably a good idea anyway. Yeah, I'm just looking to see. Man, that's unfortunate. Aussie dollar. Might have a little bit more to go. Euro dollar. I feel like there's about to be like a big reversal here. Oil exchange. Are we advertising something else? I'm good on that. Let's see. Oh, Doyle rules. Oh man. Lol. So possible low on the dollar. Man, it's tempting right here. Bruh. Well, the bot's about to it's about to hit profit. Oh my god, this is gonna be wrecked. Well, let's see what happens here. I don't know if it's gonna close them or not. Almost want to try it and see. Lol, 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 lol. It's trying to open trades. Riggedy wrecked. Might be hitting profit here soon. Could be a good thing. Could be a good thing. What's going? Like something is definitely moving. Looks like all the NASDAQ and stuff has come back. What it is. Come on down, NASDAQ. Maybe it'll be a good thing. Yeah, I'm getting close to my 0.1% here. I just saw 80 something dollars. Might watch this and see what's going to happen. We'll come back to it. Come back to it. Maybe get that closed out. I don't know if it's going to close or not. Yeah, right. And that's the thing. You know, my live account's working fine. That's the challenge. That's the challenge account. My live account just instantly took the trade. Right. I think that's what it is. It's the challenge account that's having an issue. So I don't know what that is. I know they're working on it. I'm looking at it. They're trying to figure it out. I think it's not the firm. It's the broker, which is another weird issue. It's a large broker. But yeah, the live account's working fine. So I'm watching here and wait and see what's going to happen with this dollar. Yeah, challenge account's working fine. Yeah, it's weird. And it could be just some of them. I don't know, I'm about to find out. Trying to close. Oof, something's happening. I'm getting a push through. Let's see if this wicks back up. So I'm watching here. There's probably about to be a whole bunch of entries that are going to happen. This could be what's about to happen on the dollar. Could be about to finesse everybody. Everybody who's shorting the dollar right here could be making a very big mistake. From here. Good. Profit's good. In the green. I'm going to wait and see what happens on this challenge account. About to go over the number here. Wait and watch and see what happens. There we go. And we're at the number. It's trying to delete some of these pending orders. Trying. All right. See what happens. We're hitting target. It's closing some of them. Probably a good idea to just let it do it. Yeah, so target, guys. Profit is prime, has spoken. Not yet, but he will. Knock these orders out. So 0.1%, let's go. As the dollar bounces back up, there you go on the dollar. It's going to get finessed right here, I'm telling you. Let this happen. See what Profit is Prime has to say about it. It's squaring up positions first. Minimize the slippage. It's squaring up larger positions with smaller positions. Minimize the amount of slippage. What happens? What the damage is. Because remember, it's closing like over 100 and something positions right now. Could take a while. Going on, so the bot hit target.
Pound yen. Entering position. Log.
All right, so there's that. Profit is Prime has spoken. Oil, yeah, oil's probably going to go.
Pound yen. Entering position. Log. Euro dollar. Entering position. Short.
Makes sense. That makes sense. We're just talking about that. What the dollar just did there for group side. Probably want to watch that. That could have been a shift in the what's going on today. Alrighty. Where are these positions up? Knocking them dead, baby.
Open exposure profit target reached.
Yeah. Selling Profit is Prime. It's a good game. Let's go. Yeah, another good run. Another good series with the bot and a couple manual trades in there too. Probably could have held out for more profit, which is what the original plan was to hold out for 0.25%, but I'll take the 0.1% given the market conditions and whatever the hell is going on today. You have Fomc. We're going to reposition here in just a minute. Another good series, just knocking them out every day. Knocking them out. Moving the chains, getting that first down, baby. First down, over and over and over and over. Move the 10 yards, move the chains. 10 yards, move the chains. Yeah. What's going on here? Eventually. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Probably just
5 minutes.
It's trying to close them out.
Open exposure profit target reached.
Manually. Do it.
Pound yen.
Taking
Entering position. Lob. Open exposure profit target reached.
Come on, baby. Close them out. Come on.
Open exposure.
Come on. Close them out.
Open exposure profit.
Force it. Hold on.
Open exposure profit target reached.
Man. Let me turn that off a second. It's going to keep telling us about it. But hit target.
Open exposure profit target reached.
Put this back to 100. I'll try to hit it again later. It's still trying to close orders is what it's doing. There's like 150 orders open, which is ridiculous, but that's what it does. I had a whole bunch of stuff out. MetaTrader just hasn't caught up yet. It's a good game. We'll come back to that and see what it is. I'm going to let it go. I don't want to crash it. We'll come back to it. Good game. Target. Hit target at least. Dollar. We need to watch this. There's a potential low on the dollar right here. We're just talking about this algorithmically. There's potentially a low right here. It has nothing to do with candles. Very tempting right here.
5 minutes.
Oh, it looks like it finally cleared out. All right.
Pound yen. Entering position. Lob.
Trying to take some. So, what happened here actually? Trying to take some trades. What do we get? What actually happened? All right, so whatever. It actually wasn't that bad. Didn't get slipped too badly. So we hit the $100 minus 50 cents. So 53 cents short of the $100. So that's fine. Hit target. Target. Good game. Good game. And a lot of that came off of yesterday's, the end of the day yesterday. Oh my God, my stomach. Hit target yesterday and then repositioned. So hit again. So another 0.1%. Probably could have been better. But move the chains forward. That's all that matters. Nothing bad happened. Not even anywhere remotely close. I think the biggest drawdown was $130, which was one of the biggest drawdowns I've had so far, but had a lot of exposure out. I think when I came in here at London Open this morning about 3 a.m. Wall Street time, it was like $130 negative, and then over the next hour it went in $100 positive. Like it all ran. So, you know, obviously nothing crazy on a 100K account. So in the green, another W, going to reposition on it. And when things start to make sense, we'll do that. I'm going to watch the dollar. We're going to go through all the charts here in just a second, actually, and take a look and see what we're looking at, what's possibly going on. I just wanted to get this out of the way first while everything was happening. We got the equities market opening here in a few minutes. So 24 minutes. So we're going to get ready for that. Likely to be volatility on that. flip through here and see what's happened. Yeah, so nothing's open anymore. Supply and demand was doing pretty well with that NASDAQ. When that pulled back down, that hit target. And it could have, God, if this drops today, this could have been 5 times that amount of profit. Easily with what was on. It could have, I honestly could have waited on that. I think it's the right decision to just go ahead and take it and reposition. You got plenty of time to reposition. So another good series on the challenge, up 1.12% in a week, trading ultra low risk, 0% chance of blowing it up, 0% chance. Moving the chains, that's what matters. Skip that. All right, so let's look at some charts here. What do we have? Just take an objective, non-biased look at the market. Let's pretend that we don't know what's going on. Let's take an objective, non-biased look at what's happening across the market. What is happening, not what do we think is going to happen. What is actually happening? Let's take a look at this. Bitcoin rejected off the high. It's a range contraction. We've got higher lows and lower highs. It's squeezing down in. I probably wouldn't do anything on that. It's probably not a good time to make a decision, to be honest. If this were to run higher, I would absolutely sell this mid 24s to 25 level. I'm waiting for it. I wouldn't buy it from the middle of a range, just price action wise. We've got a range here. Just talk about just the structural move here. No G13 classified strategy, just price action and structure, what's actually happening. We're right in the middle of a range. It's never really a good idea to trade right from the middle of a range, price action range. Algorithmic range may be a different story. It is a different story. But from a price action perspective, it's probably not a good idea to diddle in the middle. Lol. So, giggity. Yeah, it let me close my positions. So I don't know. I haven't tried to take more positions. It looks like they're working on it. Looking at Discord, they're working on it. I don't know what's going on. That's the first time I've ever seen an issue, actually. Right, same. It let me close, but not taking position yet. I'm sure we'll be dealing with that later. I'm sure they're gonna fix it. Pretty good about that stuff. I think it's not their fault is the thing. So we'll see what happens there. And we'll figure that out. But yeah, weird. Couldn't open positions for a second, but there's nothing we can do about it. It's the broker. So yeah, so Bitcoin. So just going to wait a minute. Just going to give it a second. Nothing bad. It could be a good thing too. It could be a blessing in disguise. Just going to give it a minute and wait. Even though the dollar is looking juicy here, I want to watch this. We'll just go through the charts for a second, give it a minute. We got the market opening here soon. Bitcoin. I wouldn't make a decision on it either way, probably. Probably nothing there. I would probably sell higher if it went higher and not buy it right now because it's too squeezed in. Skip that. That's likely to follow the equities market anyway. Dollar. This is going to be the huge question here today, especially with the rate hike coming. We have a dollar that's falling hard with a 25 basis point rate hike inbound. Now, it is a slowing, and we talked about this yesterday in the group side. We've gone from 75, a bunch of 75 hikes, to a 50 last time, and now to a 25. So there is a clear pattern of slowing, and that's what the equities market wants to see. But it is still a rate hike. We're still going to have higher rates, 0.25% higher rates, which is, it is what it is. I mean, it's a rate hike, and we've got a falling dollar on a rate hike. So That's suspicious. That's awfully sus. It's not priced in because we've been in a range. We'll see what happens. If for some reason this breaks the low, might run it back the other way. I want to see where price is on the dollar when it comes time for the daily release today. And then 30 minutes after that, we'll be listening to Powell. We'll run it live. And we got a whole day of trading here, and then a whole day tomorrow of another crazy day tomorrow, and then another crazy day on Friday. We've got dollar rates hike today, and then at the same time tomorrow we've got euro and pound rate hikes at the same time. There's going to be volatility all for the rest of the week. You know, the first couple days were kind of chill. It's likely not going to be chill at all for the rest of the week. So we want to be very careful with our risk management, and we're going to try to fight through this together. We're going to get through it. We're going to get through this in the green safely. We're going to survive it. And that's the thing. Your goal should be to survive this week. Try to get Lambos this week. I'm going to get Slambos. Stay out of the heavy risk stuff this week. Not a good idea. We're going to survive this week. Dollar. Let's see. Again, dollar, waiting for the dollar to do something. If it breaks the low, we'll get interested in that. We're going to watch this here and see. We know that there's a likelihood that it does go down. I think it's awfully suspicious that we're strong downside going into a rate hike. It's the opposite of what it should be doing. It should be pricing in right now, and it's not. And it's potentially pricing in higher equities first, and then maybe a big wreckage dump. So we'll watch that, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Aussie dollar, obviously with the weaker dollar, this is going up. Australian dollar has been strong. The yen. Whoa, what happened? Hold on. What happened to the yen? Okay, I just saw that. The yen went. All right, so we're almost back to the top of the range on the yen. Might be watching this on a break of the high or the hash today. There could be, yen, there could be a very good trade across the board as a basket coming on the yen. So you might want to pay attention today, guys. Might want to pay attention to what's going on around here today. Speaking of which, real quick, anybody remember the NASDAQ on Friday? Anybody catch that? You catch that move on, remember Friday? But was anybody here on the end of the day on Friday? We scaled into that right there on YouTube. 3.3% drop. Killed that. Murdered that on the NASDAQ. Remember that short on Friday? Burn. So this is why you want to pay attention sometimes. Murder trade there. Killed that. Just immediately bang, bang, bang. Multiple days in a row all the way down. You know, this was a large, part of that profit from this week came off of that. We took the Dow and the NASDAQ on Friday. You guys remember that on Friday. That happened here on YouTube. So, the dollar, we talked about, Aussie dollar. Again, waiting to see what's going to happen on the dollar here. The yen could be some good trades. I'm going to go ahead and warn you now. There may be some stuff coming on the yen. We're going to watch that. I'm going to wait and see what the dollar is going to do. Yeah, that was an awesome trade on the NASDAQ coming off of Friday. Had a multi-day drop to the downside, 3.5% almost. It's back up right now. It's possible that it makes a lower high today. And that's one thing we're going to get into in a minute. If it's a higher high, we're going to sell it. If it's a lower high, we're going to try to get into it. Euro dollar. This is going to be an inverse relationship to the dollar index. The euro has a very heavy influence on the US dollar as an index. So, looking at the dollar, we're watching to see if this is going to be a low of the day. I'm not sure about that at the moment. Maybe. Oh, here we go. They probably just reset something. Could potentially be a lower high. We're going to watch this. There's probably going to be a very good short coming on euro dollar. You may not want to miss this trade when this happens. There's probably going to be a very good easy short on this at some point today, and I'm going to pay attention to this. Now is a potential entry point. Honestly, if it's going to make a lower high or an equal high to where it was, this is probably going to be it. And if not, we're going to try it again on a broken high. There's a potential for this, and we're kind of watching the dollar to see if this is going to be the low on the dollar. We want to pay attention to euro dollar today as this day moves on. What else? Euro yen. Let's get back to what we were doing. Oh, we gotta take a step back here. We're all over the place. Look at the macros. Aussie dollar. All right, let's set this up. This is what we meant to do. We're just running into traffic right here. Do you really want to be long right here? Do you want to enter long now and hope that it goes up through there? Probably not a great idea. Coming back into this density right here. Just be careful with that. This may be a short too, depending on what's happening with the dollar. Euro dollar, we just talked about. We're in the money right now. It's an aggressive play. There's some very big potential trades here. It would be an aggressive entry, but fortune favors the bold on something like this. Yeah, I can hear it restarting here. Probably fixed. Yeah, so boom there. Okay, here it is. The bot just took like 50 trades. It all just met conditions.
Pound yen.
Here we go. Hold on.
Entering position. Lob.
It's going to tell us about it. Hopefully it doesn't do it for everyone. All right. Here we go. Might have to go back through this here and start setting some stuff up. Oh, a whole bunch of stuff just happened. It just took like 50 trades. The bot, because all the conditions are still met for the bot, and then when it reset and came back, it was like do 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 do. It took a whole. I just watched them go down in the list. It took a whole bunch of open positions. We'll check that out in a minute. All right, so we're back. We're back, baby. All right. We're back. And we may have to pause here and go back through this now that we're back to trading, looking at where the dollar is. If we see something, we're going to have to do this. Get back to trading, because the point is also to make money and not just do analysis, right? Euro pound. This one, watching this. Got my eye on this one since this morning. It hasn't done anything yet. All right, so we're back. Interesting. All right, so at least we're back. Look real quick. I'm watching this dollar. This is important. Yeah, it's weird. I couldn't take a position for a minute. So yeah, very interesting here on Euro Pound. We're already up. We want to obviously be careful in here. We're in the juice right now. We're in the hamburgerjuice.com. Take my domain name, so I haven't got it yet. I meant to do that this weekend. Man, let me see if one of y'all look and see, make sure none of y'all took my domain name. Hold on. Kind of wanted that. All right, still available. Take my domain name. Cheeseburger Juices, baby. Oh man. So here's the real decision. Do you do cheeseburger juice or hamburgerjuice.com? Man, can't believe that's available. It's the cheeseburgerjuice.com. Available. I have to do that for my testing for my server, cheeseburgerjuice.com. I can't believe it's available, honestly. That's something that I can't believe somebody didn't buy. Hamburgerjuice.com. Man, you could put a cheeseburger blog on it and run ads. Cheeseburgerjuice.com. Just have AI just go out and make a bunch of crap about restaurants, cheeseburger restaurants around the country, and just write 100 blog posts and just run ad on it. Cheeseburgerjuice.com. Don't take my idea. Euro yen. Back to what we're doing. Euro pound probably going to be a short. It's not quite there yet. I think the yen stuff is going to be really interesting. Might want to watch that too. Watching the dollar and the yen where we are right now. They're both in a very interesting spot where there could be some potential moves here. I'd like to see a little bit more out of the yen. Back to this. Man, like euro yen, I'd like to see that come back just a little bit more. And it's probably going to be a long. Oh, here we go again. CAD. Looking to see what we can do here that makes sense. That's not too much risk. We do have a lot of time here before FOMC at 2 p.m. It's like 4 hours from now, 4.5 hours. We do have the stock market opening in 6 minutes, and we're going to watch that. Just trying to flip through here and looking to see if there's anything obvious price action wise. Is there anything obvious that just makes sense that we need to potentially position on here? Euro Kiwis, nothing really. It's a range. It's on the high. Euro Kiwi, I mean, I could see it pulling back. It's not great at the moment. Euro Aussie, nothing yet. This has been nothing. Kind of got a nothing day so far, which is completely expected. Pound dollar. How about that? Pound dollar did run up because of the dollar, but be careful with that. Yeah, yen rejection. We need to watch the dollar too. There's a possibility that this was the low of the day on the dollar. I know it doesn't look like it right now. We need to get ready to watch equities here. If there's a sell-off in equities on the open, there's a very real possibility that that was the low of the day on the dollar, which is going to be crazy. We'll be looking at this later like I cannot believe I did not take it. Why it was so, feel like an idiot. Why didn't I do it? Pound yen. There's probably going to be a long here, but not yet. And we'll watch that. There's going to be some trades open up here today. At some point today. Pound CAD, awesome off the low. We caught all back in here on the low. It's got a lot of room to go. Actually, while that's there. That is extremely tempting on the pullback to try to take a shot at this. I might just take some little nibblers here. Hold on a second. Pause. I have to do some trading real quick. Let's go through and take a look real quick and see what's here. This works now. All right. Chart pound CAD. All right, bot's already got it. I may actually take a manual position here, just something small. Chart, oh, no, execute. Yeah. So there's that. Chart pound CAD. On actually, execute trade. All right, so it's working now at least. Word, it's short of the Nasdaq, which is what I wanted anyway. Doing some testing today. I'm going to take a long on pound CAD just because of looking at the hourly chart. And whatever. Look and see where we are on all this. We should probably start from the beginning. Chart gold. Where's gold? The dollar real quick over here. May not necessarily be there yet. Looking to sell the high of the day on gold probably. If it'll put in a high, but it could be a crazy high depending on what happens. If the dollar's not going to hold here. Chart dollar CAD. You know, that kind of still makes sense. You know, execute trade. I'll give it a chance. Just in case the dollar goes up. I'm not sure that that's the low, but just in case it is, I'll take a little piece with a stop. Again, very low risk. I'm just going to set a whole bunch of, I'm going to cast the net out there with a bunch of micro lots and wait and see what happens. I've already hit target first time. I'm just going to try to squeak it into another target. Chart Aussie yen. Chart Aussie yen. They chart a little clearer, I think is what it is. All right, so this is trading already. The bots put on a bunch of positions already. Chart Aussie dollar. That's probably going to be a short. In case it is, execute trade. Next, I should test the copy trader too. I forgot to do that. Yeah, so I have a web-based copy trader too. I got that working over the weekend. So now you can be a publisher or a remote subscriber over the internet with a less than 1 second delay. I'm providing it to the group. You can send your own trade signals if you want. It's a copy trader that works over the internet. You can send from your machine to a VPS or to other people or whatever you want to do. I'm going to be publishing my low risk trade feed.
EuroCAD. Entering position. Log.
Makes sense. Chart EuroCAD. Okay, it's a double hammer. It found the double hammer. I need to filter that for the lows, but yeah, that makes sense. It's going to try to scalp that. I was just looking at why. All right, so actually pretty close to profit. So yeah, that's one thing I'm going to be doing for Patreon and lifetime things is to the unlimited access group members and the Patreon members is to publish my trading feed low risk with the goal of paying for the group fee. I'm going to target it obviously more than that, but you know, got to make $25. The group literally pays for itself. Find anybody that will do that. So think about what I just said. That's coming after I test this. I built a web-based copy trader, and you could subscribe to a trading feed if you want to, with the intention of offsetting the cost of the group membership, and it's already only $25 a month. So think about that. Find something better than that. Good luck. With all the software and all that included. This dollar CAD still looks good. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a 5K account and just trade that. You know, just first target's going to be the $25, obviously, for the group membership, and then whatever past that, just ultra low risk to cover group fees. And if you would like to subscribe to it, you can. But you know, it's post my trade feed. You can do whatever you want with it. Aussie dollar looked good. Man, the Dow. Gosh, man. I was short way up on the top too. Man, I had 5 micros on the Dow. Oh, that would have been $100 right there. I'm just looking to see what's going on. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff coming. But yeah, that works. We tested it yesterday. I just need to, when the market's not so crazy, we'll test some more of that. I want to run it for a week and make sure. There's really not much that can happen with that. But yeah, that's going to be a thing. You know, if you'd like to see the trades that I take and analyze it for yourself, you can do that. Oil looks like a thing here. Oil looks like that's going to go down. Execute trade. Going back into the green already. Mostly the bot. I'm going to take a little nibble on oil.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Lob.
Makes sense. Aussie Kiwi looks crazy right there too. God. Again, there's just so many things that could be potential trades. Execute trade. Aussie Swiss. All these Aussie pairs look like they're about to get roasted. On the hash right there. Execute trade. Execute trade. Man. Hold the button before I say it. Let's see. Kiwi yen. That looks like that may bounce too. It's on a lower low too. Gosh. A lot of potential here. Gonna stack up some risk and see what happens. Execute trade. This Kiwi looks like that's gonna go. Kiwi pairs do. Execute trade. Cast net time. We'll see what happens as the day goes on. What I really want to do is set some pending orders. That's going to be a better thing. All right, put one there. Execute trade. Put one up here. Execute trade. On gold, just in case it pumps. I'm assuming it's going to. Silver. Dow. That. I'm not going to make a decision on that. I was short. I'm not going to try to jump back in it yet. I'll wait and see what's going to happen with that. It's weird because the NASDAQ didn't do anything. Bot's already got some shorts there. Let me set some pending orders on a potential pump. Try the hash first. Execute trade. And then I'll try one more way up on a broken high. Execute trade. Next, pound Kiwi. as whatever. To throw some risk out because I've got plenty of room. Already hit first target. Got a lot of room. Just whatever. I'm going to throw some stuff out and set some pending orders and wait for the market to move. Euro Swiss. If for some reason, you know, there's some of these stupid moves happen. Really going to focus on the dollar. Execute trade. Execute trade. Thank you, sir. Euro CAD. Same. Put one on the way up here. Execute trade. Euro Aussie. I'm going to set a whole bunch of pending orders at levels. We'll look at it later. Execute trade. One on the high, broken high. If it blows out above the high. Execute trade. Pending order on the low down here. We'll say if it breaks that low. I don't think it's going to end up down there. I don't think it's going to make it that far. Execute trade. Just in case it does. Execute trade. Aussie stuff is interesting. All right, getting a bounce there. You know, my whole basket's cleared out now, so I can got freedom to do whatever. I don't have to worry about the risk that I had on before. Aussie yen. What you talking about, Willis? Imports. Bruh. Okay. Crash for some reason. Back this up. All right, back to it. Euro yen, euro dollar. This could be interesting today if this goes higher. Let me go out a couple time frames on this. I'm going to set some pending orders on some of this dollar stuff because I'm assuming the dollar is going to do something crazy today. I'm going to set some pending orders at levels and just see what happens. Execute trade. No. Forgot to allow live trading. Oh wait, no, I'm trading the wrong thing, of course. God, I need to get that out. Won't let me take this out of the, won't let me take it out of the watch list. It's the wrong euro dollar. Try again. The other one. It won't let me take it out of the watch list for some reason. Put a pending order up there on the high. Execute trade. What else? For some reason it blows out even more. Execute trade. Gonna set some pending orders and let the market move. Again, nothing crazy. I'm gonna let the bot do the rest of it because it is going out and taking positions now, and it'll go into a little bit of a drawdown while it's taking positions, which is normal. It's a whole new fresh basket and it hasn't had time to move in and out for any mean reversions to happen. So got a whole bunch of fresh positions. All right, so euro dollar. I wish you could take that out, that default euro dollar, because it's not the raw feed. I have like raw spreads. There's like basically no spread. It's 0.2 pips on euro dollar. there's one euro dollar that it won't let it remove for some reason in the watch list. It's MetaTrader. I don't know why it's doing it. Maybe I'll set a pending order right in there on whatever that is. Dollar yen. Maybe that holds. Execute trade. I'll set a pending order down at the low of the day. Stop under there. Execute trade. Set a pending order on a blowout. Stop a little bit lower. Execute trade. Execute trade, please. Thank you, sir. What else? Kiwi dollar. Again, don't know which way the dollar is going to go. I'll put one down here on a blowout at the low of the day. It's going to be interesting. See what happens. I'm just going to set a whole bunch of pending orders and just let the market go. And also let the bot trade it. And we'll trade it manually too. Execute trade. We're going to do an experiment today. Set one up here on a blowout. Execute trade. I'm going to set pendings, especially on the dollar, at extreme levels and just let it happen. See what happens on the, if we break the low there, that would be interesting. Execute trade. And if we run up, that's going to have to be a huge blowout for that to happen. That may be too much. Yeah, I doubt that. I'll put one right here on a blowout potentially. There's no way that's going to happen. But just in case it did, we'll put that right there to go back and break the low. Execute trade. Execute trade, please. Yeah. What else? Fun times. What is that? Euro Swiss. That was a good trade yesterday. We caught the low on that. Pound Swiss, Euro Swiss, some of the others. Already got a pending order up there. Potentially put one lower. We'll see. I'll put one down here just in case it breaks the low. Put one on the low of the day. Give it room. Execute trade. Pendings. Euro pound. On a break of the high, maybe. And we'll say something stupid like way up there. Give it room. Execute trade. And on a low, I don't know what that's likely to do on the low. Would probably wait just in case it blows out. I don't think that would even happen. Just in case it blows out and breaks the low. I doubt it. Execute trade. Going into the green already. Euro yen. Okay, we'll put a short up here. Execute trade. We'll put a long down here. That move our stop somewhere right there. We'll try to give it room, but it would have to it would be a complete blowout for that. Unlikely. Execute trade. Yes, no. What happened there? All right. Delayed reaction. All right, so we'll see. Possibly. Euro Kiwi. I think we already talked about this one. If for some reason that blows way out, it's going to have to blow way out. Cool. Execute trade. If it runs down the other side, it would have to be a huge blowout. Execute trade. Doing an experiment today. I'm just going to let the market go. It's probably going to go wild during FOMC, and if it hits extreme levels, it'll tag in, and then we'll see what happens. One legitimate way to do things. Set pending orders on your potential highs and lows and let the market do the thing. Execute trade. Blow out of the low, somewhere like that. Execute trade. Maybe we'll run, just in case it runs all the way up. I'm not worried about the stops as much, really. Just kind of emergency stops. Execute trade. On Swiss. I don't know, man. I mean, if that breaks the low, whatever. If it breaks the low, I'll take it. For sure. Execute trade. Then another one on the low. A little bit bigger stop. Execute trade. Execute trade. There. Shorts on a full blowout. Execute trade. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'll set one just in case. Pound yen. Knowing where that yen is, I think this is probably going to go higher. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set some pendings up near the high of the day at some interesting levels. I'll give it a chance because I may take multiple positions and there's no reason to take a stop on a micro lot. Execute trade. And if it runs up a little bit more and breaks the high, I'll take one more. Execute trade. For some reason it goes down and blows out completely. Take one there. But we're going to need to flip where our stops are. Execute trade. My voice has been executed as well. Somebody took it out back and shot it. Wrecked. We'll take the lowest low as well. A little bit bigger stop. Execute trade. Word. All right. Next. Just basically setting pending orders at highs and lows, and then we'll go back and actually look at what's going on. There's nothing really else to do, right? We don't have much movement, and I'm going to wait for the big volatility to potentially happen. And the goal is just going to be to hit a percentage target anyway, or a dollar target. So we're just going to take some positions and see. It could potentially, we'll say in the wicks up there. Try to give it a chance. Execute trade. Then on the low, we'll flip this. We'll say if it breaks that low right there, that would put us somewhere near the low of the day. Execute trade. Seems to be working. NASDAQ, I'm not messing with this. I'm going to let the bot take care of this one. I think I've already got a couple on there anyway. The Dow. We'll say a break of the high. If it rips up and breaks the high, then give it a shot. What's my loss potential there? I need to chill out with that a little bit. Execute trade. These are a little bit heavier, so you need to be a little more careful, a little more deliberate with the stock market indices and gold, things like that. Try those wicks right there. Gonna make it down there. If it goes down there, it's probably going to go lower. This is the thing. We'll try that first. Just don't think it's going to make it down there, honestly. 25. I don't think it's going to go down there. Execute trade. If it did, try it again here. A little bit less of a stop, more of a stop. Execute trade. Just in case it does, I'll try it 2 different places. And then if there's some, it just ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen.
Gold should try to do his thing, maybe.
Gold?
Yeah,
maybe so, actually. Let me look at that. Yep, that's a possibility. Maybe try that. Much to lose. Execute trade. Take that one, mark it. And if for some reason it pokes down there, I'll try it again. Execute trade. Execute trade, please. Thank you, Jarvis. Oh man. Thank you, Prophetess Prime, for your cooperation in my trading endeavors. All right, so we're setting a whole bunch of pending orders, obviously. Having fun with it, testing today. PlayStation 5 controller and voice command. I mean, come on. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? KiwiCAD. And it's useful. Kiwi Swiss, whatever else. Skip KiwiCAD. Kiwi Swiss is a maybe. It feels like the Kiwi is going to go higher. I don't know, man. If for some reason it goes all the way down here, I'll try it there. I think I've already got some on this. I'd really rather try it on the low. Try it there first, maybe. I don't know. Execute trade. Execute trade. I think the short is much more likely. Try the hash. These are probably going to be blowouts though. So we'll just try the highs of the day first. Just don't want to do anything stupid. These are all small positions, so it's not like, there's nothing bad that's going to happen. Execute trade. But you could see how if the entire market moves, you could build into a net distributed position that could be big enough to hit target. And that's the point. Distribute your risk. Instead of concentrating one full lot on one price point on one chart, distribute that lot across the market in the moves that are likely to happen. I'd be surprised at what you find. Execute trade. Kiwi yen. Not messing with that. Aussie Swiss. This one, I think I've already positioned on this. If this blows out much lower, I would be interested in that. If this feels like it may go down, I'd rather be short here. We'll take a look at it later. Execute trade. As far as right now, I think I already have a short. It looks like on the hash. I'll take another one if it blows out up here somewhere. I just know these levels, and it may not necessarily hit the supply and demand levels. We'll try that. Execute trade. So what's the probability that all of them are wrong, right? Aussie, whatever this is, Kiwi, that feels like a short. It just does. I'm already in it. If for some reason it blows out, execute trade. That may be a tight one. Next. At Swiss. If it pulls back to the center, I'll take that. Breaks the low, I'll take the stop. We'll run it above the high. Execute trade. high end, we'll look to short the hash first. Stop above the high, which is stupid, but if it's going to get stopped out, it's going to get stopped out anyway. And I'd be willing to take 2 positions. Execute trade. Execute trade. One more on a broken high. On the high. And whatever there. Execute trade. Next, Swiss yen. I don't think it's going to make it all the way up there. If it ran down, I'll take the long. Just, yeah. Execute trade. Just not likely to get there. But maybe. If it runs all the way down, I'll tag into that one. And if it breaks the low and does something just absolutely stupid, I just don't see that happening. It would have to completely destroy the weekly range. Maybe it could happen, I don't know. But if it does and breaks the low, somewhere in there, stop somewhere right there, execute trade. Oil. I've already gone through some of these. Take the high of the day. Execute trade. Also take the hash. Execute trade. Execute trade. I'll take a blowout, complete blowout. Execute trade. The downside, it's just not going to happen today. So I'm not even going to bother messing with that. Buckhorn. Take a retest of the high potential. Bro, I'll take a break of the high. I just don't think it's going to get there. I don't think that's going to happen. Execute trade. Execute trade. I don't think it's going to get there, but I'll take one. I'll really be looking for something higher on that. Something up in like, yeah, a little bit higher, if not a break of the high. Risk 14, 15 bucks, 20 bucks, whatever. Execute trade. And if for some reason it breaks the high, which is just unlikely, what if it did? I don't think that'll happen before this basket hits target. Execute trade. All right, S&P. Just in case we blow out and break the high. Somewhere like that would make sense. Execute trade.
Whoa.
What happened?
Yen.
Dollar.
Big movement. Dollar, yen. Everything.
Okay. 10 a.m. open. Makes sense. So some things are going to get tagged in here. I see the dollar pumped off. Got the low on the dollar. At least there's that. So here we go. S&P. See what we got on the NASDAQ here. Hold on, let me find it. Chart NASDAQ. Yeah, so we got a weird move there on the 10 a.m. open. Common. All right, so anything back? Nothing's happened. All right. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. Pending orders all over the place. Chart S&P 500. All right, so here on this one, be looking break of the high maybe. Execute trade. Not likely that that's going to happen yet. And if for some reason it did blow out way up above the high up here, which is a maybe. Execute trade. It's going to set some crazy levels. And then see what happens. Execute trade. Execute trade. Scale into it on the way up. And on the way down, if it breaks the low, maybe. I just don't think it's likely. Risk $10 is fine. Not likely to go that far. Execute trade. Execute trade. All right. So we're going to play the cast net game today. See what happens. All these things hit the lows and I miss them all. You know, like this. If this completely blows out, we got a potential for some blowouts today, and that's why I'm doing this. You know, just where there could be just a very big move that comes all the way back. Execute trade. We'll set that and just see what happens. Some of them are going to get stopped out. Most of them won't even get hit, but there's a good chance that some of them get hit and then pull back and hit a target that may be reasonable. You know, if it all pulls back and hits like a $50 to $100 target, take the money. The bot will close them all out. So we're going to run an experiment today. Do it live like Bill O'Reilly. This looks interesting. S&P looks like it's going to be a long, honestly. You know, this kind of thing, I would, you know, I just feel like this is going to go up. So tempting to try it. $5 on that. I think there's going to be a whipsaw here. It looks like it's going to go up. I just know that if second I do this, I'm going to leave it alone. That may be enough for now. I'm going to have actually I'm going to put, we'll look for the hash. Execute trade. If it goes down, we'll look for rejected low with a stop. Execute trade. We'll look for a blowout with a stop. Execute trade. Targets on the high. We'll look for a complete, utter devastation below the low with a stop. Execute trade. Then obviously the shorts on the high. Why not? All right, so it works. It works well enough. And then there's other stuff that you can do too, but we don't have all that in there. In the green, come on, Mr. Botman, let's go. Those are all pending orders. So I don't know if any of those got tagged in. So we're up, back in the green. Let me make sure nothing crazy is going on. Okay, let me set my target. My auto close is going to be $100, which would be another 0.1%. So I'm going to target another 0.1% today. Makes sense. Yeah, sweet. Bots running multiple strategies. I'm running multiple strategies, basically. You can see kind of what was going on earlier. I'm running 4 different strategies on each one of these pairs, and I'm testing something different on the NASDAQ. Running a combination multi-time frame supply and demand with this specialized custom channel that we'll maybe talk about it another time, but not now. What this is very interesting. And I've automated it, basically letting it trade the moving range is what it is. Statistical range strategy, but it's an average. It's a linear weighted average of a statistical range with a standard deviation both sides, up and down. And I'm testing something interesting with that. And it's combined with supply and demand. I believe 1 hour supply and demand levels, H1s. We'll see what happens. Go into green. Nothing bad's happening. It's always a good thing. We'll get ready back to the manual stuff and see what's up with that in a minute. Kind of watch this. I don't know. Just going to try to make a gain on the challenge account. I'm not doing anything crazy on my live account today. It's not a good time to do that. I'm not willing to give not an inch back in some stupid market environment where we have multiple news events and a lot of time between them. Get back to the charts here. So I'm just going to try to make a gain on my challenge account. Jolts. Yeah, so what happened here? How crazy are we here with all right. So there's a lot of job openings, but fewer people working. Right? So yeah. Right. So given the information that we just got, we have fewer jobs than expected and much fewer than last time. But think about what happened. We just went through all these tech layoffs. There have been tech layoffs all over the place. The last couple of Google, Facebook. Man, it's a lot of light in my face. The power of the sun in my grill here. You know, there was a bunch of just tech layoffs that just happened. So makes sense. You know, a lot of people just lost their jobs. Look at the number from last time. We had 253,000. And then this time we were down to 106, and it was a huge miss. So we already know what's going to happen. We already know that NFP is going to be low. They're probably going to revise it down. Huge miss. They're forecasting 190. It's the same data point, guys. It's the same data point, different source. And it came out just a massive miss there by a lot. By a lot. So, and here's the point. It's way down from last time. So we have fewer people working, right? We've lost jobs, but gained job openings. Think about that. Job openings are more than last time, obviously. So wait a minute. So there are more jobs being advertised and fewer people working. Now there's a discrepancy there somewhere, and it may be within the margin of error, you know, but if you think about it, it's a huge loss of workers that are non-farm employees, which are employees. It's basically everybody else. It's everybody but illegal immigrants, basically. Everybody else but, you know, the under the table workers, which, you know, are necessary. Not even hating on that. It's just a necessary evil. Not evil, but it's a necessary thing. You know, you're going to have people demanding $22 an hour to pick strawberries, or are you going to have someone who will work hard and do a great job and do it for, you know, $10 an hour instead? You know what I mean? Sorry, it is what it is. ADP, so non-farm employees, which is people on the books. All the farm jobs are off the books, basically, is what this means. This is payroll processed. Funny that they call it non-farm if you think about it. But so we had a big miss. We had much fewer jobs and more job openings. Interesting data point. So, and the Fed's going to, you know, now the Fed, you know, they already knew this, I'm sure, but, you know, they did see some layoffs happen, and maybe this is why they're slowing. It's possible that this is why we are seeing a slowing in the hikes. Right. And that's what I'm saying. We have conflicting information here. That's the whole thing. It's weird. You know, it's not weird. It's just the thing. You know, what do you do? What does the Fed do with it? Because remember that one of the Fed's mandates is not only stability in prices, inflation, stability in prices, but the labor market. That is, I mean, they basically have two mandates and only two. They regulate the labor market, jobs, and prices. So this is going to be an interesting thing for the Fed here today. You know, for Powell to come out, and we'll listen to what he has to say. But, you know, if you think about it, you know, they want to see these jobs start to knock off a little bit, see some people get laid off before they start slowing these rates. And they probably already know it's obviously they already know it's happening. I mean, look at all the tens of thousands of layoffs just in tech alone that have happened. So, you know, this is interesting stuff here to see more job openings and a massive miss on the number of people employed. You know, something to think about. It's definitely conflicting information, and by a lot. This is not some little miss here. And if you think about, and forecast aside, think about what it was last time relative to this time. We're talking about like 150% difference here. This is not some small amount. This was a massive loss of jobs with more job openings. It's weird. So what's the Fed going to do? Because that's part of their mandate, you know, to regulate the labor market, which is jobs. The maximum employment. You'll hear Powell say this all the time. You know, the Fed's mandate is pricing stability and maximum employment. So we've got a bunch of job openings, more job openings than we had, and 150% fewer people working. So what? So how is this going to go today? Interesting. Make that make sense. So maybe that's what, you know, the crazy thing is maybe that's what the market wants to see. Maybe the market wants to see a situation where they could potentially pause the rate, you know, the rates. We've already shown we've gone 75, 75, 75, and then 50 last time, and now 25 this time. We're seeing a clear slowing in the hikes. We're not back to neutral yet, but there hasn't been a pause. But that's what the equities market, in theory, would like to see. You know, again, I'm not an economist, but we try to keep as abreast of this. Try to keep on top of this the best we can, at least logically. What makes sense fundamentally, and then let's look at the chart. let's see what the money is doing. Well, let's keep on top of it fundamentally, but let's see what the money is actually doing. Because what the money is doing and what the economy is doing are almost always two very different things. You don't believe me? Look at the chart of COVID when everybody wrecked, lost their money, lost their jobs, lost everything, their houses, couldn't pay their bills, had to get stimulus checks. The economy was wrecked in the history of wrecked. And what happened to the stock market? To the moon. Tell me that the stock market and the economy are connected at all. Make an argument to me that the stock, or are we just talking about speculative investing here? Look at, you know, that's all I'm going to say. Look at the chart of the S&P 500 and look at when COVID started. Everybody, this whole thing right here, people losing their jobs, stimulus, losing their jobs, stimulus, print money, losing their jobs, everybody wrecked, can't make their car payments, can't make their mortgages. And look what the stock market is doing, up. Tell me, are we speculative investing here, or are we connected to the economy here? Can't be both. And it's very clearly one and not the other. Just going to say that. Say the quiet part out loud. We all know that by now. COVID proved that to us. Economy don't live here as far as the stock market's concerned. Now, you know, the dollar is the same. Look what happened to the dollar. Think about it. Make a convincing argument. that the stock market cares about what the economy is doing. And then look at the chart during COVID and then rethink that statement that you're about to say. So it's a thing. So anyway, back to trading. Yeah, so who knows what's going to happen here. I think it's going to be an interesting dance today with Powell. I'm curious to see what he has to say, because again, looking at those job numbers, there's obviously something amiss there. And again, I'm not an economist, but I'm interested to see how that plays out and what Powell says, because again, the labor market is part of their mandate, which is jobs. Definitely got some conflicting information. I'd like to hear what some of the analysts have to say, but just looking at it myself, and I was like, something doesn't make sense here. Got more job openings, and I mean a massive miss. It wasn't a little bit. That wasn't a little bit. That was not a small miss. We're talking about, we went from 250 to 100 from last time. That's huge. And now we already know what NFP is going to be. There's no surprise. It's a big miss, and we already know it. Now let's see if they revise this number from 190 down. This is going to be a question. Are they going to revise the NFP numbers now that ADP reported? That's another question. Just game theory wise. We already know it's going to be a huge miss. So there's no surprise, right, for NFP. So there's no trade. So does it get priced in now? And this is the thing. Is this going to get priced in when Powell starts speaking? Not priced in yet. So we already know it's going to be a huge miss on Friday for NFP. Massive. It's the same data point. One's the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and another is the largest private payroll processor in the United States. It's the same data, 2 days apart. We already know it's a massive miss on jobs. Much fewer people are reported to be working, which is interesting. And there are more job openings than last time. So something's not right, or there's something screwy going on, and it's probably somewhere in between on both. So, interesting. Yeah, it's interesting game theory wise. I care much more about the technicals and the, those types of things, but it's interesting to see it, and we'll see what Powell has to say. Right. Exactly, Sam. And that's the thing is, it's primed to make Powell's job even harder is what it feels like. It's primed to make his job harder. He's probably like, oh my God, like, now he's got to talk the market down, but what they wanted to see probably was fewer jobs. Honestly, that's the reality. It's harsh, but it's the reality of, the Fed wants to see fewer people working before they start slowing those rates down. It's just, that's how you combat inflation, is you lay people off. Fewer people need to be working and earning money, in order to bring those prices down. The cure for high prices is high prices.
Don't forget the our wages too. What is climbing really fast.
Right. Yep.
Now, people are quitting their jobs and go work across the street to make double.
Right. Exactly. We just had this conversation at home a couple days ago. It's funny. Won't get into that, but exactly that. Where it's just like, if it would be so easy to just go somewhere else and make more money. My girl and I were talking about that for what she does. She works at a very good company, a very big pharmaceutical company. It's like a Fortune 50 company. And, but, it's just like, it was like, a review was up and stuff. She was got a really good review and all this stuff, her whatever quarterly assessment and all this stuff. And, and then they're going to talk about money. And it's just, it's just like, man, how easy, they better come with something, because if not, they know they're going to lose it. There's a potential to lose a good employee without getting into the whole thing. I'm just saying, like, she could demand more money, because you say, you know what, I could go over here and make, an extra $20,000 a year or something. You know what I mean? And that's part of it, is that's going on a lot around the country, is people are just moving over to another company because they can make more money doing the same thing. Because there's a competitive force there looking for employees, looking for people that are willing to work. So these numbers are interesting, actually.
11 million jobs position. What more you want?
Right. This is a workers market here. This, man, it's interesting to see this. And I wonder if there's a breakdown of what sectors. I would like to know what sectors that is. Are we talking about tech? Are we talking about retail? You know what I mean? What sector of the job market are there that many more openings, like all of the sudden? And that's the thing, is, maybe going in. So March 8th, we're looking at the next one. Maybe looking at, what if it says separation of layoffs to start as. Okay. Yeah. All right. And, this is an interesting one. Normally I wouldn't care about looking at all this stuff. I was like, whatever, don't care. But this is an interesting thing here because of for one thing, the sheer percentage of loss from last time with more job openings. It would be curious to know which sectors were losing the most people. It's probably tech. Tech is probably the one that's getting roasted. But I'm curious. Would be curious to see what where the job openings at. Who's hiring? Who's hiring right now? Interesting stuff. Here goes the dollar. So yeah, weird numbers there. See what Fed does, what Powell says about it. I'm sure there's going to be questions about it. I don't think they take questions at FOMC, but they may next time he's speaking. They may want to know what's up with that. What is he going to say? They're probably looking at this and like, man, like they're going to have to change what they were going to say. Because again, the part of their mandate is to balance the job market, and there's very clearly something going on. Had a lot of layoffs, obviously, and more job openings. But why? What does that mean? Are companies laying people off and rehiring at a lower pay rate or something? You know what I mean? Like, are they gonna lay people off and say, look, if you want a job, we'll just pay you less? They'll offer that same job instead of $60,000 a year at $45,000 a year. Maybe, maybe could be something like that. Maybe there's an element of that. Maybe they're going to lay people off, but immediately look to rehire, but with a lower rate, knowing that we're going into an economic downturn. I don't know, just game theory wise.
Yeah, I don't think that's what is happening right now on the market. I mean,
yeah,
they are paying more, remember?
Well, right, but that's what I'm saying. But why would they? Yeah, how are there more job openings? That's what I'm saying. It's been that way, that they were willing to pay more. But are we going to be heading that direction is what I mean. Are we going the other way? They have been doing this. People have already been leaving. I forget what they were calling it something. They've been leaving to go to other jobs. The Great Resignation or something. Yeah, I think it was the Great Resignation, where people are leaving their job to go somewhere else to make more money. But is that about to stop is the question. But yeah, aside from that, it's weird that there's many more job openings and many fewer people working. So I don't know. We'll see what he says. Again, I don't really care as much about the fundamentals. I think this one's interesting because of what it is. Other than that, we're going to wait for the technicals to make sense and make some money. So yeah, interesting numbers.
The are looking good, baby.
Yeah, all that. When we get a little bit higher, I might try that. Yeah, and that could be a thing. Like Euro Yen, that looks like that's coming down. Pound Yen's already on the low. No reason to start selling it now. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
start looking for short yen.
right. Yeah, and that's what I mean. When the yen gets up there, it's going to be right back at the top of a range. So, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. One more little poke higher, and that may be a thing. Pound yen is pretty close where it is. One more drop on pound yen. Gonna take that shot. I think I've already got some pending orders. But yeah, weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
CAD yen and Aussie yen, pretty good position short from early this morning. And also the Euro CAD and Pound CAD early this morning.
yeah, those were good.
Those are the four that made
Yep,
my day.
yep. Yeah, in this, yeah, we did okay considering the lack of movement. Look at Euro Pound; it still hasn't moved. Euro Pound is just still in that same spot. It's been all day. That's been a pain in
I
the
like
butt, man.
yeah, I like what it's printing right now. Like all those weeks on the top.
Sure. Yeah, it looks rough right now.
Anytime. And the gold also looks like you're gonna do the thing. You know,
Right.
bounce out of the range.
And try again.
And
Yeah, that could be.
yeah, you're
Hope
probably
so.
breaking even on that long gold that you have.
So yeah, in the green, not by much, a couple dollars, but yeah, it's that may be a thing. Hopefully, it looks like it's gonna do it. Yeah, we'll watch that. We just got plenty of time here, guys. This is gonna be a long day today. This is gonna be a grind today.
I tried to jump on a EuroCAD, to add to my position because I sold a little bit, took off a little profit, both pound and EuroCAD. I missed the opportunity to move too fast.
Oh yeah, EuroCAD. Yeah.
I tried to get in, and when I wasn't, by the
bounced,
time I went to get in, it's already,
yeah, it already left. Yeah,
25 pips
we took
out
this.
of where I want to.
I remember this morning. We talked about this morning. Yeah, I remember you were talking about very early in the morning.
No. Yeah, I got on that one and I took profit.
Right.
We're talking on that
and try to get back in it.
Like went to the top of the range, and then I went to get on it. By the time I click and move out, I'm like, I'm gonna wait. And I don't know. I think the dollar is gonna make a new low.
Yeah, this price action looks a little funky. There's a lot of stuff like that in the market right now. It just looks like weak, just grinding higher, but it looks weak. Euro Kiwi, man, that's probably going to be a short soon. There's a bunch of stuff that could play out here. Honestly, I'm ready for this thing to start moving. Let's get this going. Oof, pound yen. We need to watch this. These yen pairs. Hold on, what happened to the yen? All right, the yen just pushed hard. Well, that's tempting right there. Either right here or up here. We're going to try it two different places. Might try it first. Look at pound yen. Big lower low. I mean, original target from the short the other day. That's close. Let me see if I have see if I have that on. I don't know if I have those pending orders there. Let me see. Chart pound yen. No, I don't have one there. Yeah, I mean, that's tempting. Yeah, I'll take one. Execute trade. Execute trade. But where that is right there, I'll give it a shot. It's one of two places that's likely to be the low. I've already got pending orders on the other ones. Already had, it looks like the bot had done something there. The bot took some trades there. I can see it's long and short, so that would be smart grid. Let's see what we got. For Fed chair. Oh man, I wouldn't want his job. Tough job. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for Powell, man. He's got he's caught a rough ride, man. He's had a rough ride on this. Man, that's one of those jobs like president. You know, why would you want to be the president? It sounds cool on paper. It's probably not. You know, that's one of those jobs, but man, that'd be tough. Wouldn't want to be the Fed chair, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe we could audit. They wouldn't want me to be the Fed chair because the first thing we do is, okay, let's audit this thing and see what do we have here. Let's shine some light on this. And I would probably end up nowhere. I would be found in a mysterious car accident somewhere, I'm sure. But we're not going to do that. I don't want to be the Fed chair. But yeah. Come on, pound yen. Honestly, I kind of want to have some fun on this and like fire. Something like that. Let's go. It's the worst that could happen. Lose $20. I'd have some fun, right? Yeah, exactly. Hey, here's your driver is here, Mr. Fed Chair, and I'll just never make it to the meeting. That's exactly what would happen. All right, so interesting here. We're to that point. Probably should have moved my stop a little farther away than that, but that's all right. Again, we'll take, already got some there. We'll put one there. We'll do a whole bunch of stuff here. Execute trade. Execute trade, please. Funny. So, just put a pending order down there on a blowout, and I'll let the bot do the rest of it and hope nothing crazy happens. Gold, silver. I got a couple on gold, so I'm gonna just setting a bunch of traps. See what happens. I just wanted to look at the yen because of where the yen is. Pound yen, maybe a thing here. Maybe a thing. Next, back to it. Yeah. Yeah, we got two reasons why. No, well, there you go. Here's your sign. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. We'll see how it goes. So, what do we have here? Let's go through the markets again real quick. Buckcorn, nothing changed. Dollar, possibly the low of the day, if not a temporary low. We'll see what happens here. Anything can happen. Again, I think now, especially now after that, everybody's going to want to see what Powell's going to say. What is his response to those numbers we just got and the conflicting nature of those numbers? Something is clearly going on. You know, I'm sure there's people already writing articles about it. Maybe we could ask ChatGPT. What does it mean when, you know, there are 150% fewer people working, but more job openings? Let's ask it and see what it says. Maybe. Oh man. Wrecked. Apparently Tom Brady is retiring. Day for Tampa Bay Bucks fans out there. Wrecked. Not surprising. He'll retire and then magically unretire with a different team. Lol. Oh, going in. Ooh, into the green. Going into the green all of a sudden. Right. Cha-ching. EuroCAD long. Bot took profit on EuroCAD. Right. we got some stuff happening here all of a sudden. We got some volume. Interesting on pound yen, if everybody was paying attention right there. So yeah, apparently Tom Brady's retiring. Bummer for the Bucks. He'll probably come back somewhere else, I'm sure. I was thinking about asking Ask Jeeves if it'll load. What does it mean if there are many fewer people working, but more jobs available? It'll load. That GPT's been wrecked lately because there's so many people using it. I know Microsoft just invested a lot into them. Just want to see what it says. And no answer. Yet. Curious to see what it has to say. This thing's crazy, man. You can paste like the transcript of the Fed speech in there and it'll just immediately answer any question you want to know about it. Pretty crazy. Craziness going on in there. All right. Oh, we got an answer. All right. So what does it mean if there are many fewer people working but more jobs available? It says it suggests that there is a mismatch between the skills and availability of the workforce and the requirements of the available jobs. The workers who previously filed for available jobs may have left the labor force or may no longer possess the necessary skills to perform the job. AI may no longer possess the necessary skills to perform the job, or there may be a surplus of workers with certain skills and a shortage of workers with other skills. This can lead to increased competition for certain jobs while others remain unfilled. Scary answer. Probably exactly what it is. What does it mean if there are many fewer people working but more jobs available? Says it suggests that there is a mismatch between the skills and availability of the workforce and the requirements of the available jobs. The workers who previously filed for available jobs may have left the workforce or may no longer possess the necessary skills to perform the job, or there may be a surplus of workers with certain skills and a shortage of workers with other skills. This can lead to an increased competition for certain jobs, right, while others remain unfilled. Okay, interesting answer. Makes sense. When in doubt, ask the expert. Makes sense. Logical. There's probably some truth to that. All of it. Anyway. Next. Speaking of not having the skills necessary to do the job, that tool right there just made its point in its answer. that answer right there made the whole point. Case in point right there. Funny. You need a degree in economics to go work for it. Does a company need you? If your job is to analyze the Fed speech and tell us what we should do based on this, and that data point. Something to think about. Talking about a mismatch of availability and skilled workers. Before there's going to be a mismatch, all right. There's going to be a mismatch in skilled versus unskilled workers, whether that worker is software or a human. S&P. Right, it's 100% true. It's facts. You know, like it will give you an instant answer that's better than an economics professor at Harvard. Wild. And you know, and just what does that mean? You know, we've already beat this dead horse about AI. It's the topic of 2023. We've beaten this dead horse already. I think everybody, if you don't see what's coming, you're intentionally not paying attention. And it will be your fault when it's left behind. If you're not paying attention to what's going on, it's because you just don't want to see it. There is no denial at this point. There's no argument. It's here, it's happening, and it is coming for your gerbs. Took our gerbs. Euro pound. Come on, baby. Finally. Euro yen may be about to do a thing. Even though it may not look like it when euro pound gets up there and goes to retrace where the yen is. This may be a thing. They took our gerbs. Pound yen looks interesting. Euro yen, a little bit more on euro. Euro CAD. Boy, that was a good trade right there. A little bit more. Watching euro pound here. What are we looking at? Gonna be some trades today, boys and girls. We're gonna get there. There may be a significant turnaround here in euro yen here in just a minute. I mean, oh, well, never mind. Wait a minute. No, the euro's up. Depends on if the yen stays up or not. What is, hold on a second. Let me look. What is down? What's already down? The dollar. I mean, euro dollar. Euro dollar, actually. Yeah. The dollar's already down. If the dollar's going to hold, if the dollar holds, then the euro's doing what the euro's about to do. Could have a stronger pound coming in, possibly. Pound yen. Makes more sense. Stronger pound, potentially, if euro pound's going to reject here, which means we're likely to have a strong pound. CAD Swiss. This is very tempting right here. Euro pound, where that is. Let me look at this real quick. Got chart euro pound. That breaks that high. Going into the green. Into the green. This is going to be interesting, actually, on euro pound and pound yen, where pound yen is. If euro pound reverses here, this is what I was thinking about a second ago. If euro pound reverses Probably going to be a pound strength that's going to be part of that. And looking at where the yen is, if the yen also reverses soon, we're going to have a weaker yen, but a stronger pound. What does that mean here? You know, is that going to happen? Interesting. We'll look and see. Potential. It's a potential for a stronger pound here in just a minute, which could be interesting given where the yen is and given where some of the other stuff is. Want to stick with that pound yen. Be a good synergy there. Pound CAD. What was the other one? Pound Swiss maybe was way down. Broken the low. Figured that was going to happen. Not doing anything on that. Pound yen might be really interesting here. We need to watch this. Watch the yen. Euro CAD, same. When we get up there, good run, but it may be a short. You know, if there wasn't so much news today, we'll be firing away. But I'm going to try to play this the right way. Let's watch. I think we should watch this one for a minute too, because what happens here may determine what happens between that dynamic between the euro and the pound. Curious here on pound yen. I have a feeling that people are about to get finessed right now. See these red candles and they're going to start selling it. Probably not a great idea. Let's watch this. Give me just a minute. Let me grab a drink real quick. Gold. And happened to gold. Script. Everything is in the group updates channel. All the code and all the tools and everything is in group updates channel. The one at the top. All right, I just saw that script. Let's go. Gold's bounced all over the place. There, it did the thing. It did. Thing sure did. Sweet. Yeah, going into the green. Back in the green. Already hit target once. Gonna try to do it again. Trying to be careful. Don't want to do anything stupid. Again, very low risk kind of thing today. All the time. You know what really is getting my... You know what really grinds my gears? This stupid Dow, man. I had the position on this earlier and panicked out of it. It did run up though and then back down. But if I would have just stayed on that, gosh, I had a little bit bigger position on it short too, from like right in here. And it was up quite a bit and I thought it was going to pop back up and it didn't. And boom, down. That would have been a good position. I would have hit target already, but that ended up being right. Ended up being right. S&P's coming down. Everything's looking good. Going well into the green now. $20. With a lot of room. Plenty of room to go. I think we should watch the yen here. I think we're positioned in the right direction though, overall. The dog is about to break the door down. He needs to go outside. Hold on, buddy. Yeah, good game though. On the way down. Yep. G13 classified. Come on, pound yen maybe. We need to pay attention to this. There's a potential for this to be the low of the day. See what happens. See what happens here. Give me just a minute. Let me run downstairs for a few minutes. Going to be here all day. We'll find Powell when it comes on. We'll wait for the data release. We're still hours away. Going to be here. This is going to be a long day, guys. So we're going to be here all day, positioning ahead of time when things make sense, and then obviously listening to what's going on. Weird day today. I just want to get this honestly over with. And then we'll go on to the next one tomorrow. We'll focus on the euro and the pound tomorrow. But yeah, we got to see what we get here. Pound yen looks really good. Give me just a few minutes and we'll continue on.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Lob.
Alrighty. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Lunchtime is over. Alright. What now? What's happened? In the green still. Weird. How long? What's that about? When did I do that? Oh, yeah. About the dip on the Dow. Yes. So it would have been probably a pending order. Nothing got stopped out. Interesting. Dow's in the green. Euro pound. That's definitely one that I was watching. Oh wow, yeah it is. Okay. So I'm gonna try that one again. Broken high. Again, it's just likely that it's gonna pull back at some point, wherever the high is gonna be today. Try it again. Sorry, I'm yelling in the mic. Dang, I missed it. By like a pip. We'll watch that. That's a maybe. That one is a maybe, and eventually turn around. We could get some dumpage going on here potentially in the euro. I think I'm getting tagged in on some pending orders too. Move that out of the way. Let's get this top out of the way. All right, so what do we have here? All right, so that wasn't the high. So it's going to be probably the next level. We're going to make a decision on it. It's pretty close right now. Maybe worth watching a chance. Yeah, or maybe worth taking a chance. I mean, euro pound. Yeah, that was a good run up. I wish I would have held that euro CAD. Whatever happened to that? I had a really good entry this morning on euro CAD. Yeah, we took the center. That's probably about done. You know where it is. That was an 85 pip run. Probably about done where it is. Euro pound too. Made sense. Makes sense. We'll try it again. Try to let it go a little more. I don't know if it's going to get there or not. Kind of higher time frame levels. Maybe. Again, we could get some weird blowouts here today too because of the news. Yeah, I don't know. No, we're going to end up in the green. I do know that. Euro Kiwi. That's a thing too right there. Got all kind of stuff going on there with Euro Kiwi. Gosh, kind of missed it. One of those might have to mess with it just because. Start Euro Kiwi. Got some pendings on it. Take the why not? Why not? Given where everything else is, euro pound, probably one of those same situations. We should go one more little bit. One more. Just break it. But honestly, the average high here isn't terrible. Not terrible. Again, it's one of those things where do you really want to miss it? Knowing that it could go just a little bit more, that would make sense. Talking about between 3 and 7 pips away with a potential 150 pip run. Basically, like, you know, here we go right here. Chart euro pound. Yeah, it's one of those that, it's maybe. Why not? Execute trade. Word. All right. So there's that. Little piece. Just a little guy. Risking 1/100th of my account per trade. With a bunch of trades. We'll see what happens here. Oh, that's funny. Lol. All right. Come on, euro pound. I have a feeling about that one. It's going to be good later. Whenever the yen is done, that's another thing that's going to be good later. Got room to go up, but I'm going to bet on a pullback first. Sorry, guys. Hold on 1 second. Wrecked. Voice is just giving out. So, let's get back to trading here. Uh-oh, negative $5. What happened all of a sudden? And we're there. Come on, euro pound. Let's go, baby. What else? Flip through and take another look here. This is going to be a slow portion of the day. Waiting. Now we're in the real slow part. We're just waiting for 2 p.m. for the crap to hit the fan. See what the heck they're going to say about whatever those job numbers were this morning. Whatever you want to call that. Your WASI. That looks like a potential lower high coming. Gosh. So many opportunities. Come on, pound yen. You can do it. Going to going to the evil place there. Quiet place. Whatever it's called. Got some broken lows on like pound Aussie, pound Swiss, pound CAD. it's funny. Sorry, having a good laugh about something. Well, yes. To take time for the memes real quick. So, oh, just got stopped out on something. Pound yen. What happened, bro? Come on, man. All right, well, try again. All right, that's what the stop was for. It didn't hold the thingamabob. The who's'em what's it and the whatchamacallit did not hold. Okay. We'll be looking for the low now. Not buying until we get down lower. Worth a shot. I'm assuming the yen went higher, even though that price action looks good on pound yen. It'd stop in a weird place here. I'm just gonna wait until it, see if it goes lower. Some are gonna get stopped out and some are gonna hit. We just haven't moved out enough to hit yet. Welcome, welcome. That running twice. All right. Welcome, guys. Anyway, we're going to look for this lower. Kind of coming back from lunch. We'll get back into it in just a second. We're kind of waiting for, I'm watching some stuff, waiting for something to happen. Already set a whole bunch of positions out. Trading a challenge account today until the news hits. After the news, I'm going to go back to the live account. I'm just not in anything right now. Yeah. I think it's this one. Yeah. Not in anything. I'm flat. Don't have anything going on. Took something earlier. I guess oil didn't go, whatever. That was kind of a test position anyway. Testing something. So yeah, I'm not in any positions here on the live account, just waiting. I'm going to wait for after the data hits, and then I'm going to try to position when there's a much higher probability of a move. I'm not even going to try to guess, and I'm not going to take get wrecked out on. This is how you get chopped up. You get chewed up doing too much. Welcome. So yeah, I'm gonna wait until the data hits, and then when the market moves, and it will, it's gonna go one direction or the other, and then I'm gonna start positioning for the reversals. That's tends to be how I do things on the news. I kind of how I do things anyway, but I would just rather wait for it to hit levels. We haven't really gotten a lot of movement on a lot of stuff, so I'm just gonna kind of wait. So I'm trading a challenge account for now. Maybe we'll go through and do some stuff. Go through and take another look. Where is it? All right, let's go through and take another look. Crazy. Let's see what we got. All right. So what do we have? See. Chart NASDAQ. Whatever happened here? Got a bunch of pending orders. Nothing's changed. The bot's got some trades on. The bot's it'll be positioning on this. So There's a chance, you know, it's going to go out into a little bit of a drawdown and then wait for it to return. I'm expecting that when the data hits, there's going to be all of a sudden it's going to go negative, and then when everything retraces, that is when things are going to get interesting. It'll be completely normal, and we're going to do it live. We'll run it. Going to run the bot. It's probably going to take a whole bunch of positions, but then once the whipsaw comes, and it almost always does, very rarely does it run out and stay there. It almost always runs out and then comes back, and then runs out and comes back, runs out and comes back and forth. On these kind of news events, it'll get jerked around one way, and then 30 minutes later when Powell comes on and starts talking, then it'll really start moving. That's how this goes. You'll get an initial knee-jerk reaction, and then when Powell gets on and starts speaking, it'll be all over the place. So we'll see what happens. And it'll be taking a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, what's up, man? Dow for FOMC, chart Dow Jones. Chart Dow Jones. I guess I should probably not say in front of it. I'm taking positions either way, whether it goes up or down. Actually, I should have some on the highs. Let me go above the high just in case it blows out. Honestly, I'm not even going to bother trying to mess with it. It's up already. I was short earlier this morning, but hit target and closed out. So it is what it is. You know, we'll go through that. We'll take a look at it in a second. It's already down and then retraced back up. Execute trade. It's already down. Set some pending orders at levels that make sense. I think it would be hard for it to go up and not break the high. Just in case it does something stupid, I'll put it way up there. Execute trade. Did I not already set my levels here? Maybe I did. Okay, I've got a couple higher. I set some of the lows in case it goes down, but not the highs. Just setting some pending orders, just kind of messing around. I'm not even worried about what it's going to do, honestly. We got a really weird job print, honestly. We had more available jobs than last time, but a huge miss on number of people working. So weird. You know, I've already hit target today, so took a couple stops too on some shots at it, but a small amount. I'm in the green, and I'm just going to set some stuff, and I'm just going to let the bot trade it for one thing. And then once the market moves, I'm going to start positioning on my live account. Looking like the camera. Is it looking blurry? I don't know if that's what you mean or not. Try to zoom back in. It's hard to say. Yeah, also if you change the settings, if that's what you're talking about, you can change the settings on the stream, and sometimes YouTube, you have to do that. You have to actually manually tell it to go to 1080p, but it's streaming in 1080p. Anyway, Dow Jones, not sure if that's what you mean. Not sure if that's what you mean, but not sure what to do with this, to be honest, because we're between a swing high, like our swing low currently, and our swing high. Basically, we're in between the high and the low. It's right in the middle. It's not really a good place to make a decision. However, boy, that euro pound is really up there. Now it's getting into that higher time frame resistance, though. Resistance / bearish block, whatever you want to do with it. I may move these stops out of the way because there's no reason for me to take stops there. But yeah, no, I just set a whole bunch of pending orders all over the place, and I'm just going to wait. I'm already up. I'm just going to play with it and test it today and just see what happens if you do that. Just let the market play out and let the bot trade it. That's typically what I would do anyway. Let the bot run it, and then once it goes out, oh man, my stomach. Once it goes out to whatever the extreme levels, then we're going to hit the reversals, but after the news. I think I got enough pending orders here. What's this dollar yen? I don't really trade this one much, but for a reason. Fundamentally, this is not really The dollar and the yen go the same direction so often. This can kind of be a waste of time sometimes, but when they break correlation, it does move. Hey man, yeah, it's just like one of those things where I put a pending order above the high, and then I don't think it's going to get hit. Just in case the dollar moons though, which is a possibility. Execute trade. It is a possibility. Maybe I'll put another one higher. We'll say somewhere like that. Execute trade. There's a possibility that the dollar moons today for sure. Given it is a rate hike, right? And the dollar is very low. Dollar CAD longs are looking really good right now. Already got those in. Looking good. Dow shorts looking good still. I'm going to leave that where it is. Dow Jones. I guess I should say chart Dow Jones. Where is that? Oh, long. I was gonna say, what the heck? Okay, so it is long. I was gonna say I thought it was a short. Let me move my stops to break even. Let me do that. So, and again with the push of a button, stops to break even. On the long, it was a pending order. That's what it was. I remember doing it now. I had a pending order in the wicks down there, and it hit and bounced. So just in case that holds, whatever, no reason to take a loss. Let's see. Chart CAD Swiss. Let's see. Nothing there. Chart gold. The gold's coming down. And this was the play earlier. It did do the bounce, but now need to watch this now. And again, there's no help with the dollar. Euro pound is close probably. Maybe that was it. Just already got some on it. Chart euro pound. Chart euro pound. Thing is crazy high right now. I've just already got one on it. And the bot's trading a couple of them too. Let's see what else. Flipping through. Some of these pound pairs broke the low. Got pending orders down there to catch them on the when it goes down. Using the PS5 controller yet for MetaTrader. Got the technology. Got the tools. I built a custom risk manager. And has the ability to control MetaTrader over the network with a gamepad or whatever, Xbox, PlayStation. If you have your own USB controller, Guitar Hero controller, if you really wanted to, I'm sure we could figure that out. But yeah, using a PlayStation 5 controller, and just put the voice command in over the weekend, and chart NASDAQ. Works. Got a really cool trading tool here. There's nothing better than this. It's not that I know of. It's a risk manager, does a whole bunch of other stuff. There's a whole bot that goes, with it too. It's all for the people on the other side. I develop my software. I'm a software developer, been for the last 20 something years. I develop software for the group. Yeah, we got some cool stuff that nobody else has. Aussie Kiwi, that's interesting there. Execute trade. Execute trade, please. Thank you. I'm just gonna set some traps on the. And again, I'm gonna wait on the live account until the market moves. I'm not gonna bother. There's no reason to do it. I'm ahead. There's no reason to take a risk. S&P. So yeah, it basically developed a custom tool. This doesn't exist that I know of, especially not like this. I know it's been done before, but it's not available. But yeah, this actually took some work to make this work. And to make it compatible. I'm still working on it. But yeah, it's available. I know it's verified working with PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 controllers. I have a Switch controller that I haven't tested yet. I just haven't gotten to it. a Nintendo Switch, and I need to get an Xbox controller because the two main ones that everybody are going to have are going to be Xbox and PlayStation. Verified working with PS5 and PS4. I need to test it with Xbox. There's slight differences on how the input is sent through different controllers. It's kind of a pain in the butt. There's no standardization across console controllers. So it takes some work to get that working, and then the network part of it working. But yeah, it's also a trade copier. You can copy trades over the internet. It's a risk manager. Obviously, it sizes your lot size for you. Use the analog sticks. Oh yeah, that too. Risk analysis. Have on-screen. You can do it this way too. You know, on-screen control of it, but there's a risk analysis panel too that I've completely forgot about that I need to finish. It calculates your total risk per asset and tells you if everything got stopped out, what would you lose? If everything hit target, what would you gain? That's extremely useful. It's a risk analysis. Basically, on your open exposure, it loops through all of your orders and calculates what your total dollar amount in stops and what the total percentage of your account in stops would be. So if it's easier to manage multiple positions. I just finished that, but it works. I need to make it look better, but I've got it spitting out the data. And also, hedge positions, close all account, close all chart, whatever. You can set your risk. I can say, I want to have a radial menu. You can change with the analog stick and say, I want to risk 0.01% of my account, or I want to risk $25 per trade. And then wherever you move your levels to, it'll automatically size your position, and the rest is history. Well, let's keep it at $5 right now. We're just trading a bunch of low risk positions, so it's it's a cool thing. Nobody else has anything like this. It doesn't exist. Makes Magic Keys look like a scam for $160. I'll tell you that. I have an $8 keypad, charging $160 for it, but it is, and this is again available to the group members. No extra charge, and there's a lot more stuff coming too, but this is in testing right now. It's available, but for testing, it's also a mobile app for Android, and iPhone is coming. Welcome. Thanks for the sub. Welcome. Yeah, there's also a mobile app. It's for Android and Windows right now. Mac is obviously coming. If you need it for Mac, I'll build it for Mac. It is just I'll compile it for Mac. But right now it's for Windows and Android and iPhone. When it's done, I'll put it on the App Store for iPhone, but you can't put it up. Apple's really restrictive on what they will allow on the App Store. So if it's not a finished piece of software, it's best to just wait. So until it's done, and it's getting close. I got some interface stuff to do. It doesn't look great right now, but it has the ability to do a lot of things like 3D interface and like explosions and stuff like that. And what's coming is going to be really sweet. But yeah, it works. You control your MetaTrader, and it works over a network too. So it has a lot of other abilities. You can copy trades from one machine to another. It'll mimic your trades on unlimited other accounts, even over the internet. It's got a lot of cool features, and that's the bot is also part of it. 20 different strategies. I'm not even going to get into it. Everybody knows about the bot. I'm running it live. 20 different strategies, and all. I just added the 20th strategy, actually. But yeah, anyway, it's a cool piece of software. It works great. It's useful. It's very good for scalping and for setting positions and just navigating the chart. Like, you can do it faster than you can with a mouse. Like if I wanted to move my stop to right there, my target to right there, it's already done. Before I can even explain it to you, it's already happened. Before you can even look down at your mouse to grab the mouse to drag lines, it's already done. So this is kind of blurry here with all this crap in the way. Trying to get this to focus. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Love it. It's fun too. Tips of duty. Scalp warfare. But it's really good. You can enter positions, close positions, and close partials. You know, like if I wanted to close a partial, I have a preset radial menu or a custom percent. Say if I wanted to close 10% of my position, I just roll over to that menu option with the analog stick. Hit it. You know, like say I wanted to close, you know, whatever. I want to close 50% of my position, I just do that and roll to it and it's already done. If I want to close 10%, I just roll over to that and boom, it's already done. I want to change my risk to 0.25% per trade, do that. It's already done. Just like that. You can enter custom. You'll be able to talk to it soon. That's the one thing I did not get to this weekend, is to say risk 0.1%, and it'll just bloop, instantly change your risk. Zero, you know, say risk $26 per trade. It'll bloop, just automatically change your custom risk profile. That's going to be useful for trading on the fly with different types of things. Like say you're in a position already, but you want to switch to a scalp and you want to take a little more. Say, you know, risk 0.25%. It'll bloop, instantly change your risk profile, and then you can change it back with your voice or whatever. There'll be options for it. You know, be able to hedge trades, close trades. Say, you know, close all this chart. Closes all your open positions. Yeah, it's going to be a bunch of stuff. It's already pretty good. I just need to work on the interface a little bit. So what is this? Aussie Kiwi. I've got some pendings here. I already have a short there. What is this? You know, like say I wanted to, you know, we'll just say I want to put a pending position. I'll put it right there. I'll put my stop right here. I'll put my target just above those highs right there. Execute trade. Or not. Execute trade. You can do it with your voice. It's much easier to do it the other way. You know, if I wanted to put one underneath it, we'll say I'll put it under the low, put my stop right here, and just do that instead. Working on the voice command, it works. It does work. Just have to be deliberate with it. And it does support other languages as well, which is interesting. The Windows speech synthesis engine does. What is this? Oil. Boy, that's tempting right there. This is one of those things where I'll take one, and then if it doesn't go, I'll take another one. Whatever. Less though. Put one there. I'll put a pending order down here. Do that. I'll scale into that one. If it breaks the low, be looking somewhere down there. Why not? Put some pending orders out. Big drop on oil though. We're near what would statistically be the low of the day. So whatever. Bitcoin. S&P hasn't gone anywhere. That makes sense because the market's probably spooked about what they just saw in the job numbers. Aussie Kiwi looks like it's going to be a short temporarily. We'll skip it for now. I've already got some pending orders. On there just in case. Kiwi Swiss. So yeah, playing with the voice command. I just got it working over the weekend, but you can control it with your voice, and all of the commands will be in there. It's going to have OpenAI connectivity to be able to ask questions about statistical things that have happened in the market. You'll be able to ask it questions like, say, tell me how many times in the past 200 days the weekly candle has exceeded its statistical average by at least 30%. Sure, I can do that. And it's happened 17 times. You know, it's coming. I'm already building it. It's already being built. And I just haven't put the connector in yet. I've already tested some of that stuff. Got my my key, my API key for OpenAI. That stuff's coming. Ooh, pound yen. Let me actually move this stop out of the way. I don't want to get out of that yet. I just had a weird stop on there. It's such a small position. I'm not worried about those. There's no reason to take a stop on that. I want to be long on that. They get stopped out. They get stopped out. Yeah, there's going to be some very cool stuff happening right here. I'm going to do it live like Bill O'Reilly. I already have a long there. And then obviously training a random forest machine learning model on historical OHLC data. That's coming for the bot. I've been looking into this. Every night when work is over, I start researching until I fall asleep. That's what I'm doing. When I'm not here, I'm researching what's coming. How do I build all of the things that are on my list of things to build? What is the right way to do this? What machine learning models tend to be the most successful in financial data? You know, and I'm deep in all that right now. Pound yen. I want to be long pound yen, honestly. For when that bounces, it wasn't on the hash, so we'll wait for the low of the day. I've already got some down there, but I'll take another one. Take a couple micros. Fire. We'll set a little more risk if it hits the low of the day. NASDAQ is whatever. Yeah, so again, I know it's kind of hard to follow, but kind of setting some traps. Honestly, I'm testing something. Just gonna set some traps at levels. I mean, you can do that. You can set pending positions and wait for the market to move. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to let the market move, let some of these pending positions get filled. You know, like something like this. If this blows the high out, you know, stop way out. Again, small positions, but more of them. That's just would be impossible for that to happen. What is this, EuroCAD? Where is that within the week? Yeah, that thing's way out right now, EuroCAD. Euro pound is at an interesting level. I've been researching a lot of stuff like that lately. You know, what's the most effective model in finance for this types of data and for different types of data and different numbers of data points that you need, you know, to run machine learning model on. There are different models, you know, like a linear regression model would be one way. You know, neural net or decision tree. And for financial data, from what I read, a random forest model is the most effective type. So, you know, I'm doing those types of research right now. What do we do? How do we figure this out? And also I've got some very important hints from someone who's been very successful doing it. And it's not what you would think. Not what you would think. He said just completely forget about signals. Skip it. Don't try to generate signals, trading entries and exits. Use it for something else. And that something else is very interesting. Don't use machine learning to generate signals. Use it to do this instead. And that's what we're going to do. I'm not going to tell you what that thing is. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to be about it and not talk about it. Said from experience, someone who does this professionally said from experience, don't waste your time trying to generate entry and exit signals. You'll get some things, but there's something much better that you can use machine learning for. And it has to do with risk management. Oh, that's a huge hint. He said, forget about signals. Do this in order to figure out position sizing instead. And it's what that thing is. It's very interesting. So we're going to do it. Just to talk about something interesting there. Little teaser. Which I thought was interesting. So trust me, forget about it. Don't worry about trying to generate signals. You'll have much more success doing this thing instead. It has nothing to do with entries and exits. We CAD and use a random forest model, not a linear regression model like everybody else does. Aussie Kiwi. I'm gonna train machine learning agents using a video game toolkit, a video game development engine, but with real machine learning, to train it to play the trading game like an AI opponent would, using OHLC candle data converted into 3D objects in a video game environment. It's an approach that I doubt anybody's even tried yet. And I can announce that because I'm already working on it. I'm already building it. Come on, oil. One more to the downside. Holding in there. Oil shorts looking okay. See, here's where, before that hits, I'm going to hedge oil before that entry hits. I'm going to hedge my oil in place with a clickety click of a button. It's calculated the lot size and hedged it. So when that new order hits, there's a higher probability that it goes back up from here, at least relative to its current position on the chart. And if it breaks the low, it'll tag in another one. So what I'm doing is I had an oil short that was in profit. So what it is, I hedged that exposure to not lose it in case it bounces here, just in case it does, because oil's just completely blown out its statistical range for the day. Euro pound's coming down too. Probably about to see some green here in just a minute. So before that next long gets tagged in, I want to hedge it now. And then when it dips down and tags that long in, it'll be overweight long to the upside. Let's go. What's that? Buttcorn. Oil. Come on, oil. I have a feeling there's a trade coming here. This should be tagging in at any second. Let me go down into a lower time frame. The Un Minuto chart. One more. A little bit more. Got a bunch of pending orders here. It looks like a rat's nest, but kind of having fun with it today, testing on this. But this is a challenge account. You know, there is money on the line here. And I'm ahead too, and I obviously don't want to do anything stupid. I'm not going to. I'm a low risk trader anyway. Just kind of testing stuff today. I want to set a bunch of pending orders and just let the market do something stupid and see what happens. I never do that. I normally wait for very specific levels and make decisions at those levels. Let's see. There we go. Let me get tagged in here. Okay, so it is tagged in. Come on, man. I'll look at oil later. If it breaks the low, it'll hit one more. So if oil's going to bounce back up, we need to take a look at the CAD, right? Because there's a fundamental correlation between, a positive correlation between oil and the Canadian dollar. Not an opinion, it's a hard correlation. The Canadian dollar is valued in barrels of oil, which is odd, but it is. So you want to know what the CAD's doing, you got to know what oil's doing within reason. So if we're likely to gain on oil here in just a few minutes after it blows its low of the day out and bounces back up, the Canadian dollar is likely to gain, in theory. So if the Canadian dollar is likely to gain relative to what other currencies do we need to watch? You know, what do we need to look at? Pound CAD, that may not work out, to be honest. Very seriously considering, here's what I'll do. I'll put a pending order in the little wicks right there. If it breaks the high, put a pending order there. I have a feeling this is going to dump for some reason. This price action doesn't look good. If it goes higher, I'll try it. I'll put a, whatever, we'll do that. 3 lots. I'll put another one on the hash, which would also make, I'll leave my target the same. Put another one on the hash. I'll let it breathe a little bit. Put another one up here. I think I've already got some just in case it runs up. I think it's unlikely. And set some pending orders. See what happens. I bet it ends up in profit. It's going to hit some of them and it's going to not hit some of them, and some will get stopped out and some will run for 100 pips. And we'll see what the balance is going to be when it's all said and done. Probably going to get some wild volatility. NASDAQ. So what do we do here? Besides throw darts. Kind of throwing darts today. They don't normally do this kind of thing, but it makes sense. What I'm doing, the levels make sense. I just don't know. I normally do it all manually instead of just spray it all out at levels and just wait and see what happens. You know, what's the worst that could happen here? Honestly, gold. We'll put another one on the low, projected low. If it hits, I'll put another one down here on the blowout. Last chance for a higher low. See if it hits. Put one down here on a complete blowout of the low, which would be absolutely ridiculous. See if it hits. I've already got my shorts on the way up. We'll see what gets hit. You know, that kind of stuff is funny, but it works. I mean, in theory, maybe. We're already there on that. I don't know. We're going to find out. And then the bot will also be taking positions too. So there's a whole bunch of stuff is going to happen when the news hits. Didn't really get too much movement. We got 2 hours. Oil. Probably need a bigger lot size on it though. Fast that was. God. With the pending orders. Instant. So when it breaks the low, I want it to tag in some pending orders there, and then I'll let it wait and see. I'm going to stack this up. This thing's going to end up in the green. Already in the green. But took a couple stops. Whatever. Experimentation days today. Until the news happens. And there's something got tagged in. It's going to be a riot today. Speaking of riot, I wonder whatever happened with that thing. The garbage cops making all the good cops look bad. There are such thing as good cops. There's just unfortunately a lot of bad apples. It's true on both sides. But yeah, man, talk about riots. Surprised the whole country didn't explode. I wonder what the reason is that it didn't actually. Interesting that it didn't explode into uncontrollable shutdowns of cities. That's interesting to me. Game theory wise, why not? It's the worst thing in history that's ever happened. Why are the streets not shut down with riots? I don't know. It's weird. I don't know if there is an answer. The answer is uncomfortable, honestly. What it appears to be is uncomfortable. That sucks. Maybe it was a test of society. Maybe that's exactly what it was. Maybe it really didn't happen. and it was a test of society, and society failed. Aussie Kiwi, what happened here? Still short there. This may be something. Kiwi yen, super tempting. Normally the kind of thing I would just give it a shot and see if something bad happens. 2 micro lots, what does it matter? You know, the funny thing about doing this, people are like, why do you trade micro lots? Well, I might have 150 of them open with a combined position size of 1.5 lots distributed across the entire market. Ultimate diversification. It's a different way, different mindset. Gold, already got that. Sorry, just what a miss. Oh yeah. Talking about basically I wrote it's written in C# for video game engine. It's the little thing you see on the screen. It's an app. It's a mobile app, but also a Windows app, and you're gonna be able to configure the bot with it, and you can go through and set up your controller or whatever. This will be a thing. You'll be able to rebind your keys. Like if you want a different key combination for your trade execution or whatever, you'll be able to configure all of the bot all through a mobile app over the internet without even having to open MetaTrader. Like if you wanted to send your configuration to your VPS or something, you can just do it from a mobile app without even having to log into it. That's coming. So yeah, anyway, it'll be a thing. Basically, it goes out over the network. You have to put in the IP address of your local network, and it communicates over the network instead of like Bluetooth. So it gives it a lot more potential options, especially with the bot, integrating with the bot and what's coming, what's eventually going to be here. It's going to be a really cool piece of software. When this, not even close to done yet. When this gets to getting closer to where it needs to be, it's going to be a very cool piece of software. But yeah, it's cool. It's functional. It works. It's useful. It's fun. It's fun to sit here and play the trading game. I haven't needed to touch the mouse and keyboard except to look at my account history, and that's coming too. Haven't gotten there yet, other than to looking at what I've already closed out. But it's all going to be there. You know, because I'm already able to read it all through the risk panel here. No, this is pulling from your account history, your order data, your open orders. So it is possible to do it all. It's reading through all of the things I have open and calculating how much total risk of loss there is, which is extremely useful. That's something that nothing has I've ever seen really. Can look at all of your open exposure and say, what's my total loss? What's my total risk? And so you can take a bunch of different positions and know exactly, say I'm risking exactly 1.34% of my account with all of these trades if everything got stopped out. So you can adjust your risk to multiple positions. It's very useful. That is cool because I take multiple positions, and you know, you may want to know that. You may want to know what your total risk of loss is. Just looking at it, just instantly just look and say, okay, cool. All right, you know, Kiwi dollar, I'm risking, you know, whatever, $8.31 or whatever it is. I can afford to take some more, and then you take another position, you know, that kind of thing. It's going to be cool when it's done. Already got one there. If that blows out and breaks the high, nothing bad's happened. Took a couple stops. Again, I'm in experimentation mode today. Normally I would be waiting for all these things like, oh, you know, maybe right here. Taking that. Just experimenting with different things. You know, what happens if I just set a bunch of pending orders for FOMC? What's going to happen? Some of it's going to get stopped out. Some of it's going to hit and go big. And we'll see who's going to win, negative or positive. We'll see. But then we'll be serious about trades too. When it actually happens, we'll get serious about it. I'm just setting some risk out and just see what happens. Setting risk at important levels that makes sense. None of this is like just too much of guessing. It's all very important levels that are very likely to be a thing. CAD yen. Set a stop right there. We'll say above the high. Set a pending order there. I'll set another one down here. The weekly low. Stop order there. Set another one at a complete blowout, which would be stupid. Unlikely to get hit. Set some pendings. Again, risking $5 per trade, but stacking them up. Stacking in the lot size just at different levels. The yen, that's interesting right there. Potential higher low. And if it breaks the low, I'll take one there. I think the yen's eventually going to be a trade. If it's a complete blowout, I'll take one there. Actually, you know what? I'll do it on the daily level. For the weekly, I mean. I don't think any of those are going to get hit. For some reason, this goes out and blows out the high. I'll take one here. Let me flip this. Put my target lower and my stop somewhere up there. It'll be fine. If for some reason it's just a crazy blowout, put one up there. Didn't position on that yet. I'm going to set a whole bunch of stuff. It's going to be funny. We'll watch and see what happens. Who knows? It's going to be interesting. What is going to happen? Basically just take a whole bunch of trades on the ridiculous levels. I don't think most of these, they're within range to hit, but I don't think most of them are going to actually hit. We'll go with the lows of the day all over the place. Say we do that and something like that. That's good enough. I set these already. How did I not set pound dollar? Pending orders. Gosh. Right. Yeah, cool toys. Chart Euro CAD. That's close. It's close to tagging in. Chart Euro Pound. Euro Pound's already tagged in on the high. That might have been, that was probably the high or very close. I don't think it's gonna, that was probably it. Or it's gonna have to do a complete blowout and then we'll look at it when it happens if that was the case. Chart Pound Yen. Got a bunch of trades on bot stuff already too. Chart Oil. There goes oil. Great bounce. Perfect hedge. Hedged it and took the pending order lower. Perfect. Get to keep the equity from the short. I'll keep that $21 will stay. You know, I hedged like 20 bucks. That'll stay open. So if it comes back up, I'll be overweight long, which is exactly what I wanted anyway. Chart Pound CAD. Chart Pound Swiss. Chart Pound Yen. We already looked at that. Chart Pound Kiwi. Chart Pound Kiwi. I think you have to say chart specifically and then it listens. Again, testing it to see how I can make this smoother. Could just say the symbol name we were talking about and just saying like pound dollar. But I want to differentiate between certain types of commands, like whether it's a chart navigation command or a trading command or a risk analysis command or, you know, a ask AI command, you know, that kind of thing. I want there to be some differentiation between the type of command that it is. So for now, we're We're going with chart Aussie dollar. Chart Aussie dollar. You know, whatever. Every once in a while it'll miss it. Most of the time it's my fault. Chart CAD yen. I can loosen up the restriction a little bit. You can make it more or less accurate at the expense of being more or less accurate. You can make it much looser where it'll pretty much I'm trying to find that balance. I'm like around a medium right now, the trade-off between accuracy and ease of use. It's looking for very specific words that are being said. And it has to be those words in that order, which is what you want for trading operations anyway. For chart navigation and stuff, that doesn't matter. But you want to raise your confidence level. It's called the confidence level for something like a trade execution. You know, like if I wanted to execute trade, you know, you want to make sure that it's right. I'm fine with that right there. We're actually in a bullish order block right there. But I've got some pending orders ready. I just don't care about putting on a couple. Whatever. I'm nowhere near, or nor will I be anywhere near any kind of drawdown limit doing this kind of trading. Trying to move the chains by 0.1%. Done it once and trying to hit it again today. Had some really good trading days lately. Hit 0.25% yesterday. Great day yesterday. Hit target every day. Started this account, I think, last Thursday. It's been about a week and a half, I guess. Maybe it wasn't. I think I started it Thursday, but actually started trading it like really Friday or Monday. It's been about a week and a half or so, we'll say. And I think it's not quite been 2 weeks, but I'm just slowly, I'm not taking a bunch of risk on it. The idea is to demonstrate, let the bot trade it. For one thing, it's mostly the bot running it, and then also to just test stuff and test it in an environment with skin in the game. It is an account challenge, and I don't want to lose $500, So I'm not going to do anything stupid with it. Chart Aussie yen, but I know I've got a lot of room. Chart Aussie CAD. And then once the news hits, we'll trade the live account. There's just no reason to mess with it right now. I'm not into gambling really before something like FOMC, that there could just be a week's worth of movement in 2 hours. Like, not trying to do that. Chart Aussie dollar. Yeah, so we got all day. Still got another hour and a half. We'll go through some charts in a minute and just see. We've already done this all day. We already know what we're looking for. And we're waiting. Kind of waiting. Been here since 3 a.m. Since London opened. Waiting. Yeah. Just kind of waiting. Waiting on my voice to come back. Chart Euro Kiwi. This is another one that's high. What do we do? Got a pending order on a blowout high. I'm going to be mad if that doesn't get hit. If it breaks the high and doesn't hit that. It's tempting where it is right now. Execute trade. But one pending on a broken high there. Again, we're talking about small positions that all equal one big distributed position. One medium-sized distributed position. I trade the entire market as one combined instrument, if that makes sense. I look for positive and negative correlations and trade the entire market as a whole of market approach. And I don't concentrate one piece of risk or a heavy risk on one price point on one asset. You know, for people who haven't been around, you know, there may be some newer people. You know, I tend to distribute the risk. Normally not, you know, this crazy, but it does work. Buzzing the market, micro profits. That's a legitimate algorithmic strategy. I'm just doing it manually too. And the bot is trading. There's just nothing happening really. It hasn't gone out enough to take any new positions. You'll hear it when it does. Really good right here on Aussie yen, price action wise. Where's the yen? Not quite there. We'll watch this too. That Aussie yen actually looks good. Pound yen's probably got to be close to a little bit more. It needs to go more. It wasn't the first time. It may be the second time. Aussie yen is putting in some interesting price action though. And where that is. Previous week's center mass. Algorithmically important target. As far as trading algorithms are concerned and liquidity provision algorithms are concerned, and that's probably going to get a green candle right there. But I could see it going lower. I want to be long from lower, a little bit lower. Let that break the low and we'll talk about it. And it looks like the yen is probably just going to keep going. But it's a big higher high too. Yen's in there's some good trades coming. Eventually this market's going to all line up to some good stuff. Already got some pending orders there. Not going to worry about that. I'm going to make sure not to miss that. Pending order there, that level. Wait for the yen. Wait for the yen index to be done. There's going to be some good stuff coming. Just watch what happens later. One way or another. Whole thing is all going to make sense. Gosh, sorry guys, my voice is just gone. I sit here and talk for literally 12, 13, 14 hours a day, every day. You guys just don't see it on YouTube all the time with all the group stuff. You know, and YouTube. I'm cool with it. My voice is giving up sometimes though. It ain't having it. Pound Aussie. Yeah, so bunch of pending orders ready to get hit. Nothing bad's happened. We'll see. Assuming there's gonna be a drawdown later. I'm already ready for it. Obviously not super concerned about it with this distributed risk model type of trading. One thing is going negative, that means something else is probably going positive. If you get closer in aggregate, on average, if you're closer to the right positions than not, it should be good. This. Wait for that, for sure. Yeah, stop's probably okay. Yeah, let it breathe, why not? This yen, it goes and breaks the low. I want a different position there. Goes and breaks the low. I want a different position below that low. What's my target set to? Hold on a second. What's my profit target? Forget what I had it set to. 100. Yeah, I mean that'll probably happen very easily. Could probably raise it. I've just already hit once today. Probably do better than that. We'll put it there first. And then reposition if we hit the 100, we'll put it back. 0.1%.
5 minutes.
0.1%. Just trying to hit it multiple times per day. Do it 100 times and you made 10% and passed with zero risk. Go. Yeah. Chart gold. Gold's not really doing anything right now. It's a range expansion. We'll get back to the charts for a second. It's a range expansion. Been watching it. We got just waiting for it to move inside the range. I'm waiting for it to go out to the outsides. It's a range expansion. It's been in a consolidation that broke the high and the low. We'll go over to it right now and just see what happens. There's just not much to do with it. We'll take a look at it though. Something to do. All right, gold. Short-term price action. It's been very messy. There really hasn't been much happened. We have a range expansion where you have a higher high and a lower low, moving away from equilibrium. And we're currently on the low end of the series right now. In theory, you would expect it to probably come up. Being said, it depends on what else is going on. We have obviously the news coming with the dollar. It heavily affects the dollar and gold, especially gold, because it affects the dollar and the equities market. They're all connected. So there's a big potential for a movement here. There's nothing price action wise that would suggest a direction. We're basically in this dense consolidation right here. We came out of it temporarily yesterday and immediately back in, and we're just in a consolidation. I wish I had better news for you. There's just nothing to say about it. We're back in this dense consolidation. If you look at the majority of the volume, it's all been in this one area right here. We left briefly and then came back yesterday, and we caught this, by the way. We caught the bottom down here on gold right there in the group, all the way up. Great trade. I closed mine out early, but I know some other people held. We caught it right on the low in the wicks. That was a great trade yesterday on that. But the point is the majority, and this is one way to look at it. The majority of the density is all in one area. We're just stuck in this consolidation. Like, we're just generating liquidity on either side of the range, up here and down here. And there's really nothing to do right now. The market was in this kind of consolidation, just reasonably like this, and took out the shorts, and then they got the longs, and then boop, right back in. We're just likely to be in a consolidation until there's some catalyst, a catalyst to make it move. Just short-term price action wise, there's not really much to say on it. Even long-term. And see, here's the thing. Put this into perspective, looking at it like this. Would you rather be buying up here or selling up here? And this is the question. And maybe it has no answer. We're back into all of this density back here. And then aside from the fact that was a year ago. And this is the question that you have to ask yourself about risk and probability. Especially if we get up on the high of this, would you rather be short from the high on something like this? Or would you rather be buying the high up here? And that's the question now. That's the macro question. The micro question as far as today is we're very clearly in a range, and we're very clearly in the middle of that range. If I could draw a straight line. So one of the things we talk about a lot without getting too much into it is disproportionate risk versus reward. Is your reward better than your risk as far as potential within a price action range, within some boundary? there is no disproportionate risk versus reward on gold right now. We have an equal opportunity to run both ways. And what I say is we have an equal opportunity to get stopped out both ways, right? So if there's no disproportionate risk versus reward, like you're trading from the low of a range and you're long from the low of a range, or you're short from the high of a range, you know what I mean? Where there's a disproportionate reward versus the amount of risk. We're right dead smack in the middle. It's hard to make a decision on something like that because you have an equal opportunity both ways in theory. And we can talk fundamentals. I don't really care that much about it because I know that technicals run the roost here. They rule the roost. The news adjusts to the chart, to the technicals. It is also very interesting that there's a very clear inflection point right here. And that's where we are. It's hard to make a decision with any heavy amount of risk one way or the other. And it's just, when you start to see things that way, it starts to make sense. And right now, I probably wouldn't do anything on the macro. We're not on a high and we're not on a low. There's been no move. There's nothing to go on. I don't know what I would do. Honestly, if I had to choose, it depends on the news. If we weren't going into FOMC, I would look at this and I would probably choose long. But as soon as it ran up a little bit, I would be taking profit on the long and flipping it short the other way. I would be attempting a lower high but from higher. I would rather be short from higher. I'll say that. I wouldn't trade right now. No trade on gold. Just the simple fact alone that we're just right in the middle of this dense consolidation across here. This 1900-ish area. We're just right in the middle of it. And there's nothing really to do here. I know a lot of people trade gold, so we'll take a second when we're bored waiting for something to do. Kramer said buy the dip. Well, there's your answer right there. I know what I'm going to do. Y'all can listen to Jim Kramer if you want. If Kramer said buy the dip, then we know what to do, right, guys? Dump it. So, I hope he did. That's funny. He said buy the dip and be looking to short the pump. So yeah, it's one of those things. And realistically on the macro, and again, we're talking about, some people were like, oh, it's going to 2000. Okay, well, is it going to do it today? And this is where you need to specify your time frame. Maybe this ends up in some kind of a range and does this kind of thing, and maybe it breaks the high, as a couple months from now. Maybe it does this first and ends up in a macro range that hasn't fully developed yet. Think about that. What if that's the case? Exactly the kind of crap that happens. It's exactly the kind of stuff that happens. So, you know what I mean? Going and looking at where the dollar is, looking at where the equities market is. There's a whole bunch of things that need to be taken into consideration with gold on the macro. And again, I think we're all really trying to catch a day trade here, but just while we're talking about it, it's something to think about. Is it likely to go higher? Probably. Is it likely to go lower? Probably. And that's the thing from here, especially from here, we're right just dead smack in the middle of what could be considered a consolidation with a very clear inflection point right down the middle. Probably not a good idea to make a decision. Equal opportunity to get stopped out both ways, without getting into strategy. Just structural analysis, something I would consider. Short term, there's really nothing to do here. There's nothing to do here. We broke the low, broke the high, broke the low again. Everybody's just getting wrecked in here trading in this. Everybody who's been in this area right here trading in this density, think about this. If you were long or short, if you were long in here, burp, got stopped out. You know, if you were short, broke the high, stopped you out. If you're long again, broke the low, stopped you out. If you're short, broke the high, stopped you out. If you're long, broke the low, stopped you out. You see the expansion that's happening here? Just it just expands and knocks everybody out, just over and over and over. And people keep taking positions and keep taking positions. And they keep getting stopped out and keep getting stopped out in a range expansion from equilibrium. Not a good idea. It's just not a good place to trade from. So normally we just leave this kind of stuff alone. If it breaks the high, I'm short. If it breaks the low, I'm long. That kind of thing. The bot trades this range expansion. It has a strategy specifically for this. It calculates a range, whatever the current range is, and it grid trades mean reversions coming out of range expansions back to the mean. So, and that's what I'm running here. That's one of the strategies that's running is a range expansion. So I want things to go out and, you know, expand their ranges because it'll catch shorts on the top and buys on the bottom. But yeah, on the macro, it's a mess. It's been in a consolidation for a while. It had a big run a couple months ago. It ran way up, and now it's just kind of gone sideways. It's a mess. You know, it's a mess. And again, the macro, you know, you can look at a weekly chart or monthly chart, and how do you take an accurate trade on that today using that information? You know, and that's, you know, I would ask everyone the same thing. People would say, oh, well, fundamentally, you know, gold miners, this and that, and, you know, whatever it may be, whatever your fundamental trade thesis is. Are you going to go into a 1 minute chart to take your entry? And think about how ridiculous that sounds, to argue fundamentals and then go into a 1 minute chart to take your entry. Just think about it. Think about what I'm saying. How many times have you seen people do that? Did you get a day trade today based on fundamentals of gold? Raise your hand. Crickets. Think about what I'm saying. Good to know those things, though. It's good to understand it. It's good to understand the macro moves so you can have a directional bias. But, you know, don't argue the you know, I don't mean anybody here. I just mean, like, see people do this all the time. Like, you just sit here and argue the fundamentals of something, and, you know, looking years out or looking back on a weekly chart, talking about levels from 2015, and then they go into a 1 minute chart to take their day trade entry, and they'll scalp it and they'll close it after 7 pips and take a victory lap about, you know, how smart they are. Did that fundamental analysis help you take your 7 pip scalp? Be honest is all I'm saying. Get a hold of yourself. Like Michael Jordan meme. Stop it. Get some help. Think about it. Did that macro fundamental analysis, thinking about what's going to happen in 10 years, help you take your day trade today? Or did you just look at a chart and make a decision? You know, look at a 5 minute chart. You know, I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just saying it's just something to think about. Something to think about. Volume, no. I have a very good reason for that. Not that it can't be useful, but there's a very strong argument that trying to take volume into consideration in a globally distributed market is, you know, I don't know. In a globally distributed market, the amount of volume that's on your broker, does that really matter? And especially with the amount of dark transactions in currency, especially the OTC stuff that goes on between banks, and it's hard to take. You're thinking in retail volume and retail. That would, trying to think of how to put this the right way. How do I word this the right way? If you take that retail volume into consideration, you would have to preface that with believing that retail volume is driving the market. And I totally understand it. There's obviously some things there, but yeah, and it depends on your strategy. You know, every strategy is going to have a win rate. We're not going to get into that either. I don't believe in win rate, but you know, there is options now. Options is, oh, okay. I thought you were talking about volume. Volatility, yes. Yeah, volatility is a little bit, range types of strategies. Yes. Because volatility matters. And it's more about relative volatility. And I actually call it the relative volatility tool that I made for, that's one thing we look at to try to determine what to trade. Like, what do we risk our capital on? We use the relative volatility tool. We're looking at one currency's movement volatility over time relative to another currency index. That, yes. And to be specific, do I look at volatility? Absolutely. But relative to something else? Yes, absolutely. And options, there are absolutely some good reasons to look at options activity, because that's where you'll see where a lot of the volume is. As far as trading volume, you'll see large concentrations in one place. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's there is something there as far as options, looking at what the options positioning is. I don't personally use it, but there's nothing wrong with it. If you're in the equities market, especially, it's a good thing to look at. If you're looking at specific names, that's probably something you want to pay attention to. We actually got some very experienced options traders in here. I personally don't mess with it, but I like to listen when people are talking about it. I know there's some very experienced options traders. Been doing this for years. I just don't mess with it personally. I've played with it a little bit on, God, I forget what the name of that broker was. It started with an N. But I messed with it a little bit. To me, it's the same as trading. It's the same thing, except you just can't control your exits as much, in my opinion. But I think the idea of a predefined risk is probably a good idea for some traders. But yeah, I just personally haven't messed with options. But as far as the options market, there's some information there that is absolutely valuable, especially in the stock market, to know where everybody's putting their money. If you know where everybody's putting their money, that's especially things like quad witching, when options expiration, that is definitely something that we watch, because again, it's a volatility event. That's where the volatility is going to come in, when those options expire, right? So that 100%. Pound yen. Hold on, we got something cracking on pound yen, maybe. A couple stop, take another $4 stop on oil. Eventually going to catch one of these things. Yeah, pound yen is probably, man, it's crazy because the yen looks like it's got more to go. Pound yen's a big blowout today. Not really blown out, but it's a big run down all of a sudden. I'm going to wait for it to hit a little bit lower. Almost there. Getting there. A little bit lower. I think I've got some pending orders down there. I don't really need to do anything today. I just want to let it play out and see what happens. I put up like 50 pending orders out. I just want to see what's going to hit and what's going to get stopped out. Normally I wouldn't do that. I'm just going to kind of mess with it today because I'm already ahead and for the day, and it's news anyway. We'll see what happens with the news. I'm assuming that a bunch of it's going to get stopped out. I know I'm not going to get wrecked, so we'll see what happens. But I was just looking at that real quick. It looks like the yen, some of these yen pairs are getting to a point soon. It's not quite there yet. Good game on the yen, man. It's good. It's going a little bit higher, and we'll take another shot at it. Not going to do it here, but we'll wait and see what happens. I think it's probably getting close. Yeah, gold was a weird one today. Just talking about gold. It was a big range expansion today. And the crazy thing is we can look back at it now. We don't do hindsight trading or analysis here. We can look back at it now and be like, yeah, I can see the range expansion, but at the time, if this is all you could see, you don't know what it's going to do. I totally get that. And this is why you just got to manage risk. You got to take the risk and manage it. And sometimes you're just going to get this kind of crap. You get a lot of consolidation. A lot of dollar pairs have been like this. Gold has been like this a lot. Look at the last couple days. Just, it's been difficult to stay in a trade. There's been no trend. On the macro, there's really been no trend. And we just got another one today where it's just, yesterday we got a big run down and then a big run back up and then right back into the range, knocking people's accounts out. Range expansion, broken high and a broken low, originating from this equilibrium, the same equilibrium that there's been forever, all originating from the same level. So it's just been a mess. And we're just building contracts inside of this, so much volume inside of this level right here. And eventually there's going to be a big move out of it. There's going to be a massive move, probably both ways, but there'll be a move out of this eventually. Yeah, weird one. Got about an hour. Finally stuff's coming. No, I don't trade Elliott Wave. No, honestly, I just don't really know much about it. I don't know. I've never messed with it personally. I never messed with Elliott Wave. I look at market structure and I look at market cycles and cycle structure, but as far as wave count and all that, I don't really know anything about it. I just look at the market differently. I know that's an interpretation of the market. It's just not what I do personally. So yeah, I have no idea. Wouldn't even know where to start with that. Not my thing. But yeah, as far as the expansion, markets contract and expand. It's just by the nature of what's actually happening on the back end, like what's actually happening with orders being squared up with one another, and markets contracting on low volume and then expanding. We're always looking for expanding markets and not contracting markets. If you got a market that's in a range contraction, like say, something like this, where you have higher lows and lower highs and it's squeezing in, you have progressively reduced volatility over time. That's not the kind of market we're looking for. We're looking for something that's expanding like this, because then you have an opportunity for a run. You can start to see the volatility increasing. Going back to volatility, we want increased volatility, not decreasing volatility. We want an expanding market, something that's widening out, and not contracting in on itself. With a contracting market, you could expect smaller bodied candles and more chop and mess. But in an expanding market, you start to see these candles start to spread out a little bit, get a little bit bigger, and the moves start to get a little bit bigger. And you start to catch those rubber band moves, and all of a sudden, you come up here and break the high and then do something like that and get a big move going. That's the kind of stuff we're looking for. So we're going to wait for something like that to happen. We're going to be very aware of what the dollar is doing and where the dollar is, the US dollar. It's very important where this is right now. Way down on the bottom of a range, but with a potential target lower. We'll be careful with it. And where the equities market is, way up on a high, making potentially a lower high. Not going to bet on that, but I did this morning. I shorted NASDAQ yesterday up here and again this morning, but already hit target, and shorted the Dow. I wish I would have held the Dow. Actually, I panic closed that one. I got shaken out of it at break even. Dropped and went in position or in the profit, started coming back, and I was like, oh man, I just didn't want the risk on. This was before I'd hit my target. I was up a little bit, and I didn't want this one to start going against me. It looked like it was going to hold and come back up, and I didn't want to be in it. And I was short, like I think right here this morning, and it was started to come back, and I was like, got out of it, and then boom, dead. And this would have been a great trade. That would have been a very good trade. And I would probably still be in that. I would have stops to break even, and I would just sit back and let that go and hope it falls. I would definitely be letting that go. If I was still short here, And stonks, I would be letting that go. We'll see what happens here today. Anyway. How was Tesla working? I'm not sure what you mean. Tesla, the stock. Speaking of Tesla, it's up like 70-80% right now. It's up like 70 something percent. Wrecking the bears. Lol. Off the low. We were just talking about this the other day. The move from 400 to 100 was a 75% drop, but the move from 100 to 175 is a 75% pump. Holy cow. But it's very different after a big beatdown like that. The thing's up 70 something percent off the low. Funny how that works. We were just talking about this in a group yesterday and the day before. If you look at Tesla, actually, just speaking of Tesla off topic. So look at it off the high. It was a 75% drop off the high from 400 to 100. But this little move right here was also 75%, 70% pump from 100 to 175. It's crazy how that works. And this thing's up like 70 something percent, 75% off the low. So fortune favored the bold on that one. Somebody's about to get paid on this. Whoever was brave enough to buy into Tesla is about to get paid. Because they're definitely not dead. I promise you that. Interesting chart there. We were just talking about that one yesterday. Hey, appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah. Awesome, man. There's something I haven't seen in a couple of years. That's funny. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome. And also appreciate everybody being here. Hanging out, trading. Try to keep it safe, pass on some healthy mindset, and see if we can make some money without getting wrecked. That's the idea. That's what we all need, right? Try to pass a lower risk mindset on, because that's the one thing that nobody's doing. It's the one thing I've always done since the beginning, since I started doing this in 2017, really early 2017 on this account. Nobody trades low risk. Nobody looks at the market from the perspective of a capital defense perspective. How do I defend capital? How do I not get roasted here? Like, how do I not get wrecked and lose it all? How do I do something? How do I make something safely? That's the one thing that nobody does. Everybody wants Lambos and glass houses in Miami with girls and stuff. Like, everybody wants to make $100,000 today, and maybe, but you're also going to lose it, and you're going to lose it 20 times before you quit. You know what I'm saying? I try to do things differently. I've always tried to pass on that lower risk, healthy mindset. I've done my fair share of trading larger positions, and I've also lost large amounts of money, and I've come very close to losing amounts of money that didn't all belong to me, and I learned my lesson. And I don't do that anymore. I try to pass that healthy mindset on. So anyway, appreciate you guys being here, everybody. So yeah, but yeah, Tesla's an interesting one. We were just looking at some equities the other day. Netflix is another one that was way down. It's a company that's not going to die, and it's way down. It's up now, but on the macro, this was down a lot. It was like 70 something percent. 76% down. It's just, again, disproportionately pushed through the floor. This isn't a company that's going to die. It's up quite a bit already. I think it was up like 100 something percent. Yeah. And again, the difference between 700 and 150, and then from 150 to 350, that's still not back to where it was, but by percentage, it is a very large gain. This thing was up 120% yesterday when we looked off the low, so actually, I know, I think Chris was buying some of this, was buying into, a group member was buying in, like, actual buying shares in Netflix. I remember he was buying in down here. He's probably up quite a bit. So yeah, interesting there. Netflix is another one of those. It's way up because it was way down. Apple never really dropped that much. Microsoft didn't drop too much. It was a little more than Apple. Apple didn't move, man. Apple, I think it dropped like 14% off the high, and everything else was 30 to 50%. Yeah, Apple really held. Crazy how that worked. They were probably buying their own stocks back too, though. They were buying shares, I'm sure. Yeah, we go over this stuff too. We also we try to keep an idea on keep a watch, an eye on the entire market, because you need to know what everything's doing, especially like trading the Dow. Like, we need to know what the Dow's doing. We try to keep an eye on those individual components and see what's down. Like if the Dow's getting wrecked today but the Nasdaq's not, we want to know why. Like yesterday we were talking about this. It was Caterpillar and McDonald's were forcing the Dow down. We were trying to figure out what's wrong with the Dow today. And if that you're going into earnings for those Dow components, and you may wait on the Dow and trade the Nasdaq instead. And I mean, if you're only trading indices, like you'd be thinking about those types of things. What to look at. People trade US 30 just because it's US 30, but maybe the Nasdaq is going to outperform today. Maybe you should allocate more capital to Nasdaq. You can look at those types of things from an capital allocation perspective too, and say, look, maybe I'm not going to trade gold today because of whatever. Or maybe I'm not going to trade the dollar today because of FOMC, and maybe I'll allocate more capital to something else that's unrelated, that's not going to be heavily affected by that, or whatever. Try to look at the whole of market and understand the entire market, and not just one instrument, which is okay. It's just not what I do personally. I would prefer to understand all of it, because then you can make a more informed decision on where to allocate your capital. And that's really how you survive the long run. Capital allocation and risk management is the key to trading. And that's the one thing that almost nobody looks at. What instrument do I trade, and how much capital do I allocate to that? Where do I weight this bias? As far as my account balance is concerned, my equity, how do I weight my equity? I put a little more on this thing because it has a higher probability, instead of just saying I'm going to risk 1% on GJ. There's a point in your trading career where you probably want to progress past that, or you're going to be stuck for a long time. You're going to miss a lot of opportunities. Euro Kiwi coming off the high, finally made sense. That drawdown's come down quite a bit, going into the green again. Some of those entries probably.
Nasdaq entering position short.
There you go. Prophetess Prime has spoken. Finally, been a minute. Why? What strategy? I don't know what the strategy. One of the strategies is probably a supply level, if I had to guess. Yeah, supply. We're in the upper end of the channel in a supply level. Yeah. This is supply and demand. Bearish block, really. It sold this bearish block that was in the top end here. So that makes sense. Took another short. It's got a couple shorts on, a couple longs. It's actually net long. It'll take another, if this pops up higher, it'll take another short. And then when it goes down to the next demand level, it'll close the shorts and flip it long. So it kind of bounces between supply and demand levels. This is a new strategy I'm testing. But it's very interesting. This type of calculation is very interesting, what it is. It's very, very interesting, actually. And we're just testing it this week. Just put it in last weekend, just testing it and seeing what it comes up with. It tends to be doing okay. It's a multi-time frame confluence thing. It's looking at 3 different time frames. And also supply and demand. Just looking at some abstract type of strategies. Very different things. You know, all these other ones are running, I believe, open reversion, range expansion, signal reversion, which is candlestick patterns. The way I have it configured for the signals that it's taking are candlestick patterns, and then the smart grid. So there's 4 different strategies, 4 completely different strategies running on each of these pairs. And then I'm testing something different on the NASDAQ. It's a different setup, but all the other ones are running the same combination strategy, but it's 4 different strategies to kind of distribute the risk. So it's all running the same kind of thing. It's basically the set file that I had in for the group people. It's the set file that I posted in Discord, the range expansion and signal reversion. But I've added smart grid and open reversion with an outside filter of, I believe, the top 75% of the whatever the statistical weekly candle average would be. I believe that's what it was. Let me check. Yeah, outside step filter of 3, grid split of 4 on the weekly average. So it's trading the top 25% or the bottom 25% of the weekly projected range only. That's the only difference on open reversion for the people on the back end that understand what I just said. That's what that's doing. So that's the only thing that's different. Other than that, it's the same thing. It's the same set file that I posted in Discord a while back. It's a relatively safe strategy. Range expansion to capture a range expansion, but to also capture positive equity, and then the candlestick patterns to scalp. It's taking those $1 scalps. So every time you hear it cha-ching, that's a candlestick pattern. And it's just how I have it right now. It does so much more than that. That's just the way that I'm testing that right now. Constantly testing different things and just doing it live. Doing it on challenge accounts in my live account. Why not? It's why I'm doing it, is to be able to trade these things. Do it for you. That's the whole point. So, it take another stop. Something 450. No, that was a while back. So, doing all right. Had some good win. Had a really good win earlier. A little bit of weirdness in the broker earlier, though. Which I have to talk about that. I'm gonna have to write that down to put in my video that I haven't done yet. I'll talk about that in my honest review video. 63.75. Again, in more than 8 months of being with that prop firm, I've never had that happen. So it's finally the first thing that's ever been an issue, but they fixed it. That's also important to talk about. They fixed it quickly. Weird, but it's fixed. So yeah, ahead a little bit, small amount. Obviously not a lot for this size account, but that's not the point. The point is move the chains, and the day is also not over. This whole thing could be hundreds of dollars in profit here in just a little bit. We'll see if the stops outweigh the profit when the day is done. We got stuff about to happen here. I'm assuming I'm going to take a bunch of stops, and then some stuff will go. We'll see what happens. Nothing bad's happened though. Obviously not breaking the bank on the drawdown. So we'll come back to that before the market hits. Be ready though. Almost there. It's about time to start watching. Actually, I'm going to run grab a drink real quick, grab a snack, and then we're going to watch this thing. We'll listen to Powell and get ready for the Hunger Games that's about to start. It's going to be funny. I have no idea what's about to happen with that much risk spread out across the market. It'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting experiment, right? Nothing bad's going to happen, but who knows if it'll be a net positive or a net negative. Just spreading stuff out all over the place with stop losses. Normally, that's not what I would do. I would just wait and take the position and manage it instead of putting a bunch of stuff with stop losses and targets out. Try it. Why not? Give it a shot and see what happens. It was fun to do it, and testing the risk manager anyway and the voice control. It all works. Pound yen. Hold on. Watching that one. There goes Aussie yen. Remember, pound yen's on a broken low too, so think we should probably start paying attention here in a minute. Again. Hey, what's going on? Good morning. Yeah, so we'll take a look here. Give me a minute. Let me run grab a drink. Or actually, I want to grab a snack real quick. A few more minutes, and we'll try to go everything one more time before it hits. Honestly, we're at the mercy of the market. We already know this. Indian's interesting here. It's not quite at the level yet, which is weird. It's not quite there. It's stopped short. That kind of price action is interesting. I want to see if this is going to stall here at this trap and go break the low. If it breaks the low, definitely would be interested in trying that long again. Oil, let's take a look at that real quick. I mean, yeah. Yeah, so it broke the low. That's great. Actually, that's crazy because let me look. Actually, I had to have had some position start. I remember putting some under the low. I mean, it's a broken low after a blowout. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm definitely willing to give that a shot. I did take some. I am in it. As a matter of fact, I'll put my money where my mouth is on that, and I'm going to take another one just because of where it is. And low risk though. Let me let it breathe a little bit. Market, I don't even care. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, actually, on a broken low, let me get these stops out of the way. Yeah, I'm cool with that. These are small positions. I don't need to have the tight stop on it. It would be an unnecessary stop. Let me move these real quick. Yeah, on a broken low after a completely blown out day. I'm actually glad you said something about that because it's time to try it again. Yeah, what's that? That's interesting. For sure. I've already had a bunch of positions on it already. That's funny. I think the bot's trading oil too, so it's gonna have a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. God, how many of them are there? In orders. All right, yeah, I was just moving my stops out of the way, letting it breathe. That's interesting. It is. You know, it's going to have to go so much farther down, and it could. And if it goes down there, I'll try it again. But it's one of those things where I'm going to take it with a stop. I just got my stops out of the way a little bit. Yeah, I don't even need to see it. I'm totally cool with that because of where it is, relative to its range. And the fact that it's a broken low. Easy call. Yep. Sure. Yeah, so let's give it a minute. Obviously going to be watching the dollar, gold, equities. First things first. See if there's a front run on the stock market. That would be something that could potentially happen. If there's a front run on it. If it starts to run down early or something like that, that may give us a clue on what we need to do. Give it a minute. Give me just a few, and we'll come back and we'll trade this FOMC. See what we can do with it. Give me a few minutes. God, it sneezed. All right, guys. Minus 4 minutes. 3.5. Let's go. Got all kind of crazy risks spread out all over the place. Here we go. All right, let's go. Alrighty. And the dog wants to bark. Second I come in here. All right, so here we go, guys. Might have to mute. Yelling at the dog. He was like, whoa. What's that? All right. Here we go. And of course, here he goes again. My girl's dog's loud. He's a barker. My dog's pretty quiet most of the time. So here we go. All right. Let's put hater blockers back on. Some Ray Charles to the BS in the markets. It's about to happen. Oh, man. Here we go. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, at 2:30. Yeah, in 30 minutes. Yeah. He normally comes in, yeah, he comes on 30 minutes later. So we'll see it in the charts before we see the data release. We'll take a look at it. And, I mean, we know it's going to be 25. It's very likely that it would be 25 basis points. I don't think they would pull that on the market where they go 50 or something like that. Like, it would be crazy if they just went neutral. But I don't think that. I don't think it's going to happen. Minute. Got a minute 21 left. Probably watch the dollar. Maybe the S&P. The S&P will be interesting. It's probably going to run up and the dollar's going to run down. We're going to watch the dollar over here. Nothing to do. Watch the dollar. Watch the S&P. We'll take a look at gold. We'll do it live as it's happening. Here comes the front run. Funny, the dollar's got a green candle. So does the S&P. Comes the front run. We'll check on the account. The challenge account. Nothing crazy is going to happen. You know, if it goes negative $100 or whatever, it'll come back. I'm sure. We'll come back to that. I'm not trading my live account. I'm getting ready though. I want to trade my live account if things get to crazy levels. T minus 20. T minus 20. Here we go. T minus 10. May the odds be ever in your favor. Hunger Games. Here we go. 4 seconds. And go. Okay. Weird. Equities down. Not much of a move in the dollar. Dollar up. Nothing has changed. Okay. Punch position. Nothing got stopped out. Going into the green. $10, $13 in the green. So went into the green. Nothing got stopped out. Positions are probably getting taken though. So equities down. Not a surprise. Gold's going to be down. Dollar's going to be up. What the yen do? Down off the high. Not a surprise. All right. So dollar and the yen are going two different directions. Significantly into the green at this point. 40 something a minute ago. It's back to 20. Trying to hit 100. Oh man, come on. I just saw 40 something dollars, like 42. So net decisions were right. Nothing has been stopped out. Another position just got put on. No stops. How about that? Not yet. Weird. Back down to 15, 10. All right, so we'll see what happens. In the green. Big, huge rejection. Here we go, going into profit now. What did oil do? Nothing yet. So whatever. Womp womp. No moon positions being put on though. I'm seeing a bunch of pending orders getting filled. Like 4 or 5. Doop, 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 doop. It's happening. Nothing's been stopped out yet since this started. In the green, nothing bad. Obviously, I didn't expect anything bad to happen distributed this way. Eventually, it'll probably go out to target. And we'll see how much it gets slipped. Trying to close all these things. I was hoping it was just going to boom and go, but we still got Powell to go. Anyway, again, just trying to hit 0.1% on a challenge account. I'm waiting for the market to go out to extremes before I start trading my live account. I'm flat on my live account. Put this one over here. I'm not risking it. Yeah, I'm not going to lose $100 for no reason. Like, when not knowing what's going to happen. Could have done the same thing on this account, but it's just not worth it. I'll wait for things to move out to extremes and then I'll come back to it. Skip it for now. Nothing bad happened. Cool with it. We'll come back to that. Watch the chart. Nothing to see. No wreckage. Not really that big of a move. We still have Powell to speak. Now here we go. We're going to find that. We'll find Powell. Should be 2:30, which is still a little bit of ways away. I'm on Yahoo Finance and see what's up. Or somebody will have it if the Fed themselves isn't. They normally publish it. Yeah, so we've got a podium. Nothing yet, but a podium. Come on, Leroy Jenkins. Let's go. So what do we get? Risk off just for one candle. That was a very small move, actually. Interesting. I guess everybody's saying 75. You're right. That's funny. That dude, wouldn't that be crazy if they did came out forecast 25 and come out 75 because of the job market? Oh man, because of the job numbers wrecked. That's funny. Yeah, so it's going to be as expected. He'll probably keep it short. I think he learned at Jackson Hole to keep those things short. There's really not much to say here. We'll wait for him to come on. There's nothing to do. We'll wait, but we'll watch it. We may get some monkeying around. Come on, baby. Saw 50 there for a minute. It's swinging wild back and forth.
Dollar is trying to move, just not moving much.
Right. Bot trades this stuff. Yeah, the dollar's moving, but it wasn't as big of a candle as you would expect. So obviously. Yeah, so as expected, 25 basis point hike, no shocker there. We'll wait for Powell. If it would have been different, it would have been a monstrosity of a move. It would have been a much larger move. Come on, man. I'm trying to hit that 0.1%, bruh. Let's get these pips and put them in the bag and get out of here. Put the money in the bag, lady. Nobody gets hurt. Gosh, let's do this. Pips in the bag. Nobody gets hurt. Just letting the bot trade. Again, testing a strategy here. Supply and demand mixed with a custom statistical range channel. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to get into exactly why and what. Not what you would think anyway, probably.
The CAD's moving more than the dollar.
Is it really? Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. That honestly, that makes sense. There goes, yeah, so
All
there's
right.
the dollar. Come on, $100. Prophetess Prime, tell me all about it. Let me see real quick. Auto close, yeah, so $100. So I think it would be fair to say there's a pretty high probability that this is going to hit the $100 target. Let's go. Second time today. Come on. It hit 0.1% twice. 0.2% with goose egg, zilch, nada, zero risk. Trading risk for time. Take more time to get to your goal instead of more risk to get to your goal. Come on, baby.
I got a few positions on extreme, like Euro CAD and Euro Pound.
Yeah. Yep.
Euro Pound, I make a little pips on it, but that's pretty much it.
NASDAQ.
Right.
Entering position. Short.
See, check dollar CAD for yourself.
Never happened with that, by the way, dollar CAD.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it went.
All right.
Now
It went,
going
but
back, but
it stopped. But it did go. This was good earlier. What was it? The other one, EuroCAD.
EuroCAD, yeah, EuroCAD went to the extreme.
EuroCAD was a good man. That was a good trade today, man. That was a good. That was your call too this morning. I remember you said that right 4:00 this morning, really early in London. Yeah, I remember that. We're talking about this. It did go too. All right, so I guess nothing to see there. Probably hit. I thought I was going to do it there a minute ago. I saw like $80 for a second, but dollar's pulling back. So who knows what's going to happen here? We got Powell queued up, ready to go. We'll listen to it, see if there's anything to talk about while it's happening, but mostly listen, and then we'll look for the key points. Any key takeaways? Obviously, it's pretty standard stuff, man. I mean, it's really the same thing every time. And then just see if we can hit target on this. Here without these glasses. Come on, man.
Yeah, big move on gold also. Gold went back to the central mass.
Man, see, I wonder what kind of whipsaw we're gonna get. Trying to clean these glasses. What kind of whipsaw we're gonna get when he starts talking. Oh, that's better. Well, I guess it looked like it was gonna hit target there for a minute. Now I'm worried that sometimes it'll go and then come back completely the other way. I've seen this too many times, but I think we're good. I think it's distributed enough and we won't have to worry about it. Let's take a look at gold real quick. Let's watch. We need to watch the dollar. Maybe the yen too. Look at the yen move. Crazy. Weird. Yeah, so and on the dollar. Yeah, so gold obviously dumped with equities and risk assets and then immediately came back. Some of these things are tagged weird. NASDAQ broke the high. Interesting. NASDAQ broke the low and the high. And see, this is the problem. It barely tapped the low and then went and ripped a high. Just another range expansion. This is exactly the kind of crap that happens. But man, if y'all are around Friday, boy, remember Friday? Anybody else here Friday? Catch that joker right there. Ooh, gone. But we did break the low. Target 1 was hit for sure. Target 2, really. But yeah, that was a good one. I closed out earlier because I hit my target, but I did close out of that. But yeah, that was a good trade with the potential to go more. And if it breaks the high, we're going to do it again. It's not going to happen today. A little bit more. Weird the way this is lining up today. It's lining up for a potential low or a high. Nothing. Take a spin through real quick. Chart NASDAQ. And here goes the dog. That. Chart S&P 500. Nothing really. Chart dollar CAD. Yeah, see, dollar CAD went. Man, come on, bro. Bruh. Oh, I think they just turned the audio on the stream. Should be 2:30 though. Fucking confirmed. I hear the oof. NASDAQ's going. Chart NASDAQ. NASDAQ's breaking the high. We've got some pending orders. Gonna tag in up there. As a matter of fact, I'm not gonna take a stop on that. I'm gonna let that go because these are just smaller positions. I'll let it. Could be famous last words, but we'll see. No. Don't do that. Move these out of the way a little bit. Those in my head. If I was negative, I would leave them. Bro. Do that. Alright, it must be a pending order. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, just get this couple of those stops out of the way. They're little micro lots. I ain't worried about it because nothing bad happened. If I was negative, I would just let it collapse. That's going to tag in another entry and then above the high, another one. And I could see this potentially doing some stuff here. So, so what's happened? Chart S&P 500. It didn't quite make it there. Tag dipped down, but didn't hit it. Chart gold. Nothing there. Big whipsaw. It just went and didn't even break the low. Just went right back up into that range. There's just a range here. The density across this area, we're just in a range and nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing changed. In the green though. But I'm going to hold out for more. There's a very high probability that I'll hit the $100. Now the question is, what happens if it gets slipped? How long is it going to take it to close it? It could be a good thing too. Could slip it the right way. Sometimes it gets slipped in a positive direction too. If the market's still moving in the direction as it's closing out, it'll close out more than it triggered. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know, man. Chart, pound yen. Good game on that. Came within a pip. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Come on, man. It came within 2 pips of tagging those orders in. At least I got one in. God, that could have been so much better. That sucks. Common BBL right there. Missing the pending order by 2 pips. Chart, pound dollar. Nothing there. Chart, pound CAD. Chart, pound CAD. Nothing. Chart, dollar CAD. Nothing to do there. I mean, it already ran. Chart, Aussie Kiwi. That one split yet? No. Chart, Aussie CAD. Bot trade. Clustered like that. So it got a hedged position on. It's going to work it's going to overweight the hedge depending on which way it goes. I can see what that's doing. It's a smart grid trade. Well, I saw $80 profit there for a minute. Came all the way back. Chart, US oil. That's still good. This one's still money. Man, again, almost hit the pending order lower, but didn't. Chart dollar Swiss. What did the dollar do? Chart gold. Chart S&P 500. Chart Dow Jones. Yeah, nothing. Whipsaw. So no big movement. Still got 14 minutes. 14 minutes to power hour. Nothing to do. That was kind of anticlimactic, to be honest. That was a nothing burger. I think the technical term for that is a nothing burger. Let's see. I don't know what.
And if you like more information, please visit Juicebook.
Hamburgerjuice.com. Yeah. Oh, man. Seriously, I'm going to get that. I meant to do, I actually thought about doing it. I was going to do it for real, just to set it up for my testing domain. Hamburgerjuice.com. Couldn't believe it. It's almost too funny to not get it. Hamburgerjuice.com. Funny. Yeah, so nothing really. I was waiting to see. Sometimes you get delayed reaction, and then it'll all of a sudden just start taking off. I think we're gonna wait till he comes on. Okay. Good afternoon. The labor market is still very blah 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 blah. Inflation is at its highest, and then here goes the market once he starts talking.
So, and we make a lot of interest on top of you guys because we print your money, and at 4.75 we make enough money. So thank you very much. See you next month.
Right. Met our interest target to reach my yearly bonus. I mean, to help with inflation. Funny. Yeah, we'll see what they say. It's going to be the same dog and pony show. Nothing to say. As expected on the rates. I'm curious. I'm actually thinking it'll be, the obvious thing is what's up with the jobs. What's up with the job numbers? Yeah, I think they'll probably spend some time talking about that. I think that'll be the focus. Nothing yet. Podium shown 10 minutes. They turned the audio on, but nobody's out there yet. Well,
that's the second time we have the Canadian, raising, he moved against the CAD. We have the dollar raising, it's not moving. Just flat.
It's weird.
Right? Yeah.
It's all junk. None of it makes any sense anyway. They try to have these complex explanations to try to make it make sense, but it just doesn't. I think they even know. I don't know if it's even possible to fully understand the economy, to be honest. To actually know exactly what's going on everywhere around the world, because it's so interconnected. You would have to have access to all data across the world in order for it to fully understand it. It's just not likely. Sorry, go ahead.
They always say that we are gonna try to do this, and if this not happen, we're gonna try this. They're trying. They're not doing. They're not fixing a problem. They're trying to fix the problem.
Yeah, they're making an attempt. They're doing they're testing. No, they're trying to figure it out. Yeah, they're trying to figure out what works, and they test something, and if it doesn't work, they do something else. Exactly, they're trying.
And the whole concept to raise the interest is what United States is doing. All the other nations is doing the same thing.
Right.
Try to.
So we're all in this together.
Yeah. So
Europe was the one that was behind. They were slower than everyone else to raise rates. The euro, which was interesting. So I don't know what time will tell whether that was a good thing or a bad thing that Lagarde was doing. But yeah, everybody's doing it. It's funny because it all has to happen in the same. The CAD raise, the pound, the euro. They all do the same thing.
Even the Swiss franc, I never thought the Swiss franc is going to be 1% interest.
Right. It's always been negative. Yeah. forever.
Japan is the only
30
one that
years.
holding tight.
Yep. Yeah, Bank of Japan experiment they've got going on, man. That who knows? That's either gonna, well, time will tell. Same thing with that. Who knows how that's going to work out? Right. As time is, as history is written later, whether or not that was a good idea, in the long run, to do what the Bank of Japan's doing. Aussie CAD. Yeah, it's an experiment.
Everybody in the world, hold dollars for security, and everybody who has money, get yen, so they can buy things on it,
right?
Because it's cheap.
Carry, yeah, it's the ultimate carry trade vehicle, for one thing, yeah. And and just because to borrow money, it's the cheapest way to borrow money.
Especially now that Swiss franc is Morgan has more yens, holding more yens than dollar right now.
Probably. Yep. Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
They probably are. Yep. That would make sense. Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird thing that they got going on there.
Why are you gonna hold something if I have to pay 4.75 interest to hold? If I can hold something for that give me
that's static
10% just for me to have
a static 0.1 that doesn't change, and you can bet on it not changing, and that's the thing. It's the security of knowing that it's not going to change, why, and that's the thing. But then here's the question: what happens when that goes away? It could be a surprise, and I'm sure they'll warn everybody first. But
let's say if you holding a position, and you make, let's say, basic 10% a year, right?
Right.
On the end of the year, you pay off the money that wasn't yours to invest at first. You pay, 0.1% on it, compared to 4.75. We're still making 9.90% profit, compared to
what you would,
5.25.
Right. It's free money, and that's the thing.
Yeah, literally.
It's literally free money, and that's the thing about the carry trade and why the yen is so important, and why you have to understand what the U.S. equities market's doing to understand the yen. It's exactly right. Or to understand yen trades. If I'm going to trade GJ, you need to know what the stock market's doing because of that. That's some of the stuff we do on the other side.
A couple of days ago, we were talking about, the how you call the charge, the slip charge on the end of the day. If you short on the end on all your positions,
the swaps,
pennies. Yeah.
Right.
How you call? Trying to remember the word.
Right. The swaps. I know what you're talking about.
The swap.
Yeah.
Swap. I want to say swamp. I say no, it's not swamp.
Swaps. It's like a trade. Like the trade is kind of what swap means to trade. In English.
Closing the books every night.
Right.
You
something for something. I give you something, you give me something in return. That's what swap technically oh, here comes Powell. Here we go. Hold on, guys. Powell hour. Come on, 0.1%. Let's watch the market. The camera just moved. Good evening. We still have a ways to go. The labor market and tools, and lots of tools in the labor market, and inflation in the labor market, and all of our tools. We're using all the tools necessary. Thank you. About what he's going to say. Come on, dollar. Let's go. Why am I trading a demo account? I'm trading my challenge account until the news is over. And then when the news is over, I'm going to trade my live account. It's a 100K challenge account. And when things move and go out to their extremes, I'm going to position on my live account. We'll wait for that. I'm not. Yeah, you must have just come. I'm not risking anything. I'm not taking any risks during this until he's done talking. Good evening. The labor market is still under pressure, and we have to use our tools. Thank you. A much weaker than expected job report. We still have a long ways to go, and we're using all of the tools at our disposal. Thank you, and have a good afternoon. Should be any minute. He's normally on time. Oh, here goes the labor market, blah, 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 blah. Inflation, blah, 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 blah. Tools, blah, 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 blah. Labor market, tools. CBDC. Have a good afternoon. Come on. Yeah. Got him locked in. All right, so come on. Let's go. I'm trying to keep on top of these charts here. The dollar's in an interesting spot. A lot of potential. This is going to be fun. It's always crazy. The market will be all over the place. He's going to trigger every AI trader in the world. They know that too. And they do it on purpose. They've known this for years. They have to be very, very careful how they word things. You can trigger large orders just by saying certain words and certain phrases in relationship to other words and phrases. Man, come on, man. You're gonna get ready though. I want things to move out to their extremes so I can take some positions and then let them go overnight. I just haven't done anything today on this account. It's not worth it. With a news week like this, why? Position on stuff early. I took something earlier. I had pound Kiwi trade that didn't really go anywhere. I got stopped out on gold, so I just closed it to offset it. Haven't done anything on the live account today. I'm just going to make some headway on the challenge account, but I've already, hit 0.1%. And then I took a couple stops, but still up. I'm going to try to get another 0.1% here. I'm sure we'll be able to hit it by sometime by the end of the day. If not, it's crazy because it was almost there. It was just at $80-something. But I'm going to wait for the right positions in case something runs just like way out of range. Then I'm going to take it on my live account, but not until then. I'm not trying to get caught in this crap. Oh, here we go. Tools, labor market, central bank digital currency. Strong jobs, weak jobs report, real estate market, tools. Have a good afternoon.
Colleagues and I understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Over the past year, we've taken forceful actions to tighten the stance of monetary policy. We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our rapid tightening so far are yet to be felt. Even so, we have more work to do. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve and serves as the bedrock of our economy. Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of labor market conditions that benefit all. Today, the FOMC raised our policy interest rate by 25 basis points. We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. Restoring price stability will likely require maintaining a restrictive stance for some time. I will have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, with real GDP rising at a below-trend pace of 1%. Recent indicators point to modest growth of spending and production this quarter. Consumer spending appears to be expanding at a subdued pace, in part reflecting tighter financial conditions over the past year. Activity in the housing sector continues to weaken, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Despite the slowdown in growth, the labor market remains extremely tight, with the unemployment rate at a 50-year low, job vacancies still very high, and wage growth elevated. Job gains have been robust, with employment rising by an average of 247,000 jobs per month over the last 3 months. Although the pace of job gains has slowed over the course of the past year and nominal wage growth has shown some signs of easing, the labor market continues to be out of balance. Labor demand substantially exceeds the supply of available workers, and the labor force participation rate has changed little from a year ago. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in December, total PCE prices rose 5.0%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 4.4%. The inflation data received over the past 3 months show a welcome reduction in the monthly pace of increases. And while recent developments are encouraging, we will need substantially more evidence to be confident that inflation is on a sustained downward path. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. But that's not grounds for complacency. Although inflation has moderated recently, it remains too high. The longer the current bout of high inflation continues, the greater the chance that expectations of higher inflation will become entrenched. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
There you go.
My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective.
Nothing changed.
At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 25 basis points, bringing the target range to 4.5 to 4.75%. And we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet.
Yeah, okay.
With today's action, we have raised interest rates by 4.5 percentage points over the past year. We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. We are seeing the effects of our policy actions on demand in the most interest-sensitive sectors of the economy, particularly housing. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. In light of the cumulative tightening of monetary policy and the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation,
Not
the
stonks.
committee decided to raise interest rates by 25 basis points today, continuing the step down from last year's rapid pace of increases.
It goes.
Shifting to a slower pace will better allow the committee to assess the economy's progress toward our goals as we determine the extent of future increases that will be required to attain a sufficiently restrictive stance. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting, taking into account the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation.
Gotta say tools. Come on, say it.
We have been taking forceful steps to moderate demand so that it comes into better alignment with supply. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
But he takes a drink.
Reducing inflation
tools.
is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices
Maximum
over the
employment
longer
drink.
run. The historical record cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. We will stay the course until the job is done. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
Truth.
Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Oh, questions. All right. Let's go. Come on. Almost to target. We're not really outside on any ranges,
Associated
though.
Press. Thank you for doing this.
No entries.
As you know, financial conditions have loosened since the fall, with bond yields falling, which has also brought down mortgage rates, and the stock market posted a solid gain in January. Does that make your job of combating inflation harder? And could you see lifting rates higher than you otherwise would to offset the increase in, or to offset the easing of financial conditions?
I know some orders got
It
triggered.
is important
though.
that overall financial conditions continue to reflect the policy restraint that we're putting in place in order to bring inflation down to 2%. And of course, financial conditions have tightened very significantly over the past year. I would say that our focus is not on short-term moves, but on sustained changes to broader financial conditions. And it is our judgment that we're not yet at a sufficiently restrictive policy stance, which is why we say that we expect ongoing hikes will be appropriate. Of course, many things affect financial conditions, not just our policy. And we will take into account overall financial conditions along with many other factors as we set policy.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Over the last quarter, we've seen a deceleration in prices, in wages, and a fall in consumer spending, all while the unemployment rate has been able to stay at a historic low. Does this at all change your view of how much the unemployment rate would need to go up, if at all, to see inflation come down to the levels you're looking for?
So I would say it is a good thing that the disinflation that we have seen so far has not come at the expense of a weaker labor market. But I would also say that disinflationary process that you now see underway is really at an early stage. What you see is really in the goods sector, you see inflation now coming down because supply chains are fixed, demand is shifting back to services, and shortages have been abated. So you see that in the other
wait for that retracement. Come on.
Housing services sector. We expect inflation to continue moving up for a while, but then to come down, assuming that new leases continue to be lower. So in those two sectors, you've got a good story. The issue is that we have a large sector called non-housing service, core non-housing services, where we don't see disinflation yet. But I would say that so far, what we see is progress, but without any weakening in labor market conditions. Go ahead.
Has your expectation for where the unemployment rate might go changed since December?
You know, we're going to write down new forecasts at the March meeting, and we'll see at that time. I will say that it is gratifying to see the disinflationary process now getting underway, and we continue to get
crazy
strong
levels
labor
here.
market data.
Euro dollar.
But you know, we'll update those forecasts in March.
I'm gonna take a shot on that.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. You and some of your colleagues have emphasized the possibility that job openings could come down and that that would let some of the air out of the labor market without major job losses. We saw the opposite
Eurocad's crazy.
this morning. Job openings actually rising.
Ridiculous.
That also has coincided with slowdown in wage inflation. Do you believe that openings are
NASDAQ entering position.
Oh my God.
Short.
Jesus, sorry guys.
You're right about the data, of course. We did see.
Oh my
we've
God,
seen,
sorry.
Average hourly earnings.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Employment cost index abating a little bit, still
Sorry.
off of their highs of 6 months ago and more, but
Yikes.
still at levels that are
Oh, my
fairly
ears.
elevated.
The volume's so
Job
low on
openings,
the stupid
number
feed.
in jolts has been quite volatile recently. And I did
Had to
see
turn
them
it
move
up.
back up this morning. I do
God,
think
that was loud.
it's probably an important indicator. The ratio, I guess, is back up to 1.9 job openings.
Feel that one in my bones.
To unemployed people who are looking for work. So it's an indicator, but nonetheless, you're right. We do see wages moving
Jesus,
down.
dude.
If you look across the rest of the labor market,
Yeah.
you still see very high.
It's nothing yet. Still haven't hit it.
Payroll job creation.
Keep getting $70, $80. Just won't hit the
Which are still at an
100.
elevated level. So many
We'll get there eventually.
indicators.
So we got some
Job market is
big
still very strong.
moves. Euro CAD, Euro dollar. Easy call.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. Given the economic data since the December meeting, is the trajectory for the Fed funds rate in the most recent SEP still the
Gold.
best guidepost?
Tempting,
for the
but not
policy path
yet.
Forward, or does ongoing now mean more than 2 rate rises now?
Waiting for a break of the high on the NASDAQ.
You're right. At the December meeting, we all wrote down our best estimates of what we thought the ultimate level would be, and that's obviously back in December, and the median for that was between 5 and 5.25.
Wait for these retracements.
At the March meeting, we're going to update those assessments. We did not update them today. We did, however, continue to say that we believe ongoing rate hikes will be appropriate to attain
that makes sense.
substantive policy to bring inflation back down to 2%.
Turn that down. That was a little loud.
We think we've covered a lot of ground, and financial
Almost
conditions have
there.
certainly tightened.
Whatever this is.
I would say
The dollar.
we still think there's work to do there.
Stop out of the
We haven't
way.
made a decision on it.
Get wrecked and break that low, baby. Come
I think
on.
we're going to be looking carefully at the upcoming data between
There's
now and
one.
the March meeting and then the May meeting. I don't feel a lot of certainty about where that will be. It could certainly be higher than we're writing down right now. If we come to the view that we need to write down
Blown out.
to move rates up,
Brah.
what we said in December, we would certainly do that. At the same time, if the data come in the other direction, then we'll make data-dependent decisions at coming.
Data
meetings, of
dependence.
course.
Just as a quick follow-up, how are you viewing the kind of balance of risk between those two options of,
Aussie
the
dollar,
likelihood of maybe falling short of
Euro
that
dollar.
or going beyond that level?
Euro CAD's at a crazy
I guess I
level.
would say it this way.
Aussie dollar and Euro dollar for
I
sure.
continue to think that it's very difficult to manage the risk of doing too little and finding out in 6 or 12 months that we actually
Can't believe
were
this. How is
close,
this
but didn't
negative?
get the job done, and inflation
Just up
springs back
$80
up and
twice.
back in, and now you really do worry about expectations getting
Getting some good entries though. This is what we're waiting for.
difficult risk to manage.
This is exactly what
Whereas,
we're waiting for in the live account. Get some
of course,
good
we have
levels.
no incentive and no desire to over tighten, but if we feel like we've gone too far, we can certainly
Take a couple low risk
if
shots.
Inflation is coming down faster than we expect, then we have tools that would work on that.
Oh, so
I
tools
do
drink.
think that in this situation where we have still the highest inflation in 40 years, the job is not fully done. As I started to mention earlier, we have a
Pound
sector that
CAD.
represents 56% of the core inflation index where we don't see disinflation yet.
That's tempting too.
We don't see it. It's not happening yet. Inflation in core services ex housing is still running at 4% on a 6 and 12-month basis. So there's nothing happening there. In the other two sectors, representing less than 50%, you actually, I think, now have a story that is credible, that's coming together. Although you don't actually see disinflation yet in housing services, but it's in the pipeline, right? So
Not quite
the
there
third
yet on
sector,
pound dollar.
we don't see anything here. So I think
And for
it would be
big
premature,
overextensions,
it would be very
something that's
premature
way
to
blown out on
predict
its range, just an
or
easy
to
low risk
think that
trade
we've really got this. We need to see
in the
our
news.
goal, of course, is to bring inflation.
Not trying to lose
How do
anything
we-
or
how
get
do we
wrecked.
that done? There are many factors driving inflation in that sector. and they should be coming into play to have inflation, the disinflationary process.
That's tempting on
in that sector, but so far we don't see that. And
dollar, a little bit more maybe.
We see
if it would go a little more.
A lot of work left to do.
We'll watch it. Game dollar CAD.
With Reuters, and thanks as usual. So I just wanted to connect a couple dots here.
Now this thing's negative.
Made a number of changes that seem to be saying things are getting better. You're saying inflation has eased. That's new.
There's another one.
You've taken out references to the war in Ukraine as causing price increases. You've taken out references to the
It'd be much higher than that at some point.
Eliminated all the reasons that you said prices were being driven higher. Yet that's not mapping to any change in how you describe policy.
More.
You still have ongoing increases to come. So I'm wondering,
Dollar's
why is
in
that
trouble.
the case? And does it have more to do with uncertainty around the outlook, or more to do with you not wanting to give a very overeager market a reason to get ahead of itself and overreact?
So I guess I would say it this way.
Dollars is blown out
for the first time.
But it did it. It did the thing.
The inflationary process has started. We can see that, and we see
this is the low. We figured this was going to happen.
So goods prices is a big sector. This is what we thought would happen since the very beginning, and now here it is actually happening. And for the reasons we thought, it's supply chains, it's shortages, and it's demand revolving back towards services. So this is a good thing. This is a good thing. But that's around a quarter of the PCE price index, core PCE price index. So the second sector is housing services.
That dollar
and that's driven by
go
very
the other
different
way.
Things. And
NASDAQ broke the high.
Big. And other forecasters
big high on NASDAQ.
Inflation will continue moving up for several months, but will then come down, assuming that new leases continue to be soft. And we do assume
huge
that. So we
high
think
on the
that's
NASDAQ.
Sort of in the pipeline.
Monster.
We actually see disinflation in the goods sector, and we see it in the pipeline for two sectors that amount to a little less than half. So this is good.
S&P.
We note that when we say inflation is coming down. This is good. We expect to see that disinflation process will be seen, we hope soon, in
the NAS, man. Monster high.
Housing. Sorry, the core services ex housing sector that I talked
Gold
about.
probably got a new high too. No, not yet.
7 or 8 different kinds of services. Not all of them are the same.
Go, baby.
And, we have a sense of what's going on in each of those.
It's $25.
Subsections.
Nothing yet.
Probably the biggest part of it, probably 60% of that is research would show is sensitive to slack in the economy, and so the labor market will probably be important. Some of the other ones, the labor market's not going to be important.
Nothing stopped out yet. Nothing crazy.
In any case, we don't see disinflation in that sector.
Still
yet.
Okay.
And I think we need to see that.
Taking some on the
majority
live.
of the core PCE index, which is the thing that we think is the best predictor of headline PCE, which is our mandate. So it's not that we're neither optimistic nor pessimistic. We're just telling you that we don't see inflation moving down yet in that large sector. I think we will.
Hasn't moved far enough yet
we don't
on the Aussie dollar.
Until we do, I think we see ourselves. We got to be honest with ourselves. We see ourselves as having perhaps more persistent. We'll see more persistent inflation.
Watching the dollar,
sector,
easy call.
Which will take longer to get down, and we're just going to have to. We have to complete the job. I mean, that's what we're here for.
Euro dollar, obviously, one more. Wait for that reversal. Dang, pound dollar, same.
Chair Powell, you observed several years ago that we learned we can have a low unemployment rate without above target inflation, and we have learned lately that inflation can come down from its uncomfortably high level despite a historically low unemployment
Great.
rate. Given that,
And agreed.
given how
Let's
much
go.
we did over the last year, why do you think further rate increases are needed? Why not stop
Back
here
into
and see what
greasels for
transpires
sheezels. Let's go.
before raising rates again?
So we've raised rates
Nailed
4.5
it.
percentage points, and we're talking about a couple of more rate hikes to get to that level we think is appropriately restrictive. And why do we think that's probably necessary? We think because inflation is still running very hot. We're, of course, taking into account long and variable lags, and we're thinking about that. The story we're telling about inflation is, to ourselves, and the way we understand it is basically the 3 things that I've just gone through a couple times. And again, we don't see it affecting the services sector ex housing yet. But I mean, I think our assessment is that we're not very far from that level. We don't know.
Big on them stops, man. Come on.
So I think we're living in a world of significant uncertainty. I would look across the spectrum of rates and see that real rates are now positive, by an appropriate set of measures are positive across the yield curve. I think policy is restrictive. We're trying to make a fine judgment about how much is restrictive enough. That's all. And we're going to, that's why we're slowing down to 25 basis points. We're going to be carefully watching the economy and watching inflation and watching the progress of
the dollar was a big high.
Did you or your colleagues discuss the conditions for a pause at this meeting this week?
Well, you'll see the minutes will come out in 3 weeks, and we'll give you a lot of detail. We spent a lot of time talking about the path ahead and the state of the economy.
Dollar.
I wouldn't want to start.
Dollar pairs. What's the other one? Euro dollar.
All the details there, but that was the sense of the discussion, was really talking quite a bit about the path forward.
Whatever, Jerome. Wrap it up, B.
Hi, Chair Powell. I wanted to ask about the debt ceiling. Given that we've now hit up against it, I was wondering if the U.S. goes
There's no
past the
ceiling
X date,
to the debt
will the
ceiling.
Fed do whatever the Treasury directs as it relates to making payments as the fiscal agent?
Guy, it's
or will
unlimited.
do
There is
its
no
own
ceiling.
analysis of any legal constraints?
So your question is, would we say your question again?
Will the
Exactly.
Fed do what Treasury directs as it relates to making payments, or will it do its own analysis of any legal constraints?
So you're really asking about,
Come back to that later.
Prioritization, in effect, is what
Yes,
you're, okay.
yes.
So I feel like I have to say this. There's only one way forward here, and that is for Congress to raise the debt ceiling so that the United States government can pay all of its obligations when due. And any deviations from that path would be highly risky, and no one should assume that the Fed can protect the economy from the consequences of failing to act in a timely manner. In terms of
Quiet part out loud right there.
we are their fiscal agent.
If we can't do it.
Are you actively doing any planning of what might happen in the event that would happen?
I'm just going to leave it at that. This is a matter that's to be resolved between it's really Congress's job to raise the debt ceiling, and I gather there are
So now we wait.
happening, but they don't involve us.
Positioning on the dollar.
We're not involved in those discussions. So
Gonna wait for whatever is about to happen. Wait for the next level. Wherever the next level is.
Gina Smilek from the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions.
The New York
Was
Times.
there any discussion today of the possibility of pausing rate increases
Probably
and then
not.
restarting them? Lori Logan from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas seemed to suggest that would be a possibility in a recent speech, and I wonder if that view is broadly shared on the committee.
So, the committee, obviously, did not see this as a time to pause. We judged that the
Wait for one more higher there. So I have a position and positioning on the dollar. Loan to.
basis points, and we said that we continue to anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range will be
At levels that make sense with very low risk.
sufficiently
I'm gonna wait for the market to pull back
bring inflation.
and hit my
So
1/10 of a percent
that's the
target
judgment that we made.
with no risk.
We're going to
Virtually no
write down the
risk.
forecasts in March.
A little bit more.
and,
Just keep
and we'll certainly be looking
got
at
unlimited room.
as everyone else will.
Sorry, I should have been clear. I
1/10
think
of a
would it be
percent at a
possible
time.
To take a meeting off, for example, and then resume. Could you, rather than just doing at every meeting a move, go a little bit more slowly, take some gaps in between moves?
I mean, I think
We're way out on
this is
some of
not
these
something
things.
that the committee is
Way
going
out past the
exploring in any kind of detail.
the ranges,
Principle, though,
statistical
we
ranges,
used to
but
thing we used to do was go every other meeting.
blowing out average highs
And that was considered a fast
out to
pace.
the weekly chart.
So I think
Nothing
a lot of
bad's
options are
happened.
available, and I mean, you saw with the Bank of Canada.
Almost hit
did,
target twice on
left
that
it they're willing to
challenge
raise
account.
rates after pausing, but this is not something that the Federal Open Market
Yeah,
Committee
let's see.
is, on the-
So we got
on
all
the
week
point
too.
of deciding right now.
Got more news this week. Wait and let this figure it out
CNBC. Mr.
and come
Chairman,
back.
The SEP has the PCE inflation rate in 2023 at 3.1%.
Steve Leisman.
Meanwhile, the 3-month annualized PCE
He hates
is
Powell.
5.1%. And you've achieved this without going to your 5.1% funds rate, which is what you have penciled in for this year. And you've also achieved it without the 1 percentage point increase in the unemployment rate, which you have penciled in for this year. I'm wondering if you've considered the idea of whether or not your understanding of the inflation dynamic may be wrong, and it's possible to achieve these things without raising rates that high, and also without the surge in unemployment. And specifically, I wonder if you might comment on the speech given by Vice Chair Lael Brainerd, who said To the extent that inputs other than wages may be responsible in part for important price increases for some non-housing services, an unwinding of these factors. In other words, it may not be wages, the idea that it may not require unemployment rising to get this sector of inflation under control. Thanks.
So a couple things. First, on the on the forecast, you're right. If you take very short-term, three-month, say, measures of PCE, core PCE inflation, they're quite low right now. But that's because that's driven by significantly negative readings from goods inflation. Most forecasters and would think that the significantly negative readings will be transitory, and that goods inflation will move up fairly soon.
Forgot about transitory.
Its longer run trend of something around 0, something like that. So a lot of forecasts would call for core PCE to go back up to 4% by the middle of the year, for example. So that's really where the sustainable level is more like at 4%. So that would suggest there's work left to do. You know, let's say inflation does come down much faster than we expect, which is possible. As I mentioned, you know, obviously our policy is data dependent. We would take that into account. In terms of the core non-housing services, as I mentioned earlier, it's a very diverse sector, 6 or 7 sectors, and so sectors that represent 55 or 60% of that subsectors of that sector we think are sensitive to
subsectors of that sector.
Slack in the economy, sensitive to the labor market in a way. But some of the other sectors are not. And for example, you know, financial services is a big sector that's really not driven by
it's all green for a minute.
Markets, wages.
Here we go.
So that's why I said there are a number of things that will affect. Take restaurants, right? So clearly labor is important for restaurants, but so are food prices. And, you know, transportation services is going to be driven by fuel prices, for example. So there are lots of things in that mix that will drive inflation. I would say overall, though, my own view would be that you're not going to have a sustainable return to 2% inflation in that sector without a better balance in the labor market. And I don't know what that will require in terms of increased unemployment, your question. I do think there are a number of dimensions through which the labor market can soften, and so far we've got, as I mentioned, in goods we have inflation moving down without softening in the labor market. I think most forecasters would say that that unemployment will probably rise a bit from here, but I continue to think that there's a path to getting inflation back down to 2% without a really significant economic decline or a significant increase in unemployment.
It's the boring part.
And that's because the setting we're in is quite different. The inflation that we originally got was very much a collision between very strong demand and hard supply constraints, not something that you really have seen in prior business cycles. And so now we see goods inflation coming down,
basically,
for the reasons we thought, and we understand why housing inflation will come down, and I think a story will emerge on the non-housing services sector soon enough. But I think there's ongoing disinflation, and we don't yet see weakening in the labor
$10
market,
for a dozen eggs soon.
Certainly possible. Yeah, absolutely, it's possible. You know, it's a question no one really knows. I think it's because this is not like the other business cycles in so many ways. It may well be that that it will take more slowing than we expect, than I expect, to get inflation down. But I don't.
How many times is it going to break the high?
Is that
it's going to be the question.
The economy can return to 2% inflation without a really significant downturn or a really big increase in unemployment. I think that's a possible outcome. I think many forecasters would say it's not the most likely outcome, but I would say there's a chance of it.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg TV and Radio. I'd like to pick up on what you were just saying about a substantial downturn and ask, with the full weight of your tightening not in place yet, and with the progress against inflation, there's still
this is going to be boring.
About very, very slow growth going forward in 2023, and the recession indicators are all suggesting that we are going to see recession this year. So I'm wondering if you've changed your view or you have a more nuanced view of what you think the danger to economic growth is going forward, and whether you're very close to perhaps tipping it into the wrong place, which calls for more restraint on your part.
So I do think most forecasts and my own assessment would be that growth will continue, positive growth will continue, but at a subdued pace, as it did last year. We had growth of GDP growth of 1% last year, and also final sales growth, which we think is a better indicator of about 1%. I think most forecasts and certainly my assessment would be that growth will continue at a fairly subdued level this year. There are other factors, though, that need to be considered. You will have seen that the global picture is improving a bit, and that will matter for us potentially. The labor market remains very, very strong, and that's job creation, that's wages. As inflation does come down, sentiment will improve. You also, state and local governments are really flush these days with money, and many of them are considering tax cuts or even sending checks. So I think that's going to support. They're also spending a lot. There's a lot of spending coming in the construction pipeline, both private and public, and so that's going to support economic activity. So I think there's a good chance that those factors will help support positive growth this year, and that's my base case is that there will be positive growth this year.
Growth in what?
Thank you.
Average price of eggs.
First of all, how are you doing?
Fine, thanks. Fine.
Good. Second off, I think earlier on in the press conference, you said you need to see substantially more evidence of inflation coming down.
Good to see how many times this thing's going to break the high until he shuts up.
3 months that we've seen 3 months ago. Governor Wallace.
Get the dollar, though. The dollar did exactly what we wanted it to do, guys.
Is it just the inflation data, or do you have to see the
that was scenario number 2.
Substantially more evidence.
So I don't think there's going to be a light switch flipped or anything like that. I think it's just an
Broke the low.
accumulation of evidence. So of course we'll be looking by the time
fortune favors the bold here on the dollar.
2 more employment reports, 2 more CPI reports, and we'll be looking at those carefully, as all of us will, and we'll be asking ourselves, what are they telling us? And soon after that, we'll have another ECI wage report, which, as you know, is a report that we like because it adjusts for composition and it's very complete. And the one we got, I guess it was yesterday, was constructive. It shows wages coming down, but still at a high level. They're still at a level that's well above where they were before the pandemic. So I don't want to put a number on it in terms of months, but as the accumulated evidence comes in, it's going to be reflected in our assessment of the outlook, and that will be reflected in our policy over time. But I will say, though, it is our
Weekly
job
low on the dollar.
Restore prices.
And just back the truck up. Only thing we can do is just wait for that.
We're not market participants.
It'll be a waiting game.
Job. It's a fine job. It's a great job. In fact, I did.
Yeah, it might even be tomorrow.
But
assume that we're going to get there.
But
the projected low on the dollar.
So we are
just assume at this point that that's where it's going.
That we will, complete this task because we think it has benefits that will,
we don't want to bet on it now.
Economic activity and benefit the public for
way too low right this second, but we're going to target that area as the week goes on. It's just the obvious thing.
For taking the question.
But not right now.
So
you don't want to short the dollar right now.
Job growth.
That's crazy.
From Fox Business, by the way. We had solid job growth, a slight falling in the increase in consumer spending. It seems so far it's been relatively mild from the economy to go from a 9.1% CPI inflation to 6.5% CPI inflation. Is the hard part yet to come to go from 6.5 to 2?
I don't think we know, honestly. So we, of course, expected goods inflation to start coming down by the end of 2021. And it didn't. It didn't come down all through 22. And now it's coming down, and it's coming down pretty fast. So I would say this is not a standard business cycle where you look at the last.
Comes some volatility all of a sudden.
There was a global pandemic.
What the heck is going on? What do you say?
Economy down and Congress did what it did and we did what we did. It's unique. So I think certainty is just not appropriate here. Inflation, it's just hard to forecast inflation. It may come down faster. It may take longer to come down. And, our job is to deliver inflation back to target, and we will do that. But I think
no retracement.
About
not yet, at least.
And, sending signals
brutal.
that we think that the game is won, because we've got a long way to go. It's the early stages of disinflation.
Still waiting.
It's most welcome to be able to say that we are now in disinflation.
This is the thing. You wait. When he's talking, everything will run out.
We just see
and then we're going to try to see how far out it is.
That's all.
And take levels that make sense.
Federal funds rate remaining at this elevated level.
Right now, Aussie dollar makes sense.
My forecast and that of my colleagues, as you will see from the SEP, and there are many different forecasts, but generally it's a forecast of slower growth, some softening in labor market conditions, and inflation moving down steadily, but not quickly. And in that case, if the economy performs broadly in line with those expectations, it will not be appropriate to cut rates this year, to loosen policy this year. Of course, other people have forecasts with inflation coming down much faster. That's a different thing. If that happens, if inflation comes down much faster,
good.
Then we'll be seeing that, and it will be incorporated into our thinking about policy.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. May I ask a further question about the language around ongoing increases? That, of course, implies at least 2 further rate rises. If you look at Fed fund futures pricing, the implication is that you'll raise rates
until it's done.
More time, and then pause.
Are you
concerned about that divergence? Or do you think if everything breaks right, is that a plausible outcome?
I'm not particularly concerned about the divergence, no, because it is largely due to the market's expectation that inflation will move down more quickly.
It'll be boring, man.
That's the bigger part of that. Again, as I just mentioned, our forecasts
could have closed earlier.
Participants have different
twice,
forecasts, but generally those forecasts are for continued subdued growth, some softening in the labor market, but not a recession. And,
we have
inflation moving down. Into the somewhere in the mid-3s or maybe lower than that this year. We'll update that in March, but that's what we thought in December. Markets are past that. They show inflation coming down in some cases much quicker than that.
Wait for anything to break the high.
To see. And we have a different
charts
view.
here. This is
it's a different forecast. Really.
Some crazy levels here.
And
gonna wait for the weekly projected high here.
I don't see us cutting rates this year if we get our
for the next position
true,
on the Nasdaq.
If we do see inflation coming down much more quickly,
there's going to be some really good positions here. Very good. Letting things go out, hit those pending orders.
One of the changes in the statement this month is
be some great stuff coming. Looks good.
Data points you'll consider in assessing.
Wait and see what it looks like later.
What should we make of that? Does the Federal Reserve,
the Nasdaq, man,
the pandemic is weighing on the economy?
Gone.
That's the general sense of it. Look, we understand, I personally understand well that COVID is still out there.
Yeah, he just had COVID.
That it's no longer playing an important role in our economy. And, we've kept that statement in there for quite a while. And I think we knew we would take it out at some point. There's never a perfect time. But we thought that, people are handling it better, and the economy and the society are handling it better now. It doesn't really need to be in the Fed's monthly
wheelhouse
post-meeting statement as an ongoing economic risk, as opposed to a health issue.
So COVID doesn't exist anymore, guys. COVID's over.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. I wanted to go back to another thing that Fed Vice Chair Lael
things all right. Still in the green, actually net. Between closed exposure and open exposure. Nothing bad.
I do. Yeah, I do.
Just could have hit target earlier.
You don't see that yet, but the whole point is, once you see it, you have a serious problem. That means that effectively in people's decision making, inflation has become a really salient issue, and once that happens, that's what we can't allow to happen. And so that's why we worry that the longer we're at this and the longer people are talking about inflation all day long, every day, the more risk of something like that. But no, there's not much It's more of a risk. It always has been more of a risk than anything else. By the way, I think it's becoming less salient, and people are, we pick that up in conversations, and I've seen some data too that show people are, gradually, they're glad that inflation's coming down. People really don't like inflation, and as we see it coming down,
people really don't like inflation.
Economic activity. You look at the sentiment surveys now, and they're
Captain Obvious has entered the chat.
Unemployment and high wage increases nominally by historical standards. Why can that be? It has to be inflation, right? So I think once inflation is seen to be coming down in coming months,
waiting,
you will also see
interested in that NASDAQ, big, huge, higher high, big one.
That's at the very heart. It's consumers and
good print on the gold, BB.
Essentially,
yeah, I was just looking at it.
That
expectations that might send a signal for
a very important part of the process
watching
the dollar
of creating inflation.
Yep, watching that one, where that is.
Belief.
Yep,
in one
I'm
way
watching it right now.
We think it's important.
How this is going to close, if that closes like that, or if it's going to retest one more time. I mean, anything.
8 months ago or so,
anything higher.
Longer-term inflation.
Probably, I should have already taken it, but if it runs higher, I'll take the second chance on it. Watching it. About to hit that one too. I'm going to take a bigger position on that one.
And I think that's very reassuring. I think the markets have decided, and the
S&P's done the thing too. God.
It's just a matter of us following through. That's
all right. It's time to potentially put some risk on here. Actually, very soon. Trying to be patient.
Believe that it will come
down.
That'll be part of the process.
Scale into it.
It's a very positive thing.
Already got some ready. Got some pending orders to get triggered, so I'm going to let that go.
In the minutes of the December meeting, there was a couple sentences that struck people as important. When the committee said participants talked about this.
Come on, baby. Here we go.
Financial conditions was a risk, and it would make your life harder to bring inflation down.
Going to be an awesome. This is going to be an awesome set when this is done.
So I was wondering, has that concern eased among members? Or
everybody's going to see after.
I would put it this way: it's something that we monitor carefully. Financial conditions didn't really change much from the December meeting to now. They mostly went sideways or up and down, but came out in roughly the same place. It's important that the markets do reflect the tightening that we're putting in place. As we've discussed a couple times here, there's a difference in perspective by some market measures on how fast inflation will come down. We're just going to have to see. We'll try to persuade people to have a forecast. But our forecast is that it will take some time and some patience, and that we'll need to keep rates higher for longer. But we'll see.
Rates higher it's our forecast to keep rates higher for longer.
Brendan Peterson with Punchbowl News. I wanted to ask if the Fed takes into account at all the debt ceiling when it comes to quantitative tightening, given the fact that rapid or faster quantitative tightening
just into green actually a minute ago.
Faster to that drop.
About to go back into green. I was just a second ago.
As we get closer to
haven't even started yet. Not even close to started the retracements, and was already into green.
It's very hard to think about all the different possible ramifications, and I think the answer is basically I don't think there's likely to be any important interaction between the two, because I believe Congress will wind up acting, and as it will and must in the end, to raise the debt ceiling in a way that doesn't risk the progress we're making against inflation and the economy and the financial sector. I believe that will happen. I believe it will happen. We of course will monitor money market conditions carefully as the process moves on. For example, the Treasury General account will shrink down and then it will grow back up, and we understand there'll be lots of flows between there and the overnight repo facility.
Said the magic words. Let's go.
We understand all that. We're watching it carefully. We'll just be monitoring it. Thank you very much.
This is our forecast to keep rates higher for longer. All right, guys. So remember where the dollar is. Expecting continued rate hikes. Ness is coming. See if they say anything. I don't think they're going to say anything. All right, guys. So we're in the green. Back again. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so sorry that was a little loud there. Down. So there we go, in the green. We'll just wait a minute and see what happens here. Said the magic words. And finessed. Almost all positions are in the green, with the exception of one of the NASDAQ positions in euro dollar. The exceptions of the NASDAQ and euro dollar are pretty much in the green. Some of those are second position. So, see what happens here as this goes on. Wait for it. Challenge accounts back into green with monstrosity potential. I might have to, man, I have to raise my target on this. It's going to hit the $100. Like it's going to be very easy for this to hit the $100 just on any retracement whatsoever. So challenge accounts going to easily hit the second target for the day. Live account taking low risk on this, just looking for 0.1%. Move the chains, get a first down every time. First down, first down, first down, first down, first down. Eventually you're going to win the game. You try to throw a Hail Mary every time, you're going to get wrecked and lose. You'll be last place. Fired. You don't go and throw a Hail Mary pass every single time. You run the ball and get a first down every single time, and that's how you win the game. Everybody's got it backwards in trading. Everybody tries to get rich today. Let's go. A lot of potential there. I'll just take it when it gets there. So we'll come back to that. Boy, we've got some monstrosities of some entries on some of these things. Like NASDAQ, big, huge, higher high. Only thing better would be if it would break the weekly projection. So we'll come back to that. Euro dollar, obviously a big, huge high. You gonna buy that? Raise your hand if you want to buy this right here. Again, these are 4-hour candles. You gotta squeeze it in to see it. Raise your hand if you want to go long right here. See you on the flip side. Oh man. No, right? I mean, maybe you can get a couple pips out of it. Probably hazardous to your health. Oh wait, you can't see it. Never mind. Talking about this. Oh, what happened? Oh, what happened? The wrong thing. Right here is what I was saying. On euro dollar. And raise your hand if you want to go long now. Oh man. 4-hour chart. Lol. Oh, it's green. Buy it. I don't realize that statistically the high of the day was right here. And we're that far beyond what would statistically be the high of the day. Let's go. Come on back. Come on. So, what do we get? Bunch of nothing, all the same stuff we expected. Crazy where the dollar is. Nothing really changed. I mean, it said tools and labor market and strengthening and all the same buzzwords. Wait and see what kind of retracement we get today on the dollar. I think the interesting thing is what's going to happen on Friday. See, now we got this out of the way, so we got to get through the euro rates tomorrow and the pound rates at the same time, and that's going to be another thing, and we're thinking about that ahead of time in our positioning. Thinking about that now. Remember, we got a rate hike coming tomorrow on the pound and the euro. So remember that there's going to be volatility coming. This is going to be a heavy week. Oh, still not over yet. Yeah, 100 lots long, you're $1. Let's go. Yeah, it's just things blown out. It's just common sense. It's kind of making a joke, but think about what I'm saying. You know how many people are doing this right now? Saying, oh my God, it's bullish. Buy it. Correct. Yeah, whatever. Maybe you get a scalp. Depends on how quick you're looking to close it. Probably not a good idea. Just bad trading is what it is. It's just not good. It's not healthy. That is hazardous to your health. So good game. Got the higher high. Oh, got to go back into green here. Close. NASDAQ was very high. This one's going to be interesting. You know, to what degree is this going to pull back? All right, Mr. Slithery the Snake. Tell the story of Mr. Slithery the Snake. Slithery the Snake is slithering up the mountain. He goes down the mountain. He goes up higher on the mountain, comes back down the mountain. He goes up higher on the mountain and comes down the mountain. Then Mr. Slithery the Snake goes higher, way up the mountain. He slides down the mountain. He goes way up the mountain, and he slides down the mountain. Then he goes up the mountain, and he slides down the mountain. Then Mr. Slither the Snake goes way up high on the mountain. Then he comes back down the mountain. Then Mr. Slithery the Snake goes way up high on the mountain. You hand a 5-year-old a crayon and say, where's Mr. Slither the Snake gonna slither to next? This way. Right? Or does that just not make sense? Does a 5-year-old see it? Mr. Slither the Snake. Up the mountain, he goes down the mountain. He goes up the mountain, he goes down the mountain. Mr. Slither the Snake goes way up the mountain. Where's Mr. Slither the Snake gonna slither to next? Think about it. It really is that simple. Crazy when you think about it. So what next? Gold. Crazy highs here on some of this stuff. Crazy lows on dollar. Dollar, man. Thing is beaten down right now. Aussie dollar is one that's way up. Got a big broken high on euro dollar. Dollar is already better. What do we do? Wasn't too crazy at first, but you see how when he started, you know, there wasn't really much happened, but then you see what happened when he started talking. It all of a sudden was a very different ball game when he started speaking. Nobody cared about the 75 basis points. But when he started speaking, boy, that was a very different ball game. We got a broken low on dollar CAD. Just waiting for the dollar to put in a low, waiting for NASDAQ for sure. Because of where that is. When that's done, Mr. Slithery the snake is done slithering up the mountain. Trading is easy. Risk management is hard. Managing your risk is the hard part. Euro dollar, come on. Come on, euro dollar. It's another possibility right there. Where are we? Blown out, just about there. Blown out, completely blown out, but almost there. Out to the weekly. Euro pound, another one. Really good price action. In a good spot. Euro pound. Do I have that? Don't even need to look at it. Euro pound. So the question is, how long is it going to take for this stuff to go? Now it's a waiting game. So not much really to be gleaned out of that. Not much information to gather. Yeah, Mr. Slithery's he's got wings right now. He needs to have a parachute. I'll tell you that. He can forget about slithering down the mountain. He needs a parachute. That is way too far to slide down. That is a steep drop. Silver's interesting. Gold, again, on a broken high, waiting for gold. Just a little bit more. More on gold to break that previous high. And then we'll start stalking that at our projected high of the week. I'm going to get these pips. Let's go. Pips, pepperonis. That's Swiss. That may be too. Yeah, some of those CAD pairs went big. I noticed that. I saw Euro CAD went crazy. Yep. Yeah, CAD Swiss, another one that broke the low. Yeah, there's a bunch of this stuff right now. There's so many good entry opportunities. You know, where you just give it a shot. Like, there's so many right now. No, we just gotta wait for the next level to hit or a reversal. It's kind of what we're waiting for. Big blowouts. The news is out of the way. Just waiting for the blowouts. Euro dollar. That's pretty crazy. Just all bets are off on the dollar. We're so far down that, man, wouldn't make another decision until it made it on the low. But God, there's going to be so many good trades coming. If the dollar is going to make it all the way down there, it's just going to be another one of those major levels that ends up, you know, just talking about like 1,000 pip baskets here coming. Some crazy stuff coming. You'll see. Need a little bit more on the dollar if it would be so kind as to give us that last little bit on the dollar to the downside. Then there's going to be some very serious positions. For real. Just need a little bit more. A lot. It looks like a lot more. And it is. Like, it's going to have to go down a whole nother like day or something if that were to happen. I'm going to get sketchy. I'm going to start positioning on things, and then eventually going to be some very, very wild runs coming off of this. And it may be, you know, Friday, Monday, Tuesday of next week. Your head is going to spin when you see the distance that's traveled. We'll be in here counting it up and be like, yep, there's 1,000 pips between this trade, this trade, this trade, and this trade. There's 1,000 pips. Watch. I already know what's going to happen. It's the same thing that happens every time. It just doesn't happen all the time. It doesn't happen every week. So we're pretty much positioning at levels right now and waiting for the next one. We just did that and we're waiting for the next one. Some bad's happened. We haven't gotten the move yet. Maybe though, watch. Let's see what happens over the next little bit. The next couple hours. Gold, a little bit more. Man, gold. Oh my gosh. Big, huge expansion. That's going to be a really good short when it happens. When it gets up a little bit more, it'll be time to start taking risks on that. We haven't even started on that. Oh God, I'm tired. Haven't even started on gold yet. Yeah, so cool. Powell told us about all of his tools. Market started moving. Nothing changed. 25 basis. The only thing changed was the speed at which they're raising rates. It's verified now. It's confirmed. 25 basis points. We went from 75 to 50 to 25. He said clearly that we still have higher rates for longer. Our forecast is we forecast higher rates for longer. Now, that doesn't mean it's true, but that's what he said. We've got the dollar falling. So think about that for a second. I'm going to wait for the dollar to hit where it's going and join the party. It's too risky to jump in it now. You know, like try to buy into stuff like this. Way too risky for that. Euro dollar going to wait just a little bit more. Just about getting there to the next point to take a position there. It's going to be gravy. Good. Gold. Yes. Gold is doing the same. Yeah, we are. We're going through all of it. It's doing the same thing as all of it. Everything else. Everything is going to line up at the same time. When the next area is ready, gold will line up. The stock market indices will line up. The dollar will line up. It's all going to line up. Euro dollar, Aussie dollar. It's all going to line up at the same time. Bitcoin is probably going to do the same thing. Yep, it's on the way. Waiting. Oof, getting there. Breaking the high now. First position on gold, really. I think I may have had some pending orders. Yeah, okay. I did have a couple pending orders. I mean, fire. I'm a fire in my laser. All right. Remember that meme from like 10 years ago? I'm a fire in my laser. Gold. Okay. Let's go. Euro dollar. It'll all pretty much line up at the same time. Really kind of watching euro dollar. And it gets to where it's going. Everything will probably make sense. We'll watch gold for a minute. See what happens here. Come on, baby. Come on down. Yeah. Go. Give me just a minute. And we'll finish the day out. Still got a few more minutes. Let's watch this for a minute. Euro dollar is another one. as that gets where that's going to go up here. We're getting the entries. We're getting some today. We've still got a day lag in between now and NFP. So see how this turns out. Anyway, give me a second. Curious to see where this is going to go and where we're going to stop. This is a very good first position on gold. Watching euro dollar for that level, and then we'll try it there. All of it's going to line up in the same time. It's all lining up like starting now. There's a whole bunch of things in the market. It's all going to line up at the same time. NASDAQ is almost there too. NASDAQ, euro dollar, gold. Gonna time these. Might even watch that actually. Right now. First. S&P. That's closer. Yeah, let's watch this. Curious to see what's going to happen here. Yeah, so we're going to wait. I'm going to take very small positions. And when you look back at this later, you're going to realize how close we were to a mega high. Hold on, buddy. Dog's got his nose under the... I hear him. He's got his nose under the door. He wants to go outside. Hold on, buddy. I hear you, brother man. All right. Let's watch the NASDAQ for a second. Dollar. See what it. Got pending orders in. I've got some pending orders starting to hit now. Come on, dude. Okay, something took profit. Dow took a $115 profit on the Dow. That was the long from earlier. Good game. It was a bot trade. Something must have been. So it hit. It's hitting now, bro. No, that was just that trade it just took. Yeah. That was when it broke the low down there during the news. Took the long underneath the low. Landed all the way up. Gone. $6,600 points. So it just closed the long, and it's getting ready to start scaling into some shorts that are pending orders up there. It's going to be a wild set when this is done. So I've closed 115. That was a huge long right there. Still on it. Everything's playing out. Things happening exactly as it should. Yeah, so that NASDAQ long, almost to target. Hold on, let me move this real quick. This is going to be a good position. The net position is really in a good spot. Let me put this TP. Where are we? The NASDAQ a little bit more. We're looking for 12,480, we'll say. If it continues to blow out, it's going to be good. About to get a big profit there too on the NASDAQ long. Can you describe? Yeah, links in the description. And all the software and tools and all that's, we sit here and trade all day, every day. We're just not on YouTube every day. Try to come throw YouTube a bone just to hang out and check cool stuff out. When we got news events and stuff like that, or when there's good trades to take, a lot of times. But yeah, all the software and all that's included. Yeah. If you're interested in it, you'll probably find a lot of stuff you're probably going to like. It's impossible to find a better value as far as that. I would be very interested if there's a better value than that, then good luck. For the price, yeah, it's a good game there, 115. But again, it's not trying to sell. I'm not a salesman. Doesn't matter. If you would like to join us, you're more than welcome to join us. Some very good traders working on some very good software. It's all available to the group. All the range tools, all the strategy, private strategy stuff. All the stuff you're not going to see on YouTube, because that wouldn't be fair to the group. Some of it, but not explaining why and what and exactly how to use it. Come on, let's go. A little bit more on NAS, come on. Figure out if I want to close this. I know, buddy, I hear him under the door. Need to go take him out. Where is this thing again? I'm going to take the profit because I know there's a, man. It's almost there. To take the profit on the NASDAQ in just a second. I'm going to wait. I'm waiting for this range tool. We'll just set the target, but I don't know exactly where it is. There's going to be a slight discrepancy on the broker. It'll be slightly different. Any little break of the high, it'll take the profit, whatever, that's fine. Put the profit target there. It'll be another $50. Oil's good. Oil's going into profit. Euro Kiwi is flying to the downside. Oh, those are good. Some of those pending orders that was setting earlier with the risk manager, a lot of those are hitting now. A lot of them are starting to go. All right. It's going to be a good set. It's going to be a good set. Love it. Yeah, so a little bit more on the NASDAQ. If it breaks the high, it'll take profit. Second. It's just the bot selling into it. It just may be too easy to hit the $100. I probably should raise the profit target. It's going to have enough exposure on it for if it pulls back, it will go 5 times that easy. And it would, it would be a very safe target to hit the 0.1%, which is a reasonable target. All right, dude. He's like crying. Hold on. Let me take him out real quick. Poor guy. He's probably got to go to the bathroom. 1 second. Mommy must be busy today. Probably busy working. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. We'll finish out the day. I want to watch this NASDAQ because and the euro dollar and NASDAQ are getting to a point where it's time to pay attention. Give me 1 second. bit of a rejection there on the NASDAQ. Might have been it. Next point to make a decision is going to be there. If for some reason it goes more, take it. If not, rely on what we've already got. I know the bot's been selling into it. About to go back into green in a big way. Gosh. All right, here we go. Money. Bot taking profits. Man, I might have to raise my profit target. Could just take the easy way out or raise the target depending on what happens here. If it starts to go, euro dollar, same thing, hard rejection. Aussie dollar, same thing, hard rejection. Pound dollar, same thing, hard rejection. Right at the levels, all those levels we were just positioning at. A little bit more for the next position on euro dollar. Maybe. Swiss. The NASDAQ, man. And imagine what could potentially happen in the dollar stuff too. Where the dollar is below that consolidation like that. Just the dollar index. And everything that comes along with that. One of these times is going to be the one. Could be this week. This could be it. Look at the S&P. Ooh. Structurally where the NASDAQ is. As far as, good Lord have mercy. Big high up there. And potentially there's a possibility it could go some more. But this is where you try it. Give it a shot. Dow, look at the Dow. Right, same thing. Big high on the Dow. Bigger retracement on the S&P and the Dow, actually. Much bigger candles. Got a basket spread across. Got, doing all right. I've closed more profit than my drawdown currently, which is always a good thing. I've closed more profit today than my current drawdown by a lot. So how do you argue with that? And it's about potential, and we're positioned on some very, very good potential positions. We're in a very good spot here. Dollar CAD, same thing. All going. Biggest negatives. NASDAQ, all of it. NASDAQ, index. Euro pound. Index. Euro dollar. Which are all multiple positions. Where's euro pound? So if the NASDAQ comes back, I think it's gonna go. Super stoked about this. I know I'm about to get a good move forward. Gold's another one that's very close. It is there. Let's see, do I have that yet? No, I had some pending orders getting hit there. Yeah, it's just already got. Yeah, it's already in the same place. The bot took some too. Bot took a bunch of gold positions there, it looks like. Not a bunch, but a couple. And I took a couple too. So we'll wait for that to fall. Big equal high, higher high, but kind of equal high, but a higher high on gold. Zoom out and look at it. It's crazy. Silver's another one, man. Maybe not quite there yet on silver. Oh. Right off the hash. Dream, NASDAQ almost hit the weekly, and this is the one I was watching. This was the farthest out by percentage. Has the, in theory, the largest potential retracement. Gold is another one. It's just very close to a very, very good position. It is a good position now. It's one of those things where it looks crazy right now and you look at it later and you don't realize, you don't think about it at the time. It feels scary. You look at it later and it's this. And you're talking about like literally this big of a move and you're like, whoa. We had it. Like we had the top. It's that kind of day. It's that kind of week. It's that kind of week this week. And we're going to play it as such and keep the risk in check. Doing all right. Doing well. Doing very well given the circumstances. It just hasn't played out yet. Euro dollar, still watching that. Waiting on this one. Gold's exceeding the weekly, waiting on NASDAQ.
$15 5 minutes.
Just a sea of red. Here. The sea of red on the daily ranges. Everything's blown out. We got a couple blown out on the weekly. Gold, dollar, yen. What's dollar yen doing? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Dollar Swiss. Never mind. Reading sideways. Dollar Swiss. I was going to say that doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah. Dollar Swiss. Same. Where is it? I know I'm already in it. Weekly blowout. Whatever. Small piece. On the pullback. Dollar Swiss, same thing. Where is it? Live account too. Okay, I did take it on the live account. I was gonna say I thought I remember taking that. I'll just leave it. It's not far enough away. The retracement, that's not even gonna mean anything in the grand scheme of things. The dollar is very, very low right now. Dollar CAD, dollar Swiss. See, this is where you start getting, these are the kind of days where you set up to make, you know, a good gain, where you set up to make a good profit. Good. Oil, yeah. Oil's been good. Oil's good. Yeah, oil was very good earlier when it was on a lower low, but yeah, it's still, if you're looking for a consolidation, again, probably going to pull back at some point. Oil looks okay. Yeah, it looked much better earlier, but yeah, it's not, while it's back like this, now's the time to do it. Yeah. If you're going to try it while it's pulled back like that and you look for range and grind higher, I would much rather be long. I would only want to be long oil. I wouldn't definitely not short it here. It's way blown out. Yeah. There are some others though. And that's, oil's another good one. There's just so much, like there's so many things. And it's the things that against the dollar, like gold and the dollar, the US dollar, and the stock market, all of that's related, and oil is too. But they're so far blown out that there's just very likely going to be a very big retracement, especially some of these that have a higher high that have been up for months already, months to the upside. And we're on the highest high in going back years, Years, in some cases. Lowest low in years. Look at the dollar. Lowest low since April of last year. And in some cases, on some other pairs, it may be longer than that. Below a consolidation, this is exactly the spill that we were looking for. More rate hikes inbound. He said it. This feels like a flush, and we figured this was going to happen. This is exactly what we've been planning for. Was the flush out below the consolidation on the dollar. Want to be long dollar, but very aware that it could flush out, and when it did, basically, would start positioning on it, and I'm not going to miss it. Euro pound is another one. Euro pound has the price action. Got the price action right now for sure. Just already in it. I've already got it. No reason to so many things potentially happening here. I'm trying to watch euro dollar. Everybody's gonna miss some really good entries right now. Listening today. Keep the risk low. Watch and see what's gonna happen. Low risk. Breathe a little bit and then wait and see what happens with low risk. Probably be very surprised. You're willing to wait and let it go. Just let it go and hold it. Pound Swiss. Another one that's price actions there on that. Price actions there. Anything lower, be looking to do the same thing. It's just another one. It's very low. It's below all of the lows. Anything lower, and be looking to pick that one up too off the floor. Alerts are out. Not stonks today, boy. Don't want to be buying it. Everybody's buying stonks right now is probably going to be wishing they hadn't have done that. A lot of people are being baited into buying the high right now. Exactly what's happening. That's all that's happening. It's the only thing that's happening. Everybody's being baited into buying the high in risk assets and selling the low in the dollar. As history is written, remember that. Remember me saying that. Oh, we're going now. Live accounts holding. It's doing much better. Drawdowns come down. The euro pound actually looks good. The price action's there on euro pound. And it's, what's your risk appetite? Just already got it. Price action's there. It's my entry's at break even, so I'm not going to take another one. I took it like 3 or 4 candles ago, but it's still at the same price. Yeah, just another one. Happen. Nas, yeah, watching that one. Yep, I'm waiting a little bit higher. Do have a level higher. It's a maybe, but we're talking, I think it's like weekly. Yeah, it's like a weekly level. I'm not betting on that today. Again, it's about today. I'm not betting on that today. See what happens overnight first. Going to be a lot for that to get there today. But I'm waiting to see. I want to see it beat the weekly level at least before I take another position on this. It's going to have to be higher than this, somewhere probably in this zone right here. Talking about like monstrosity potential, like potentially months, weeks to the downside, at least days, minimum days, when this whole thing finishes and distributes. These are big, these are like major levels here. This isn't just your normal stuff that's going on right now. We're looking at potentially like lows of the year and stuff like that, highs of the year, those types of things on a lot of, especially stuff against the dollar. We're very close to that kind of potential. But like the low of the year for 2023, like this week on the dollar. So just keep that in mind. Very, very possible. Higher time frames, like this is a very, we gotta be serious about this here. Finally happened. We've been waiting for months for that to break. Waited for 3 weeks in this consolidation for it to break it. Now that it broke that and the swing low, what's the likelihood of that for 2023? That's what I'm talking about. So, and again, we're just looking for day trades here, but as far as having a bias, this is a very exciting time. And if you're just starting something now, it is a very, very good time to start a challenge today. Like right today and tomorrow and this week is a very good time to start a challenge. When you start is also very important to strategy. Hold on. The voice was out. When you start a challenge is important, actually. And now is about as good of a time as you could ever imagine to start something like that, like a prop firm challenge or something, because of where everything is. You're starting from such a good position that you have a huge advantage. The count is in your favor. Like if you're counting cards and blackjack, the count's in your favor right now. This is in the trader's favor. If you're ready for reversals. You're looking for like a really good potential. You can set something and just let it go until it hits. This is the kind of thing you're looking for. Pound Swiss. God, man. Same thing. I'm just not going to let that go. I think I'm already in it. Maybe. No, I'm not. Narrow with a stop. Very good. There's a lot of potential right now, honestly. Like this is legit levels right here. On the live account, take some on the challenge account. I think I'm going to let this go a little bit. I'm going to back my target out a little bit higher and let it run. Bot's got some on here. All right, so that's cool. So it must have had some pending orders. No, it must have been pending orders from earlier that got hit. All right, so cool. Whatever. Fire. Fire in Malaysia. Crazy. Looking good there too. CAD was already good yesterday. That was good. We had a really good entry on that yesterday. On pound CAD. Pound yen made a lot of sense. We got a really good entry on that today, actually. Caught the bottom basically on pound yen. The bottom. All about to start going. So what, again, what's negative? NASDAQ. Waiting on the NASDAQ. And when the NASDAQ retraces, it's going to be wild. Hold on, I'm going to change my profit target. I'm not even going to mess with this right now. Got all the room in the world. I need to use a little bit of it.
5 minutes.
Changing back to 250 from 100. I've just got enough exposure on here that it would just be too easy to hit target. Come on. Hold on. All right. So what happens as this market closes? What's going to happen in Asian session tonight? It's going to be a big question. I mean, we got some pending orders ready to roll on the NASDAQ. I was just going to say, I'm watching this. Euro dollar is another one. May or may not make it up there yet, but we'll see. Between tomorrow and Friday, we're going to get some really, this is one of those, I'm telling you, this is going to be one of those weeks where we're going to get the entries and we're going to look at this Monday, Tuesday, and it's going to be like, wow, I wish I would have held that. That went 500 pips. Like, man, I wish I would have held that. That went 180 pips. I wish I would have held that. It went 260 pips times 10 different assets. It's exactly what's going on right now. Love it. I love this stuff. This is trading right here. This is it in its purest form. This is exactly what we're looking for. This is what I want to see. A little bit more on that.
Hey, BB.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's up, Maya?
Hamburger juice, hamburger juice.
Yes, the hamburgerjuice.com.
But everything good, man. Yeah, man, for sure. I mean, Monday and Tuesday, they were like really good trading days. I cannot put the risk much down today, on this week, because I don't want to, like give back the profits that I made.
No, I get that.
But obviously, I mean, really good entries this week. Yep. I mean, today,
Yep, we had some really good trading days.
Talking about because tomorrow we're going to have a lot of news too.
Right.
So pretty much what I've been doing like the past, like the last week and this week too, is that I've been putting like the bot on the range breaks, and then on the, like the retracement, I put it on the, give me 1 second, let me find it.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm listening.
And, like to take the retracement, and it's been working out pretty well, so pretty much what I'm doing is capturing, the profits from the breaks and then getting the retracement. So I'm pretty much like capturing equity, from the break to the retracement.
Right, that makes sense actually. Yeah, and that's another thing we want to test a little more is the range breaks. I mean, there's going to be a lot of times where those are going to run hard, and then as it goes up, it'll also take. Yeah, I mean, combining that with like a reversion strategy. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
I mean, it's been working out. It's been working out pretty well. So, like talking about like tomorrow. I mean, I don't know, like euro dollar, pound dollar, euro pound, right, for the bot to take these type of, strategies on the bot. But man, I don't
Right.
even know what more can I add to this.
And, if you wanted to add, another strategy or more risk, that would be something. I mean, honestly, depending on where we are right now, being this far outside of the ranges, like probably, like a reversion strategy. I mean, some of these things are so far out toward the weekly range. You're in the top 25% now, especially on the dollar and the NASDAQ and all the dollar stuff, especially. But, like a reversion types are going to take entries and then wait for the pullbacks. Those are going to be good.
Like an open reversion, like
yeah,
just happened,
open reversion with a grid split of like maybe 3. Like I think sorry, not a grid split, but the outside filter. Hold on a second, let me find.
Okay. With
that
both
would
of them?
that would
With
only
both
take
of the
the top.
filters?
I'm sorry, what was that? Both what?
With both of the filters?
Yeah, both is fine. It'll only when it's outside. The other filter, the inside filter, is only for when you reverse the strategy. If you invert the strategy, like
Okay.
that's not really super necessary. It doesn't even do anything for unless you invert the strategy. So let me find the wrong thing real quick. Hold on one second. Let me just triple check real quick. But like if you want to take like only the best reversals at the top or bottom end of the weekly candle, open reversion would be a good way to do that. Depends on it depends on what you already have on. I think if it's just range breaks and something else, it depends on what else. But yeah, like an outside filter, the outside step filter, I would put that to like 3 instead. And what it'll do is it'll split the weekly statistical range into 4 pieces, and it'll skip the first 3 and only trade the top 25% or the bottom 25% of the range, and that'll get really good entries for reversals. That's one thing that where we are right now, that's a good thing to start running. That's a really good thing to do, especially when everything's already out. When it's already run out, if you start it now, it'll start getting really good entries. Because it'll be basically selling the highs and buying the lows, and it splits the weekly statistical range into 4 pieces and only trades the top 25 or the bottom 25%. So it skips the middle and only trades the outside edges. That's one thing you could do, is run like an open reversion with. I would leave the grid split at 4, but put the outside filter at 3. Instead of 2, just by its default to 2, just so it takes a little more entries, but it'll take higher quality entries, right? With a grid split of 3, it's basically skipping the first 3 steps of a 4-step grid, so it's only trading the top 25% or the bottom 25%. Yes, I develop software. Yes, I'm a programmer. I'm a career programmer and cybersecurity analyst. For a YouTube question. Yes, but I've been trading for a while. It's crazy. It's actually going on the 7th year now, which is nuts. But yeah, I've developed trading software. Been doing it for a long time.
Sorry, ADR reversals is what I had with the range break.
Okay, yeah, and those are. It's gonna basically it's gonna take your top end of
capture the equity.
Right, then that'll stick it at the top. Yeah, so if you want to add a little more risk for a reversal, that's something like an open reversion would be a good thing to start, at least right now. It'll just probably start taking trades. So, and it'll only, it'll take one, and then every 25% of a weekly statistical candle range, it'll take another one. So it would be a safer thing to start right now. It would actually be a good time to start that. It'd be a really good time to start right now, because it'll only sell the top end of the weekly candles, and it'll only buy the bottom ends of the weekly candles. Like where gold is right now, it's exceeded the range already, so that would be a good place to start that. Yeah, so that would be something you could add to it to add some risk. That's probably what I would do right now. Either that or a range expansion. You'll get very similar results with the market out like it is right now. But open reversion would be that's just the tried. It's the same. It's kind of this different, slightly different entry strategy, but it would probably both take the same trade. I would only pick one or the other given where the markets are right now. But anything that's out already blown out, that's already way out past, the weekly projection or whatever or out close to it on the range tool, start that pair with an open reversion, but with that outside filter of 3. That would be a good thing to start right now, for sure.
We do.
Yeah, that's definitely something that would make sense right now. It's just very likely that it's going to get good entry. It will get good entries, and then especially when that next candle opens up next week, if it doesn't all come down today, but while everything's blown out like gold and the dollar and all that stuff, the NASDAQ, would be careful. Careful with the risk on the I wouldn't raise the lot size, but if you want to add a little bit of risk, that would be a way to do it. Range expansion would be another one because all of the ranges are expanded right now. But you could set your outside filter to be a little higher, like a 3. So it would only trade the top 25% of the candle. And you can get finer control on that stuff. But yeah, right now, I would probably not start a smart grid right now. What would I not do right now? I would not start smart grid. You want to try that? You want to start those from the middle of a range. Not when everything's already blown out. The ATR channel, that's another one that would probably be good right now. The new thing that we're testing, that would probably be good. I don't think I've released that one yet. I'm working on. I'm trying to get this tested, and then I'll put the new bot. I'll post it up in Discord. Actually, I'll release the new bot here in just a little bit. Well, it's got a whole nother strategy in it. I don't remember maybe I did release it. I don't remember. I'll have to look in Discord. I update it so much I don't even remember.
Oh, you haven't. You haven't.
Okay. I'll post it up. I remember I wanted to test it, and it's working fine. It's actually working well. I'm running it on the NASDAQ right now. It's got some entries on, but it's a multi-time frame thing. I'll have to go back and make sure. Let me look at the code here before I post it up. I'm almost a target there on the NASDAQ. That other account.
Gold really good too. I got it from the top.
Taking some profit, and I'm going out and getting into some positions. And when this whole thing comes back, this is going to be awesome. And then the live account, I'm just taking very little risk today on the live account. It wasn't the day to be messing with that, but I'm taking some good positions on it, and it's going to be good. When this all comes back, it's going to be great. Got some really good stuff going. Anyway, but yeah, something like that would be good. Let me make sure I didn't do anything crazy here. Don't have any strategies on. Okay, yeah, this is just the money manager. I'm going to close at 250. But yeah, there's 20 different strategies to pick from. So, so the bot trades candle patterns. It does a lot more than that. That's just one piece of one of the strategies. That's just part of the signal reversion, and there's a whole bunch of different ways it can take signals, but it trades a whole bunch of different strategies, bunch of different diversified types of things. It can trade any time frame, multiple time frames, automated supply and demand. I'm a day trader more. I'm not a 1 minute scalper. Yeah, somebody's asking a question.
If you don't trade in the 7-second chart, I don't know what you're doing, man.
That's right. Yeah, if you're not trading the 7-second chart, you're not cool. So, yeah. So I'm more of a day trader. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a swing trader. I'm definitely in the day trade category. I'm normally in a trade for a couple hours to get some. I'll take trades on Friday sometimes and close out on Monday, Tuesday, just because you get good entries. But I'm almost exclusively within the daily context, within a daily time frame. What I don't do is high lot size scalping for 3 pips. Like, that's not what I do. I look for distance. I'm trying to capture the majority of the daily range. Trying to capture as much of the daily range as I possibly can. Looking for distance, 50 to 100 pips. mostly within a daily context. We just happen to be getting some really crazy entries right now for like big, like long-term biases. And also I'm really big into position management and hedging. Instead of closing the position, I'll just hedge it and wait for the next day to start and then reposition and overweight it. And, you know, we do that kind of stuff a lot, and leaving the exposure open instead of closing it. I'm just looking real quick. But yeah, there's, what do you want to do with it? About just about everything: grid strategies, delta neutral hedging, a lot of hedging, a couple of hedging strategies, position, money management strategies, swings, like trending strategies. There are a couple ways to do that. A lot of it, honestly, some of the most profitable things that you're going to get are going to be mean reversion strategies, and then you have to figure out how to protect against any potential drawdown. And that's where you use combination. This is set up to trade multiple combinations at one time. You trade multiple things. Like right now I'm running 4 completely different strategies on each chart individually, and I'm running it across the entire market, distributed risk model, trading the entire market as one instrument. I'm looking at the entire movement of the entire market and not just one, concentrating all the risk in one price point on one chart, basically on one instrument. I'm distributing the risk across the whole market and testing some stuff right now too. Just testing stuff right now today, really. Yeah, got a whole bunch of stuff on. I'm testing just kind of a combination right now. But the bot does a lot of things. That's kind of the thing. I know it's a lot. It can be daunting because there's so many options. There are 20 completely separate strategies and infinite combinations of how to use those strategies together to complement each other. And, I know it's a lot, and that's why we try to go over as much of it as we can. Chart Aussie dollar. Chart NASDAQ. God, it almost hit my target. It almost hit the profit target on the long. Could hedge it. Tempting. Not gonna do that because I've got so many shorts on. I'm gonna wait and see if it'll break that high. I could just close the long and realize the profit on this NASDAQ long from earlier, right before when it dipped first down here. When NFP started, when it dipped, it took it long and caught the long, and the bot's been selling into it. This has gone so far out of the range that it's taken a couple entries. That's good though, because when it comes back, it's trading supply and demand too. There's no more demand supply levels until much higher. So see what happens. I've put some risk on here. Remember we were setting a whole bunch of pending orders out, and a lot of those went out and got hit. So now we're waiting for them to come back. Got some really good stuff on. Yeah, if you're not trading the 7-second chart, you're not cool. No, just making a joke. No, yeah, I'm not somewhere in between. I don't trade like the 1-minute chart. I'm looking for distance moves with lower risk. I'm trading risk for distance. I'm generally trying to hit somewhere 50 to 100 pips, we'll say, which, the majority of the daily candle is what I'm trying to catch and then get out. Whatever the range of the daily candle is, I'm trying to capture as much of that as I possibly can, and then get out and hit profit target. I'm trying to hit a percentage target and then get out, or a dollar target. And then do it again the next day, or whenever the next series. I don't really look at it as day to day. Like I'm done for the day. I'm done for this series. Like I'll hit target on this basket and then I'll just go to the next one. Go right to the next one. Boy, that's going to be good right there too on gold. Got some really good shorts there. So yeah, anyway, just trying to make some headway on this challenge account. It's up 1.2% in like a week and a half. Trading basically almost no risk at all. It's hard to argue with that. done very well with this so far. In the US, yeah. Trade London open, yeah. We were definitely ready for it this morning. The problem is London is just not the same as it used to be. I remember, 5 years ago, London used to be off the charts, and London sucks now. Ever since Brexit, London is dead, man. I hate it. I don't even like to talk about it because it's been a problem. But London session is just not like it used to be. It's just not, and it sucks. There's no there's no volume or distance traveled anymore. Like, if you're scalping a small amount, maybe you can catch something, but that's what you got to do. It's just London session is just not what it used to be, distance wise. I mean, it can be proven statistically. Like, you can look at the ranges, and everything happens when the U.S. equities market opens. Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, it would just be hundreds of pips every day. It was just absolutely off the charts in London, and then Brexit happened, and now something changed. And it's just not like it used to be. And you can be proven. You can see it. You can see the ranges, and you can see the lack of movement in London, and then all of a sudden the market explodes when the New York Stock Exchange opens. London is just, it's horrible. Honestly, I hate it. I wish it wasn't like that, because we used to catch so many good entries in London. They would run out, and then they would run again in New York, and they would turn around and go back the other way, and it was just so easy. And now it's just nothing happens in London, and you just sit and wait for the U.S. stock market to open. Like, it sucks. I hate it. Honestly, I seriously don't even like it. Like, talking about it. It's that bad. Because sometimes, like, a lot of people can only trade during London session. And where's the drawdown? Uh-oh. I don't know on what, but yeah, we'll figure out how to get out of it. Okay, yeah, I may not have posted the new version. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Take a look what you got. We'll figure it out. Stay calm, number one. Don't add to it until wait for things to turn around. Wait for the market is probably going to pull back significantly here. So if it's reversal strategies, just wait. We'll take a look at it in a second. EU, okay. Probably all right. Yeah, it blew out. It did blow out. We'll take a look at it. I've got one on too. I think the bot's trading some of these. These aren't all manual positions. Yeah, I might wait. Just wait on it. Personally, and just don't add anything else. Is the best thing you can do. Wait and let it pull back and get manageable again, and then figure it out. Yeah, it's just, honestly, that's sometimes part of it, man. I mean, we got some big blowouts today, especially on like euro dollar and some of the dollar pairs. We'll take a look at it and figure it out. Or just, honestly, there's really not much at the moment that could change it other than to just kind of wait. What's all this? Let me get this out of the way. I got a little bit of drawdown on too. Like, this is, more than normal for this size account. Normally taking pretty accurate runs, but I've set a lot of stuff out today. This is what I was expecting. I honestly, I thought it was going to be worse than this. I set a whole bunch of pending orders all over the place, and I'm just going to test it. Just kind of testing the, the controller. But yeah, we'll figure it out. 500 profit for news. Oh yeah. What I wouldn't do is I wouldn't add to anything. Well, from experience, the best thing, don't try to add to it and keep tacking onto it. Just wait and let you need your available margin right now. This is a PlayStation 5 controller. Maybe you can see it, but PS5. Chart NASDAQ. Chart S&P 500. Yeah. We got big blowouts here, guys. It's sketchy. Chart euro dollar. But yeah, no, this is a software that I'm developing for the group. The risk manager and controller and other things, a whole bunch of other stuff. Welcome. Yeah, it's fun to play MetaTrader with a controller. Play trading. You don't need a mouse and keyboard at all. It's much better. It's much more fun. You can instantly get in and out of trades, close them, hedge them, close all of your account, close all, whatever. You can change your risk. Say I want to switch to $25 per trade. Done. Close a partial. If I want to close a partial, I can have presets or a custom partial. Let me actually put my risk back to $5 per trade. I want to go short here. Execute trade. Execute trade, please. Thank you. So you can do stuff like that. Maybe you got to say please sometimes. So anyway, let me close that. I actually don't want to be in that trade. You close it out. Anywho, but yeah, this is a really cool risk manager. It's just a fun project. It's a serious project, but it's fun stuff. It's also a copy trader, an internet-based copy trader. You can be a subscriber or a publisher and send your trades out to other people or accept trades from a master account, which is something I'm about to get into. I got it working over the weekend, and I was testing it we got a bunch of crazy stuff going on in the market right now, and maybe we'll play with it tomorrow. But like you can have one account that you trade and send your trades out to a whole bunch of unlimited number of other accounts over the internet. And it's also a mobile app. This is a Windows version right now, but it's also a mobile app for Android and iPhones coming. So it'll be available for Windows, Mac, Linux, iPhone, and Android. It's available now for the group for Android and Windows. But I've been working on the voice control. I've got to run two different SDKs for voice control. Android has its own voice command, but I've done it many times in mobile apps, so it won't take long to do that. That's something it was part of the original project back from like 2018 when I started messing with this in the first place. But yeah, it does a whole bunch of stuff. You can just control MetaTrader, change time frames, whatever. It's a risk manager though. Like it'll calculate your lot size for you, which is it's a game changer. Anyway. What happened? Croissants. I actually had an English muffin for breakfast. English muffins are fire, man. Nooks and crannies. I haven't had those in a long time. My girl got some. I was like, oh man, that sounds good. I made a little breakfast sandwich the other day and everything. A little ham and pepper jack cheese on an English muffin. Then I had one with butter and jelly. That was fire. But yeah, it's coming for C-Trader too. It's built in C#, so it doesn't. The only thing that changes is the connector. It would take not long. It wouldn't take much to make it happen because the whole thing is built in C#. Mostly anyway. Most of the heavy lifting is. So that's an option. I've already thought about that. C-Trader and maybe some things coming for TradingView, but not worth it. Aussie Kiwi. I'm not a huge fan of the interface, the UI of MetaTrader, but I'm solving that problem. That's part of the project. I'm solving the problem. What is this? KiwiCAD. You know, this is something where normally I'll put a pending order up right on the weekly projection. Give it a stop. We'll say somewhere below the low right there. Execute trade. I'll put a pending order right there. Flip through. Chart Aussie Kiwi. Chart Aussie dollar. I'm already on Aussie Kiwi, duh. Chart Aussie. Oh no, wait. Chart pound Aussie. Into the Aussie pairs right now. What else? Chart Euro Aussie. Some are up, some are down. Chart pound yen. That one had a big retracement off the low. Got some profit. Going into a little bit of a DD here, but I've got a bunch of exposure on. So this could be really good. When it goes, I could have already taken profit a couple times on this. Just trying to move it by a little bit. It's a challenge account. I'm up already on it. Live account, nothing's changed. Just waiting for the stuff to come back. Got some good entries. I'm waiting for some of them to come back. What's the biggest problem? NASDAQ. Yeah, so I'm waiting for the NASDAQ to take a second position. We should be getting there soon, actually. Put this over here so I don't miss it. More a little bit. What's up with that? 1 second. But yeah, it's a risk manager and remote controller and other things. Does a lot of stuff. Risk analysis. Yeah, we definitely got the most risk on the NASDAQ. That ain't gonna happen though. Yeah. But yeah, it's a cool toy, but a serious toy. Why is the profit targets so low on that? That's weird. That up a lot or what? I might have thought that was a stop. I moved it. Anyway, so yeah, it's been a really good week. We had a good couple weeks. Good week so far. Today I'm putting on a little risk because of where we are. Bitcoin's interesting. I've got a pending order on it. I'll take a small piece. Why not? I'll take a small piece. Gotta have explosions for buttcorn. Buttcorn explosions. Chart Euro Yen. Taking a check to see where I'm at on all this. Then I'll let this stuff go and it'll hit target overnight, I'm sure. Man, this dollar is, yeah, stuff's out of control. The dollar's at a crazy level. Honestly, it does look like it could go lower. We were talking about this morning. It's sketchy where it is. I'm going to try it here and manage the risk, but it does look sketchy. But right now, it would take so much for it to just continue down. Given where everything else is, we're just trying to manage the risk on it and not going to let it get out of control. I'm very aware that I could be in a couple $100 drawdown trying to get it, but when it goes, it could be 10 times that. And I'm already ahead. I've already hit target today, so I'm okay with it. I was going to put on a little risk. Technically only net down like $70, $60 on a 100K account. And I'm already ahead 1.2%. So done okay so far. I'm okay with this amount of risk. But again, I'm not taking big position sizes. That's going to be the thing. You want to be careful with the lot size, but something, you know, we'll try to stay on top of this here. Let's just wait and see what happens in Asia. Let's see one more break of the high so I can take profit on that long. I want to see if it's going to break the high, and if it does, then I'll swap that out for another short, but not until it breaks the high. So we'll see. Man, yeah, just a weird thing. Weird day today. It's just today's a tough one. We got some really crazy moves today, and it's not over for the week. Hoping we can go back the other way. Hoping we can go back the other way. You know, I'm actually putting some risk on today, a little bit more than normal. Trying to be patient is just hard. It's hard to be patient on days like this, and stuff just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. The farther it goes out, the better potential it is. I think for the most part, got some decent stuff on. None of those longs hit. Just looking to see if there's anything that needs to be done here. Is there anything that makes sense? I mean, it's late, obviously, but right before the daily close, is there anything that, before the spreads get whack, is there anything that needs to happen? What needs to happen here? Euro pound's interesting. Euro Swiss, whatever, Euro Aussie. Add yen. I don't know, man. So we're about to get the... Here's the issue. When the market closes, the spreads will all widen, which is going to put your drawdown a little more than it would normally be. So, oh my God, sorry guys, didn't mean to do that. This is why you got to be careful right now too, toward the end of the day. You don't want to add any more risk on, because when those spreads widen out, it's probably going to get sketchy. So your drawdown will get worse than it actually is, because all the spreads widen. So you'll go negative more than it should be for like an hour, and then it'll all go back to normal. And then an Asian session, after all these big blowouts like this, there will generally tend to be some kind of retracement. So, and then tomorrow we've got rates on the euro and the pound. So like, we're not done for the week. Like, this is going to be an intense week, and want to leave room. I just would, you know, if anything's even questionable, stop, leave yourself room for things to get more manageable, because you never know what could happen here. It all could come back, you know, so you don't want to add too much risk and put yourself over. Sometimes sometimes you get yourself in that situation. You just got to wait. You just got to wait for it to come back, and you may lose a day, you know, but that's better to do that, you know, just from experience. What is this, silver? I do want to be in that. Risk $15 to, yeah. Execute trade. Let me do it with the voice just because. Execute trade. That's funny. All right. Love those spreads on the shorts. Let's go. The entries, I mean, enters that price. Got to close it fast. Yeah, so silver, give it a shot. But again, just small risk. I'm not doing anything crazy here, but this is about This is about as much of a drawdown as I like to have, even on a 100K account. I can take a $3,000 drawdown. So, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the YouTube, probably. I think everyone else can hear me. So, yeah. Yeah, so it may just be, I don't know, it may just be the volume. I think everybody else can hear me. Raise your hand if you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't, yeah, it's not muted. Yeah, just looking at it, it's not muted. It's there. I can see the, I can see it going through. Yeah, it's going through. I see the audio mixer showing audio, so it may just be volume. It's weird, somebody else said that earlier, but then everybody else said they could hear it. May try to turn the volume up on the, on YouTube itself. If there's a volume control, that might be it. My microphone's turned up. Should be fine. Anyway, we're coming into the end of the day. Okay, cool. Yeah, but let me know those things, you know, if something's going on. I've noticed with YouTube sometimes you gotta change the quality. Like they'll start you off at like 360p or something stupid. It's like, what? Like, you gotta change it. They'll just start you off at that, and people are like, oh man, it's blurry, I can't see anything. And it's just like, well, it's probably YouTube doing it again. You gotta change your the quality settings sometimes to like 1080p, because it's streaming in 1080p, but sometimes YouTube won't do it. Pound Aussie, I'm gonna put something below the low. That's sketchy, man. I almost don't even want to mess with that, but I'll put something below the low and just take the stop if it doesn't go, just in case it bounces out of that range. All right, so no more trades from now on. We're getting toward the end of the day. The spreads are going to go stupid. I'm going to put a pending order down there on Aussie just in case, but you don't want to trade anymore. Not financial advice, just life advice. Life advice, don't trade at the end of the daily close, because the spreads get unmanageable. It's just part of it. There's orders being squared up on the back end, and actually what's happening between there and London Open is part of what we're exploiting with our G13 classified strategy. That's part of it. So partially the reason why some things do what they do is the rebalancing period after the daily close, when everything gets squared up. That's Swiss. All right, so no more trades. We'll see what happens here. Just be prepared that your drawdowns could grow as this happens. What's that?
Also, you know, like this time putting a order sometimes get hit on a huge spread. So you know, don't put the order too close to the price.
Yeah, it'll reach up and grab it, and yeah, sometimes that'll happen. Yeah. That you know, you'll get filled at a really bad spot sometimes right now. You know, and this is part of it. You just have to accept that as part of it. So just, yeah, the best thing to do is just not trade right now. In about 2 or 3 minutes from now, the spreads will go completely crazy. They're probably already getting there, and you just don't want to be a part of it. You'll see your drawdown will get bigger all of a sudden, and then give it about an hour, and I've actually gotten knocked out before because of the daily close. When the spread, you know, all of your positions market wide, the spreads, you know, grow out, they widen out as everything starts getting squared up, and it'll put you over your drawdown limit. So it's another thing you got to be careful with. It's unavoidable sometimes. The best thing you can do is just to not add any more risk. Obviously this isn't going to be a problem here, but yeah, I did take a couple positions on my live account, whatever. I'm just keeping just minimal risk right now. I just took a couple positions, and I'm going to wait for it to come back and hit target. We'll take a look at it later. Yeah, so interesting trading day today. Hit target, once. Did close some profit. So he hit 1/10% target on the challenge account, which was what I was focused. I didn't even trade my live account today, really. I just wasn't going to mess. Yeah, see, here we go with the spread. Spread's already going. Been getting spread exceeded on some of these pairs already. So the bot won't take it if the spread is past, a certain amount. Whatever your max spread that you have set. I think I've got it set to like 10 pips right now. So if the spread is greater than 10 pips, it just won't do it. It's a safety feature. And that NASDAQ's just not going to break it, is it? We'll see. So we actually had a good trading day overall. Hit target on this, hit 1/10%, and started scaling into another basket. So I'm still waiting for this to hit. As everything was moving out today during the Fed speech, I just started to take more positions and cleared 1/10% target. Try to do it a couple times a day, but only got it once today. So nothing terrible happened today, but a little sketchy toward the end. Yeah, it's a little sketchy toward the end. Whatever. It's been a good week. The week's not over. We still got, it's just starting. The week actually just started today, really. Tomorrow, rates on the rates on the pound and the euro. Thinking pound Aussie for a second. Here goes the spread. All right, so rates on the pound and the euro at the same time tomorrow. Rate hike 25, I believe it's 25 basis points. So again, we got to be careful with this. Things are in really weird places right now. We need to pay attention to this. We'll get an early start tomorrow. We got an early start today because it's just the gravity of the day today. We'll try to get an early start tomorrow, and that's really all you can do. What's the sorry, I forget, you guys can't see. Sorry, had the MetaTrader up. Whoops. Yeah, so we got rates tomorrow on, I believe it was 25, so 50 basis points on the pound and 50 basis, so it's 50 basis points on the pound and the euro within an hour and 15 minutes of each other. So it's going to be the Hunger Games again tomorrow, but with the pound and the euro. The pound has the volatility. We'll focus on the pound first, and any euro pairs that may be at extremes, decision-making points, we'll make decisions. We'll get an early start at this. We'll let Asian session do what Asian session's going to do, and then we'll kind of reevaluate this situation first thing London Open tomorrow morning. That's probably pretty much the thing to do. And then we'll deal with the pound and the euro. At least it'll be early, and then we'll have all day to make decisions. But at least it'll happen earlier. So just after London session, we'll get back to back on the pound and the euro volatility events. There'll be a volatility event at least. And then again, Friday, NFP. We already know what the numbers are. It's crazy, actually. What happened today with NFP, that was an interesting one. With just the complete crush in the job numbers. Like 150% lower than last time. Completely missed on the estimate by a lot. And it was a 75% miss on the estimate, we'll say 70% and ish, but it was 150% less than last time. That is a huge change in the number of working people, and then more job openings, which is interesting. It was a weird one today with the jobs numbers. I don't remember ever seeing that since I've started paying attention to it. I don't remember that happening, where especially when there's that big of a miss and more job openings. Weird. So something's going on here. You have to ask the question, why are there fewer people working if there are more jobs being offered? inquiring minds want to know. And maybe there is no answer to that. So interesting there. So here's what we do know. We know that tomorrow's going to be a massive miss on NFP. We already know that. There's no surprise. There's no surprise on it. We know there's going to be a huge miss. And if there's not, you should stand outside with the Bureau of Labor and Statistics with picket signs. I'm telling you, because something crazy is going on. We already know there's going to be a massive miss. It's the same data point on Friday. So there's no surprise here. So there's a potential for it to be priced in tomorrow. I think it's part of that just happened, but this is going to be an interesting 2 days. We got a whole nother set of rate hikes tomorrow with the pound and the euro, and whatever may happen there. It could be a fade situation. The euro is already way up. The pound is already way up. Like, these things are not low. So it could be a fade. I hope it is. Perfect scenario for a fade. So we'll watch that. But then NFP on Friday. What happened today completely changes the whole narrative for NFP on Friday. Something is definitely broken in the job market. And we already know what it's going to be on Friday. We already know what the non-farm numbers are. We're going to get a slightly different adjustment, slightly different calculation. So we already know it's a huge miss. Massive, monster, much, much lower than the estimate or what it was last time. There's a huge reduction. So what happens there? And it's known now. So this is one of the weird things between ADP and NFP. We know this 2 days ahead of time, what it's going to be. It's just prime for manipulation. We need to be careful with this stuff. Tomorrow, we'll focus on tomorrow first. Euro and pound are going to be the stories for tomorrow. It's the only thing to do. We'll listen to Lagarde when she comes out and speaks. We'll see what's up with it. It'll, I don't know. Rate hikes. Look what happened today. We got a 25 basis point rate hike and the dollar went through the floor. Through the floor. On a 25 basis point rate hike. Go figure. Make that make sense. So, see what happens tomorrow. Nothing to do but wait, see what happens. Again, what happens overnight, what happens in Asian session is going to be interesting. What's going to happen? Who knows? Hope the NASDAQ breaks that high, takes the profit on the long and tags my short back in, and then dies for the rest of the week. That'd be cool. Somewhere up there. So yeah, we'll watch this. We'll see what happens. YouTube, gonna shut down, and we'll be back tomorrow. Figure it out. Stuff for group people. We'll figure out what to do with it in the group in the morning. Try to get positioned on it, and I'm sure we'll be back on YouTube as early as we can in the morning. Once we get our group stuff done for the morning, we'll be back on YouTube. Everybody have a good day and be ready for tomorrow. Have a good one.